6. The tactical line and principal tasks of the Communist International. 30. The struggle against the approaching imperialist war, defense of the Soviet Union, the fight against intervention in China and against the partition of China, defense of the Chinese Revolution and colonial revolts. These are now the main international tasks of the communist movement. 32. A victory for imperialism in its struggle against the Soviet Union would be a defeat not only for the proletariat of the Soviet Union, it would be the most serious defeat the international proletariat had ever suffered. The labor movement would be set back for decades. 35. In the advanced capitalist countries, in which the decisive battles for the proletarian dictatorship and for socialism will be fought out, the August 1928 461 Communist parties must tirelessly explain to the working masses the direct connection between propaganda for industrial peace and for arbitration, and reprisals against the revolutionary vanguard of the proletarian movement and preparation for imperialist war. 36. With the growth of industrial trustification and of the tendencies making for state capitalism, with the merging of state organizations and trusts with the reformist trade union machine, with the new ideology of social democracy, thoroughly bourgeois and actively imperialist, the fight against bourgeois labor parties must be intensified. This policy follows from the changed constellation of forces and the changed attitudes of social democracy, which has entered a stage that is, from the imperialist point of view, more mature. The Congress therefore fully approves the tactics laid down by the 9th ECCI plenum. Their unconditional correctness has been completely confirmed by the results of the French elections and the experience of the English movement. 37. These tactics, while changing the form of the United Front, do not change its essential content. To sharpen the struggle against social democracy shifts the emphasis decisively to the United Front from below. 7 individual sections, the results of their work, their achievements, errors, and tasks. 43. The Congress notes that there have been a number of great successes in the work of the Comintern. These include the expansion of communist influence, which for the first time has reached the countries of South America, Africa, and Australia, and has grown stronger in a number of Asian countries. Finally, the continuing Bolshevization of the parties, the acquiring of experience, internal consolidation, elimination of the internal struggle, elimination of the Trotskyist opposition in the Comintern. At the same time, attention must be called to a number of defects in the CI sections, the slow growth of a militant international outlook, a certain provincialism manifested in the underestimation of the importance of questions of particularly wide bearing, the weakness of work in the unions, the incapacity to exploit organizationally the growing political influence of the parties, stagnation in membership figures, the inadequate attention paid by a number of parties to work among peasants and oppressed national minorities, a certain bureaucratic development of the party machine and of working methods. A relatively low theoretical level among the party cadres, weak contacts with large factories, the far from complete party reorganization on a factory cell basis, etc. 44. The English Communist Party, whose activities were appraised by the 7th Enlarged Plenum of the Executive, is confronted by new tasks. The marked shift of the leaders of the General Council and the Labour. 462. The Communist International Party to the right confronts the CP with tasks which require a much clearer class standpoint and a more decisive struggle against the Labour Party. The English CP did not immediately grasp the new situation and made a serious error at its last Congress when it advanced as its central slogan the fight for a Labour government under the control of the Labour Party executive. The 9th plenum of the ECCI adopted a tactical resolution on the changed situation in England which implies a decisive reshaping of all party work. 46. The Italian Communist Party has managed, in spite of the extreme terror employed against it, to maintain its illegal organization and continue its agitation and propaganda work. In its internal life the party has overcome Bourdigism, which was once the prevailing ideology among the membership, and achieved a substantial degree of unity in ideological and political views. This makes it possible for the party to conduct the struggle against right deviations, renunciation of the struggle for the leading role of the proletariat, with greater vigor than before, for in the present situation these deviations are the greatest danger to the party. 47. The 3¼ million votes given to the German Communist Party in the last elections demonstrate the immense growth of communist influence among the working masses, and at the same time reveal the great discrepancy between the party's political influence and its organizational strength. Membership is stagnating at 125,000. The Red Front Fighters League, which is becoming a mass organization, is a tremendous achievement. The complete defeat of the ultra-left deviation, the collapse of the so-called Leninbund and the self-exposure of its social democratic nature are also great victories for the KPD. The KPD, one of the best detachments of the International Proletarian Army, is confronted by the best organized social democracy, which still has extraordinarily strong roots in the country. This creates a favorable soil for right deviations in the party. The party must therefore fight systematically against such deviations. 49. The Polish Communist Party, which is illegal, has not only maintained its position in conditions of fascist terror but also increased its membership, while its political influence has grown even more, so that it is becoming a political factor of weight in the country, particularly in the industrial centers. The party, which has corrected the gross opportunist errors it made at the time of the Pilsudski coup, now has a correct political line. The greatest danger is the internal struggle, which is not justified by the existence of any really serious political differences. In view of the special importance of the Polish party and the great responsibility resting on it in the event of war, the Sixth Congress categorically demands the cessation of the fractional struggle and instructs the ECCI to take on its behalf all the necessary measures. August 1928 463-52. The Workers' Communist Party of America has become more active and is making good use of a certain crisis in American industry. As to the formation of a labor party, the Congress decides to shift the emphasis to work in the trade unions and to the organization in unions of the unorganized, thus laying the real foundations for the practical carrying out of the slogan of a comprehensive labor party, organized from below up. Mistakes in this field cannot, however, be attributed solely to the majority in the party membership. The most important task for the party is to put an end to the fractional struggle, which has no foundation in serious differences of principle, to improve party recruiting among the workers, and to take decisive steps to draw workers into leading party posts. 53. The Japanese Communist Party entered the electoral struggle for the first time with its illegal organization. Despite the terror it is conducting agitation among the masses, has an illegal paper. The chief task of the party, which has overcome its internal ideological vacillations, is to become a mass party. Notwithstanding the extreme difficulty of party work, the law on the death penalty for dangerous thinking, and numerical weakness, the party must make every effort to defend the Chinese Revolution and to combat the predatory policy of Japanese imperialism. 54. The Chinese Communist Party has suffered a number of severe defeats, which are to be attributed to a series of grave opportunist errors in the past, to the lack of independence and freedom to criticize vis-a-vis the Kuomintang, to the failure to understand the transition from one stage of the revolution to the next and the need for prompt preparations for defense, and, finally, to the breaking of the agrarian revolution. Under the blows of defeat the heroic party corrected these mistakes and declared a relentless war on opportunism. Its leaders, however, fell into another error and did not put up enough resistance to openly putschist, adventurous sentiments which led to abortive revolts in Hunan, Hebei, and c. 57. The Sixth World Congress notes with particular satisfaction that in the Soviet Union, the country of proletarian dictatorship, the CPSU, the party of the proletariat, having overcome the social democratic deviation of Trotskyism in its ranks, and having surmounted a number of the objective economic difficulties of the Reconstruction period, has made substantial progress in socialist construction and has proceeded directly to the socialist transformation of peasant farming. Further work in socialist construction must be based on industrialization. The Congress observes that the CPSU noted in good time the elements of bureaucratic petrifaction in certain agencies of the apparatus of the state, the economy, the trade unions, and even the party, and has begun a vigorous struggle against them. 464 The Communist International 8. The struggle for the Leninist line and the unity of the Comintern 58. The immense difficulties of the period of stabilization in capitalist countries and of reconstruction in the Soviet Union resulted in the formation within the Comintern of oppositional groups, which tried to organize themselves on an international scale. Their various wings and trends, from extreme right to extreme left, found their most complete outlet in criticism of the dictatorship in the Soviet Union, to which they libelously ascribed a more or less petty bourgeois character, accusing it of undermining the international proletariat's ability to act. All these trends, inspired and held together by Trotskyism, formed a single bloc, but, after the defeat of the Trotskyist opposition in the CPSU, began to fall apart. 59. Within the communist parties, the main deviation is to the right of the correct political line. This is shown in the survivals of legalism, in an exaggerated respect for the law, in tailism, in passivity during strikes, in an incorrect attitude to social democracy, e.g. the resistance in France to the decisions of the 9th ECCI plenum. 60. The Sixth World Congress imposes on all parties the obligation to fight against these deviations, above all to fight against them by means of persuasion. The Congress observes that the decisions of the 7th enlarged session of the ECCI on raising the theoretical level of party cadres, training new officials, etc., have not been carried out in a number of the most important countries. 61. The Congress imposes on the ECCI the duty of continuing to guard the unity of the CI and its sections by every means. The most significant failings apparent in the internal life of our parties today, bureaucratic tendencies, declining membership in many countries, political inactivity of the primary party organizations, etc., can only be eliminated if the level of their political life is raised, on the basis of broad internal democracy. This does not by any means exclude, but rather presupposes, the all-round strengthening of iron party discipline, the unconditional subjection of the minority to the majority, and of all Comintern sections to the executive. Statutes of the Communist International adopted at its 6th Congress August 29, 1928. Protocol 6, 4, p. 101 at the 15th Congress of the CPSU in December 1927. Bukharin stated that the resolution of the previous Congress on collective Comintern leadership had not been put into operation. Permanent and adequate representation of the parties in Moscow was essential. The CPSU should assign more members for August 1928. 465 Work in the ECCI, which had been drained of some of its staff by the establishment of the West European Secretariat, others were working on the program, which could not be postponed a third time. Pyatnitsky reported to the Congress for the Statutes Commission. The preamble to the earlier statutes, he said, was no longer necessary now that the program had been adopted. The paragraphs on fractions and non-party mass organizations were new, as were the provisions dealing with ECCI bureaus abroad. Other paragraphs had been changed to agree with current CI practice and plenum decisions. In listing the attendance at the plenary sessions of the ECCI since the 5th Congress, from 281 at the 5th plenum to 72 at the 9th, he said they had found that business was settled more quickly at the smaller meetings, and these would in future be the rule. The changes were adopted unanimously without discussion. In the debate on Bukharin's report, Munzenberg complained of the general neglect of work in non-party organizations, which it was feared would lead to opportunism. The objects of such work, he said, were to awaken the apathetic, to build bridges to non-party people, to provide organizations for sympathizers with the USSR who could not always be brought into the CP, to counteract social democratic influence, and to find recruits for communism. They had themselves started several organizations which were under communist influence, but the older mass organizations, such as trade unions and cooperatives, had still to be conquered. Their most promising organizations were the League Against Imperialism, the Friends of Soviet Russia, and the Red Front Fighters in Germany. Some delegates complained that the abundance of such subsidiary organizations was a heavy burden on small parties. General Rules 1. The Communist International. The International Working Men's Association is the union of communist parties in various countries into a single World Communist Party. As the leader and organizer of the world revolutionary movement of the proletariat and the embodiment of the principles and aims of communism, the Communist International strives to win over the majority of the working class and the broad strata of the poor peasantry. It fights for the principles and aims of communism, for the establishment of the world dictatorship of the proletariat, for the establishment of a world union of socialist Soviet republics, for the complete abolition of classes, and for the achievement of socialism, the first stage of communist society. 2. The individual parties which are members of the Communist International are called the Communist Party of. Name of country, section of the Communist International. In any given country there can be only one Communist Party affiliated to the Communist International as its section. 3. Membership of the Communist Party and of the Communist. 466 The Communist International is open to all those who accept the program and rules of the given Communist Party and of the Communist International, who belong to one of the primary units of a party, actively work in it, abide by all the decisions of the party and of the Communist International, and regularly pay party dues. 4. The basic unit of the Communist Party organization is the nucleus in the place of employment, factory, workshop, mine, office, store, farm etc., which embraces all the party members employed in the given enterprise. 5. The Communist International and its sections are built up on the basis of democratic centralism, the fundamental principles of which are, a. Election of all the committees of the party, subordinate and superior, at general meetings of party members, conferences, congresses, and international congresses, b. Periodical reports by party committees to their constituents, c. Decisions of superior party committees to be binding on subordinate committees, strict party discipline and prompt and precise execution of the decisions of the Communist International, of its agencies, and of the leading party committees. Party questions may be discussed by the members of the party and by party organizations until such time as a decision is taken upon them by the competent party committee. Once decisions have been taken by the Congress of the Communist International, by the Congress of the respective section, or by leading committees of the Comintern or of the section, these decisions must be unconditionally carried out even if part of the party membership or of the local party organizations is in disagreement with it. Where a party exists illegally, the superior party committees may appoint the subordinate committees and co-opt members to their own committees, subject to subsequent endorsement by the relevant superior party committee. 6. In all non-party workers and peasants' mass organizations, trade unions, cooperative societies, sports organizations, ex-servicemen's organizations, and in their leading committees and at their conferences and congresses, as well as in municipal and parliamentary bodies and their committees, communist fractions must be formed, even if there are no more than 2 party members, for the purpose of strengthening the party's influence and for carrying out its policy in these organizations and bodies. 7. The communist fractions are subordinate to the competent party bodies. Note: I. Communist fractions in international organizations, Red International of Labor Unions, International Class War Prisoners Aid. August 1928 467. Society, International Workers' Relief, etc., are subordinate to the Executive Committee of the Communist International. 2. The organizational structure of the communist fractions and the manner in which their work is conducted are determined by special instructions from the Executive Committee of the Communist International and from the central committees of its sections. 2. The World Congress of the Communist International 8. The supreme body of the Communist International is the World Congress of representatives of all parties, sections, and organizations affiliated to the Communist International. The World Congress discusses and decides programmatic, tactical, and organizational questions connected with the activities of the Communist International and of its individual sections. Power to alter the program and rules of the Communist International lies exclusively with the World Congress of the Communist International. The World Congress shall be convened once every 2 years. The date of the Congress and the number of delegates from each section to the Congress shall be determined by the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The number of votes to be allocated to each section at the World Congress shall be determined by a special decision of the Congress itself, in accordance with the membership of the given party and the political importance of the given country. No binding mandate can be recognized. 9. Special Congresses of the Communist International shall be convened on the demand of parties which, at the preceding World Congress, had an aggregate of not less than 1/2 of the votes. 10. The World Congress elects the Executive Committee of the Communist International, ECCI, and the International Control Commission, ICC. 11. The headquarters of the Executive Committee is decided on by the World Congress. 3. The Executive Committee of the Communist International and its machinery. 12. The leading body of the Communist International in the period between Congresses is the Executive Committee, which gives instructions to all the sections of the Communist International and supervises their activity. The ECCI publishes the central organ of the Communist International in not fewer than 4 languages. 468. The Communist International. 13. Decisions of the ECCI are binding on all sections of the Communist International and must be promptly carried out. The sections have the right to appeal against decisions of the ECCI to the World Congress, but must continue to carry out such decisions pending the decision of the World Congress. 14. The central committees of the various sections of the Communist International are responsible to their respective party Congress and to the ECCI. The latter has the right to annul or amend decisions of party congresses and of central committees of parties and also to make decisions which are obligatory for them, cf. para 13. 15. The ECCI has the right to expel from the Communist International entire sections, groups, or individual members who violate the program and rules of the Communist International or the decisions of the World Congress and of the ECCI. Persons and bodies expelled have the right of appeal to the World Congress. 16. The programs of the sections of the Communist International must be endorsed by the ECCI. Should the ECCI refuse to endorse a program, the section concerned has the right to appeal to the World Congress. 17. The central press organs of the individual sections must publish all the decisions and official documents of the ECCI. These decisions must, whenever possible, be published also in the other organs of the party press. 18. The ECCI has the right to accept affiliation to the Communist International of organizations and parties sympathetic to communism, such organizations to have a consultative voice. 19. The ECCI elects a presidium responsible to the ECCI, which acts as the permanent body conducting all the business of the ECCI in the intervals between its meetings. 20. The ECCI and its presidium have the right to establish permanent bureaus, Western European, South American, Eastern and other bureaus of the ECCI, one for the purpose of establishing closer contact with the various sections of the Communist International and for the better guidance of their work. Note: the competence of the permanent bureaus of the ECCI shall be determined by the ECCI or by its presidium. The sections of the Communist International falling within the scope of activities of the permanent bureaus of the ECCI must be informed of the powers conferred on them. 21. The sections must carry out the instructions of the permanent bureaus of the ECCI. Sections may appeal against these instructions to 1. The remainder of this paragraph does not appear in the German edition from which this translation was made, but is in the Russian and the English versions. August 1928 469 The ECCI or to its presidium, but must continue to carry them out pending the decision of the ECCI or of its presidium. 22. The ECCI and its Presidium have the right to send representatives to the various sections of the Communist International. Such representatives receive their instructions from the ECCI and are responsible to it for their activities. The plenipotentiaries of the ECCI have the right to participate in meetings of the central party bodies as well as of the local organizations of the sections to which they are sent. They must carry out their commission in close contact with the central committee of the section to which they are sent. They may, however, act in opposition to the central committee of the given section at congresses and conferences of that section, if the policy of the central committee in question diverges from the instructions of the ECCI. Representatives of the ECCI are obliged in particular to supervise the execution of the decisions of the World Congresses and of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The ECCI and its Presidium also have the right to send instructors to the sections of the Communist International. The powers and duties of instructors are determined by the ECCI, to whom the instructors are responsible. 23. Meetings of the ECCI must take place not less than once every 6 months. A quorum consists of not less than half the membership of the ECCI. 24. Meetings of the Presidium of the ECCI must be held not less than once a fortnight. A quorum consists of not less than one-half the membership of the Presidium. 25. The Presidium elects the political secretariat, which is empowered to take decisions, and which also prepares questions for the meetings of the ECCI and of its Presidium, and acts as their executive organ. 26. The Presidium appoints the editorial committees of the periodical and other publications of the ECCI. 27. The Presidium of the ECCI sets up a department for work among women, standing commissions for groups of sections of the Communist International, regional secretariats, and other departments necessary for its work. For the International Control Commission 28. The International Control Commission investigates matters concerning the unity and cohesion of the sections of the Communist International and also matters connected with the conduct of individual members of the various sections. For this purpose the ICC examines complaints against the actions of central committees of 470 the Communist International Communist parties lodged by party members who have been subjected to disciplinary measures for political differences. B. Examines analogous matters concerning members of central bodies of communist parties and of individual party members which, in its opinion, require its intervention, or which are submitted to it for examination by the responsible agencies of the ECCI. C. Audits the accounts of the Communist International. The International Control Commission must not intervene in political differences or in organizational and administrative conflicts in the communist parties. The headquarters of the ICC are fixed by the ICC in agreement with the ECCI. V. Relations between the sections of the Communist International and the ECCI 29. The central committees of all sections of the Communist International and of all affiliated sympathizing organizations must send to the ECCI the minutes of their meetings and reports of their work. 30. Resignation from office by individual members or groups of members of central committees of the sections is regarded as disruption of the communist movement. Leading posts in the party do not belong to the occupant of that post, but to the Communist International as a whole. Elected members of the central leading bodies of the various sections may resign before their time of office expires only with the consent of the ECCI. Resignations accepted by central committees of sections without the consent of the ECCI are invalid. 31. The sections of the Communist International must maintain close organizational and information contact with each other, arrange for mutual representation at each other's conferences and congresses, and, with the consent of the ECCI, exchange leading comrades. This applies particularly to the sections in imperialist countries and their colonies, and to the sections in countries adjacent to each other. 32. Two or more sections of the Communist International which, like the sections in the Scandinavian countries and in the Balkans, are politically connected with each other by common conditions of struggle, may, with the consent of the ECCI, form federations for the purpose of coordinating their activities, such federations to work under the guidance and supervision of the ECCI. 33. The sections of the Comintern must regularly pay affiliation dues to the ECCI, the amount of such dues to be determined by the ECCI. 34. Congresses of the various sections, ordinary and special, may be convened only with the consent of the ECCI. August 1928 471. Should a section fail to convene a party congress prior to a World Congress, that section, before electing delegates to the World Congress, must convene a party conference, or plenum of its Central Committee, for the purpose of preparing the questions for the World Congress. 35. The Young Communist International is a section of the Communist International with full rights, and is subordinate to the ECCI. 36. The Communist parties must be prepared to carry on their work in illegal conditions. The ECCI must assist the parties in their preparations for transition to illegal activities. 37. Individual members of sections of the Communist International may move from one country to another only with the consent of the Central Committee of the section of which they are members. Communists changing their domicile must join the section in the country of their new domicile. Communists leaving their country without the consent of the Central Committee of their section must not be accepted into other sections of the Communist International. Program of the Communist International adopted at its 6th Congress September 1, 1928. Protocol 6, 4, p. 45. The draft of the program was published in June by the Program Commission of the ECCI, with an explanation that, though it was based on the principles embodied in the draft adopted by the 5th Congress 4 years earlier, there were a number of differences due to the changed form of the capitalist crisis, the revolution in China, the building of socialism in the USSR, the rise of fascism, the imperialist degeneration of social democracy, the lessons of the struggle against the opposition, and the advance of communism. It was discussed at great length in the plenary sessions, and at 11 sessions of the Program Commission, and then referred section by section to a smaller revision commission. Bukharin reported for the commission, and the program was then adopted unanimously by the Congress without further debate. It was, he explained, the first attempt to formulate in concrete terms the task of establishing the world proletarian dictatorship, unlike the Communist Manifesto, which was primarily of a propagandist character. The program, which analyzed the basic trends in historical development which would bring capitalist society to its end, was the first attempt to elaborate the international strategy and tactics of the proletariat. The variety of conditions was so great, their interaction so complex, that the document was bound to be a long one, and this had been criticized in the Commission, but a briefer and more abstract analysis would not have enabled them to deal with such questions as fascism, the role of social democracy, colonial insurrections, the agrarian revolution. There had been no differences on theoretical principles. One member had said that it would be incomprehensible to the colonial masses, Bukharin had agreed, and 472 The Communist International added that European workers would not understand it either without further explanation and commentary, but the program did its job of analyzing an extremely complex and difficult situation. Rayman would have liked more attention paid to the national question in non-colonial countries, to the question of religion, and to internal party problems such as deviations. Some had wanted the program to be restricted to the statement of basic principles, others had objected that this would provide no key or guide to action. Narayan objected to the inclusion of India among the rural countries and to the suggestion that the bourgeoisie could be allies in the anti-imperialist struggle. An Indonesian delegate appearing under the name of Alfonso Tan Malaka, criticized the program for failing to draw the lessons of the Chinese Revolution. Insofar as the draft dealt with it, the program was opportunist, and meant waiting until the bourgeoisie have killed our revolutionary comrades and torn our proletarian party to pieces, as happened in China. He was attacked at the Congress as a Trotskyist, but denied the charge. In reporting after the Congress to the Moscow CPSU organization, Bukharin said that the Trotskyist group had sent in an alternative program. We found nothing pertinent or serious in it, which was merely a repetition of previous criticisms of CI policy in China and Britain, and of socialism in one country. Trotsky's criticism of the program, published later outside the USSR as a book, was not made available to the Congress delegates as a whole, though an abridged version was distributed to a number of them. Introduction. The epoch of imperialism is the epoch of dying capitalism. The World War of 1914-18 and the general crisis of capitalism which it unleashed, being the direct outcome of the profound contradiction between the growing productive forces of world economy and national barriers, prove that the material prerequisites for socialism have already matured in the womb of capitalist society. They prove that the capitalist shell has become an intolerable restraint on the further development of mankind, and that history has put on the order of the day the revolutionary overthrow of the capitalist yoke. From the centers of capitalist power to the most remote corners of the colonial world, imperialism subjects the great mass of proletarians in all countries to the dictatorship of the finance capitalist plutocracy. With elemental force it exposes and deepens all the contradictions of capitalist society, intensifies to the utmost the oppression of the exploited classes, and brings to a head the struggle between capitalist states. In so doing it gives rise to inexorable worldwide imperialist wars which shake the entire prevailing regime to its foundations, and leads with iron necessity to the proletarian world revolution. Imperialism binds the whole world in the chains of finance capitalism, forces its yoke on the proletarians of all countries, peoples, and races. September 1928 473 by starvation, blood, and iron, and intensifies in an immeasurable degree the exploitation, oppression, and enslavement of the proletariat. In so doing, imperialism directly confronts the proletariat with the task of seizing power, and compels the workers to unite closely in a single international army of the proletariat of all countries, irrespective of frontiers and of all differences of nationality, culture, language, race, sex, or occupation. Thus, while developing and completing the process of creating the material prerequisites of socialism, imperialism at the same time mobilizes the army of its own gravediggers by compelling the proletariat to organize in a militant international workers' association. On the other hand, imperialism detaches from the great mass of the working class that section whose material circumstances are the most secure. This upper stratum of the working class, bribed and corrupted by imperialism, which constitutes the leading cadres of the social democratic parties, has an interest in the imperialist exploitation of the colonies, is loyal to its bourgeoisie and its imperialist state, and at decisive moments in the class struggle is to be found in the camp of the class enemies of the proletariat. The split in the socialist movement in 1914 caused by this treachery, and the subsequent treachery of the social democratic parties, which became bourgeois labor parties, demonstrated clearly that the international proletariat can accomplish its historical mission of smashing the imperialist yoke and establishing the proletarian dictatorship only in relentless struggle against social democracy. Hence it is only on the communist platform that the forces of world revolution can be organized. In opposition to the opportunist Second International of Social Democracy, which had become an agency of imperialism within the working class, there arose inevitably the Third, Communist International, the international organization of the working class, the embodiment of the true unity of the revolutionary workers of the entire world. The War of 1914-18 gave rise to the first attempts to found a new, revolutionary international as a counterpoise to the Second, Social Chauvinist International, and as a weapon of resistance to belligerent imperialism, Zimmerwald, Kienthal. The triumph of the proletarian revolution in Russia provided the impetus to the formation of communist parties in capitalist centers and in the colonies. In 1919 the Communist International was founded, which, for the first time in history, closely unites in the practical revolutionary struggle the vanguard of the European and American proletariat with the proletarians of China and India and the colored labor slaves of Africa and America. The Communist International, the united and centralized international party of the proletariat, is the only organization which upholds the principles of the First International in the new context of the revolutionary proletarian mass movement. The lessons of the First Imperialist War and of 474 the Communist International, the subsequent period of the revolutionary crisis of capitalism, the series of revolutions in Europe and the colonial countries, the lessons of the proletarian dictatorship and the construction of socialism in the Soviet Union, the lessons of all sections of the Communist International as recorded in the resolutions of its congresses, and finally the increasingly international character assumed by the struggle between the imperialist bourgeoisie and the proletariat. All this makes it essential to have a single program of the Communist International that is common to all its sections. As the most comprehensive critical generalization of the entire historical experience of the international revolutionary movement of the proletariat, the program of the Communist International is the program of the fight for the world proletarian dictatorship, the program of the struggle for world communism. Assembling under its banner the revolutionary workers who lead the millions of the enslaved and the exploited against the bourgeoisie and their socialist agents, the Communist International considers itself the executor of the historical legacy of the Communist League and the First International, both led directly by Marx, and as the inheritor of the traditions of the pre-war Second International. The First International established the intellectual premises of the international proletarian struggle for socialism. In its best days, the Second International prepared the ground for the broad expansion of the labor movement among the masses. The Third, the Communist International, is continuing the work of the First. It is gathering the fruits of the work of the Second, while resolutely discarding its opportunism and social chauvinism and its bourgeois distortion of socialism. It has begun to make a reality of the proletarian dictatorship. The Communist International carries on all the glorious and heroic traditions of the international labor movement, the traditions of the English Chartists and the French insurgents of 1831, of the revolutionary workers of Germany and France in 1848, of the immortal fighters and martyrs of the Paris Commune, of the valiant soldiers of the German, Hungarian, and Finnish revolutions, of the workers of the former Tsarist autocracy, the victorious bearers of the proletarian dictatorship, of the traditions of the Chinese proletarians, the heroes of Canton and Shanghai. In its theoretical and practical work, the Communist International, relying on the historical experience of the revolutionary labor movement in all continents and among all peoples, stands unreservedly on the platform of revolutionary Marxism and of the form it took later, Leninism, which is nothing but the Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and the proletarian revolution. The Communist International champions and propagates the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels, and employs it as a revolutionary September 1928 475 method of perceiving reality. In order to accomplish the revolutionary transformation of that reality, it fights actively against every variety of bourgeois philosophy, and against opportunism in theory and practice. With its platform of consistent proletarian class struggle, it subordinates the temporary, sectional, national, and partial interests of the proletariat to its enduring, general, international interests. It mercilessly exposes the doctrine, borrowed by the reformists from the bourgeoisie, of class peace, in all its forms. In meeting the historical demand for an international organization of revolutionary proletarians, the gravedigger of the capitalist system, the Communist International is the only international force that has as its program the dictatorship of the proletariat and communism, and that comes out openly as the organizer of the international proletarian revolution. The capitalist world system, its development and its inevitable destruction. 1. The laws of capitalist dynamics and the epoch of industrial capitalist society, which arose on the basis of commodity production, is distinguished by the monopoly held by the class of capitalists and large landowners in the most important and decisive means of production, by the exploitation of the wage labor of the class of proletarians who, deprived of the means of production, are compelled to sell their labor power. It is distinguished by commodity production for profit, and by the planlessness and anarchy of the production process as a whole which this involves. The exploitation relationship and the economic domination of the bourgeoisie are expressed politically in the state, the capitalist organization serving as instrument for the suppression of the proletariat. The history of capitalism has completely confirmed the Marxist theory of the laws of development of capitalist society and of its contradictions, leading to the destruction of the entire capitalist system. In their search for profits, the bourgeoisie were compelled to expand productive forces on an ever-increasing scale, and to consolidate and extend the dominion of capitalist relations of production. Thus, as capitalism developed, it constantly reproduced at a higher level all the inherent contradictions of the capitalist system, above all the fundamental contradiction between the social character of labor and the private character of appropriation, between the growth of productive forces and property relations under capitalism. The rule of private property in the means of production and the anarchic course of production, combined with the development of the contradiction between the tendency towards the unlimited expansion of production and the restricted consumption of the proletarian masses, general overproduction, to disturb the economic. 476 The Communist international equilibrium between the different branches of production. This brought in its train periodically recurring and devastating crises and mass unemployment. The rule of private property was expressed also in competition within each capitalist country and on the steadily expanding world market. This form of capitalist rivalry resulted in a series of wars, the inseparable corollaries of capitalist development. In the competitive struggle, large-scale production, because of its technical and economic superiority, supplanted and destroyed pre-capitalist economic forms. Capital became more and more concentrated and centralized. In industry, the law of concentration and centralization was manifested primarily in the outright ruin of small enterprises, and partly in their degradation to the position of auxiliary units of large enterprises. In agriculture, which, because of the monopoly in land and of absolute rent, necessarily lagged behind the rate of general development, this law of concentration and centralization was manifested not only in the differentiation of the peasantry and the proletarianization of broad peasant strata, but also and above all in the subordination, open and concealed, of small peasant farms to the dictatorship of large capital. The small farm could maintain an appearance of independence only at the price of the most extreme exertion of labor and of systematic underconsumption. The increasing use of machines, steady technical improvement, and the consequent uninterrupted rise in the organic composition of capital were accompanied by a further division of labor, and by an increase in its productivity and intensity. This resulted in the wider employment of the labor of women and children, and in the creation of enormous industrial reserve armies which were constantly replenished by proletarianized peasants forced out of their villages and by the impoverished petty and middle bourgeoisie of the towns. The division of society into two camps, with a small handful of capitalist magnates at one pole and vast masses of proletarians at the other, the steady rise in the rate of exploitation of the working class, the reproduction on a higher scale of the fundamental contradictions of capitalism and their consequences, crises, wars, etc., the uninterrupted growth of social inequality, the rising discontent of the proletariat, drawn together and schooled by the process of capitalist production itself. All this undermined the foundations of capitalism and brought the hour of its collapse nearer. At the same time, a profound change occurred in the social and cultural life of capitalist society, the parasitic degeneration of the bourgeois rentier, the general decay of the family as a result of the growing contradictions between the widespread employment of women in social production and the forms of domestic and family life inherited in large part from earlier economic epochs, the growing shallowness and degeneration of intellectual and cultural life as a result of the minute specialization of labor, of the September 1928 477 distortions of urban life and the narrowness of rural life, the inability of the bourgeoisie, notwithstanding immense progress in the natural sciences, to achieve the synthesis of a scientific philosophy, the growth of idealistic, mystical, and religious superstitions. All these phenomena proclaimed the approaching historical end of the capitalist system. To the epoch of finance capital, imperialism, the period when industrial capital was dominant was in the main one of free competition, of the relatively steady development and expansion of capitalism over the whole earth, as the colonies that were still free were divided up and occupied by arms. As this happened, the inherent contradictions of capitalism grew steadily. Their weight bore most heavily on the colonial periphery, which was methodically plundered, intimidated, and enslaved. At the beginning of the 20th century, this period gave place to the period of imperialism, one in which capitalism developed in a series of conflict-ridden leaps and free competition began rapidly to give way to monopoly. In this period, when all formerly free colonies were already appropriated, the disputes concerning a redistribution of colonies and spheres of influence assumed more and more the character of armed struggle. Thus capitalist contradictions, embracing the whole world, were manifested most clearly in the epoch of imperialism, of finance capital. Imperialism is a historically new form of capitalism, a new relationship between the various parts of capitalist world economy, a changed form of relations between the primary classes of capitalist society. This new historical period was the outcome of the operation of the most important laws of motion of capitalist society. It arose out of the development of industrial capitalism and as its historical sequel. In imperialism, the basic trends and laws of motion of capitalism, all its fundamental contradictions and antagonisms, stand out more clearly. The law of capital concentration and centralization led to the formation of powerful monopolist associations, cartels, syndicates, trusts, and to a new form of giant undertaking combining several enterprises linked together by the banks. The fusion of industrial and banking capital, the absorption of large land ownership into the general system of capitalist organization, and the monopolistic character of this form of capitalism transformed the epoch of industrial capitalism into the epoch of finance capital. The free competition of the earlier period, which had replaced feudal monopoly and the monopoly of trading capital, was now changed into the monopoly of finance capital. Capitalist monopolies, however, do not eliminate the free competition from which they arose, but exist above and alongside it. This produces a series of exceptionally grave and profound contradictions, frictions, and conflicts. 478 The Communist International. The growing use of complicated machinery, chemical processes, and electrical power, the higher organic composition of capital on this basis, and the consequent fall in the rate of profit, which can be only temporarily halted by a policy of higher cartel prices favoring the largest monopolist associations, stimulate the quest for colonial superprofits and make the struggle for a new division of the world more acute. Standardized mass production requires new external markets. A feverish search is set on foot for new sources of raw materials and fuel to meet the growing demand. A further impulse is given to the export of capital by the system of high protective tariffs, which makes the export of goods more difficult and ensures super profits for exported capital. In this way, the export of capital becomes the essential and specific form of economic association linking the various parts of capitalist world economy. Lastly, the monopolistic domination of colonial markets, of raw material sources, and of spheres for capitalist investment accentuates the general unevenness of capitalist development to an extreme degree and brings to a head the conflicts among the great powers of finance capital for a redivision of colonies and spheres of influence. Thus the growth of the productive forces of world economy leads both to a further internationalization of economic life and to a struggle for the redivision of a world already divided up among the most powerful finance capitalist states. The methods used in this struggle change and grow sharper, price cutting being replaced more and more by coercive pressure, boycotts, high tariffs, tariff wars, wars in the real meaning of the word, etc. Thus the monopolistic form of capitalism is necessarily accompanied by imperialist wars, which in their scope and the destructive power of their technique are without parallel in history. 3. The forces of imperialism and the forces of revolution. The imperialist form of capitalism has a tendency to unite the various fractions of the ruling class and to bring the broad mass of the proletariat into opposition, not to the individual employer, but more and more to the entire class of capitalists and their state. This form of capitalism breaks down the barriers of the national state, which have become too cramping, and expands the domain where the ruling nation among the large capitalist states exercises power. It brings the millions suffering national oppression, the so-called small nations, and the colonial peoples into opposition to the state. Finally, it accentuates to the utmost the contradictions among the imperialist states. This being the case, the state power, as it becomes the dictatorship of the finance capitalist oligarchy and the expression of its concentrated strength, acquires special importance for the bourgeoisie. The functions of this multinational imperialist state expand in all directions. It develops agencies which facilitate both the struggle for external markets, mobiliza. September 1928 479 of the economy for war, and the struggle against the working class, militarism, land, sea and air forces, chemical and bacteriological weapons, grows to gigantic proportions. The pressure of the imperialist state on the working class, greater exploitation and outright suppression coupled with a systematic policy of bribing the bureaucratic reformist upper strata, is heightened. These developments reflect the tremendous growth of the specific weight of state power. In these conditions, every more or less important action by the proletariat becomes an action against the power of the state, i.e., it becomes a political act. In this fashion, capitalist development, particularly in its imperialist phase, reproduces the fundamental contradictions of capitalism on an ever-widening scale. Competition among small capitalists ceases only to give way to competition among large capitalists. Where this dies down, competition flares up between powerful associations of capitalist magnates and their states. From being local and national, crises spread over several countries and finally become world crises. Local wars are succeeded by wars between coalitions of powers and then by world wars. The class struggle loses its character of isolated actions by small groups of workers and takes on national dimensions, turning finally into the international struggle of the world proletariat against the world bourgeoisie. Lastly, the two main revolutionary forces gather in opposition to the powerful concentrated forces of finance capital, the workers of the capitalist countries and the popular masses of the colonies, held under by foreign capital, who are advancing under the leadership and hegemony of the international revolutionary proletarian movement. This basic revolutionary tendency is, however, temporarily crippled by the bribery of certain sections of the European, North American, and Japanese proletariat, by the imperialist bourgeoisie, and by the treachery of the national bourgeoisie in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, who are frightened by the revolutionary movement. Because of their position on the world market, greater technical development, the export of capital to countries with a higher rate of profit, etc., and their plundering of the colonies and semi-colonies, the bourgeoisie of the imperialist powers secure additional profits. These they use to raise the wages of a section of their workers, who thus have an interest in the development of capitalism in their fatherland, in the plunder of the colonies, and in loyalty to the imperialist state. This systematic bribery was and is practiced in the strongest imperialist countries on an extremely wide scale. It is reflected most strikingly in the ideology and practice of the labor aristocracy and the bureaucratic strata of the working class, that is, the leading cadres of social democracy and the trades unions, who have shown themselves to be the direct channels for bourgeois influence in the proletariat and the most stalwart pillars of the capitalist system. 480 The Communist International. While imperialism stimulates the growth of a corrupt upper stratum in the working class, in the long run it undermines their influence in the working class. For the heightening of imperialist contradictions, the worsening of the position of large masses of workers and mass unemployment, the enormous costs of military conflicts, the loss by certain powers of their monopoly position on world markets, and finally the loss of colonies, etc., undermine the foundations of social imperialism among the masses. Similarly, the systematic bribery of various strata of the bourgeoisie in the colonies and semi-colonies, their treachery to the national revolutionary movement, their rapprochement with the imperialist powers, can only for a time halt the development of the revolutionary crisis. In the long run this brings about more intense imperialist oppression, a decline in the influence of the national bourgeoisie over the popular masses, a more acute revolutionary crisis, the unleashing of a mass peasant agrarian revolution, creating the prerequisites for proletarian hegemony in the struggle of the masses in the colonies and dependent countries for independence and complete national emancipation. For imperialism and the downfall of capitalism. Imperialism has developed the productive forces of world capitalism to a very high degree. It has completed the creation of all the material prerequisites for the socialist organization of society. Imperialist wars show that the productive forces of world economy have outgrown the limits of the imperialist state and require the economy to be organized on an international scale embracing the whole world. Imperialism seeks to resolve this contradiction by paving the way with fire and sword for a single state capitalist world trust which will organize the entire world economy. The social democratic ideologues extol this bloody utopia as a peaceful method of the new, organized capitalism. In reality, however, this utopia comes up against such great and insuperable objective obstacles that capitalism must with iron necessity break down under the weight of its own contradictions. The law of the unequal development of capitalism, which operates still more powerfully in the imperialist epoch, makes lasting and firm international combinations of imperialist powers impossible. Imperialist wars, on the other hand, growing into world wars and marking the road by which capital centralization strives to reach its limit in the single world trust, are accompanied by such devastation, impose such burdens on the working class and on the millions of proletarians and peasants in the colonies, that capitalism must collapse under the blows of the proletarian revolution long before that goal is reached. Imperialism, the highest phase of capitalist development, immensely increases the productive forces of world economy, shapes the entire world in its own image, and drags all colonies, all races, all peoples into the sphere. September 1, 928 481 of finance capitalist exploitation. At the same time the monopolist form of capital increasingly develops elements of parasitic degeneration and decay, of the decline of capitalism. To a certain extent monopoly capital eliminates the driving force of competition, pursues a policy of high cartel prices and obtains unrestricted control of markets, and thus tends to obstruct the further expansion of productive forces. Imperialism piles up untold wealth from the immense super profits it squeezes out of the millions of colonial workers and peasants. In this process imperialism creates the type of the decaying, parasitically degenerating rentier state and entire strata of parasites who live by coupon clipping. The epoch of imperialism, which completes the process of creating the material prerequisites of socialism, concentration of the means of production, socialization of labor on a gigantic scale, the strengthening of workers' organizations, at the same time makes the contradictions between the great powers sharper, and provokes wars which result in the breakdown of the single world economy. Thus imperialism is decaying, dying, capitalism. It is the last stage of capitalist development as a whole, it is the onset of the socialist world revolution. Thus the international proletarian revolution arises from the conditions of capitalist development generally, and specifically from its imperialist phase. The capitalist system as a whole is approaching its final collapse. The dictatorship of finance capital breaks down and yields to the dictatorship of the proletariat. To the general crisis of capitalism and the first phase of World Revolution 1. The World War and the course of the revolutionary crisis. The imperialist struggle of the biggest capitalist states to redivide the world led to the First Imperialist World War, 1914-18. This war shook the entire system of world capitalism and so opened the period of its general crisis. The war forced the entire national economy of the belligerent countries into its service, created the mailed fist of state capitalism, drove unproductive expenditure to dizzy heights, destroyed immense quantities of the means of production and of living labor power, ruined broad strata of the population and laid incalculable burdens on the industrial workers, peasants, and colonial peoples. It sharpened the class struggle, which grew into open revolutionary mass action and civil war. The imperialist front was breached at its weakest point: Tsarist Russia. The February Revolution of 1917 overthrew feudal absolutism, the October Revolution overthrew the bourgeoisie. This victorious proletarian revolution expropriated the expropriators, wrested the means of production from the bourgeoisie and the landowners, and for the first time in human 482 the Communist International history established and consolidated the proletarian dictatorship in an immense country, created a new type of state, the Soviet state, and thus marked the first stage in the international proletarian revolution. The violent shock suffered by world capitalism, the greater acuteness of the class struggle, the immediate impact of the October proletarian revolution gave rise to a series of revolutions and revolutionary actions both in Europe and in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. January 1918, Workers' Revolution in Finland, August 1918, Rice Riots in Japan, November 1918, revolutions in Austria and Germany which overthrew the semi-feudal monarchies, March 1919, Proletarian Revolution in Hungary, insurrection in Korea, April 1919, Soviet government in Bavaria, January 1920, Bourgeois National Revolution in Turkey, September 1920, occupation of the factories by the workers in Italy, March 1921, insurrection of the proletarian vanguard in Germany, September 1923, rising in Bulgaria, autumn 1923, revolutionary crisis in Germany, December 1924, insurrection in Estonia, April 1925, rebellion in Morocco, August 1925, rebellion in Syria, May 1926, general strike in England, July 1927. Workers' revolt in Vienna. All this, together with such events as the rebellion in Indonesia, the profound ferment in India, the powerful Chinese Revolution which has shaken the whole of Asia, are links in the chain of international revolution, constituent parts of the profound general crisis of capitalism. This international revolutionary process comprehends both the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship and the national liberation wars and colonial revolts against imperialism, which in their turn are inseparably connected with the agrarian revolution of the peasant millions. Thus immense masses of people have been swept into the current of revolution. World history has entered a new stage of its development, the stage of the long-drawn general crisis of the capitalist system. The unity of world economy is reflected in the international character of the revolution, the unevenness of the development of the different parts of that economy in the variation in the time at which revolution occurs in different countries. The first attempts at a revolutionary overthrow which grew out of the acute capitalist crisis of 1918-21 ended with the victory and consolidation of the proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union, but with defeats for the proletariat in a number of other countries. These defeats were primarily the result of the treacherous tactics of the social democratic leaders and the reformist bosses of the trade union movement. They were also due in part to the fact that the majority of the working class did not yet support the communists, and that in a number of the most important states there was no communist party at all. These defeats enabled the bourgeoisie to achieve a partial stabilization of capitalism by increasing the exploitation of the proletarian masses and the colonial peoples and by steeply reducing their standard of living. September 1928 483-2. The revolutionary crisis and counter-revolutionary social democracy. In the course of the international revolution, the leading cadres of the social democratic parties and the reformist trade unions, as well as the capitalist paramilitary detachments of a fascist character, proved themselves to be, by their hostility to the revolution and by their promotion of partial capitalist stabilization, the strongest counter-revolutionary force. The war crisis of 1914 to 1918 was accompanied by the shameful collapse of the Social Democratic Second International. In direct opposition to the thesis of Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto, that under capitalism the proletariat has no fatherland, in direct opposition to the anti-war resolutions of the Stuttgart and Basel Congresses, the leaders of the social democratic parties, with but a few exceptions, voted the war credits and came out decisively for the defense of the imperialist fatherlands, i.e. the state organizations of the imperialist bourgeoisie, instead of fighting against imperialist war. They became its loyal warriors and protagonists, and sang its praises. Social patriotism turned into social imperialism. In the subsequent stage, social democracy supported the predatory peace treaties, Brest, Versailles, standing shoulder to shoulder with the generals. It was an active force in the bloody suppression of proletarian risings, Nevsky. It engaged in armed struggle against the First Proletarian Republic, Soviet Russia, it betrayed the proletariat which had seized power and surrendered it to the enemy, Hungary. It entered the Imperialist League of Nations, Thomas, Paul Boncourt, van der Velde. It placed itself openly on the side of the imperialist slave owners against the colonial slaves, the English Labour Party. It actively supported the most reactionary executioners of the working class, Bulgaria, Poland. It took the initiative in promulgating imperialist defense legislation, France. It helped to strangle the strike of the English miners. It helped and is still helping to keep China and India down, the MacDonald government. It is the propagandist for the Imperialist League of Nations, the spokesman for capital, and the organizing force in the fight against the proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union, Koskaya, Hilferding. In systematically carrying out this counter-revolutionary policy, social democracy makes use of its two wings. The right, overtly counter-revolutionary wing is indispensable for negotiations and direct contacts with the bourgeoisie, while the left is used to execute particularly subtle maneuvers for deceiving the working class. While playing with pacifist and sometimes even with revolutionary phrases, left social democracy turns against the workers, particularly at critical moments. The English Independent Labour Party and the left leaders of the General Council of the English Unions during the 1926 general strike, Otto Bauer and Co., during the Vienna Rising, etc. It is therefore the most dangerous fraction in the 484 the Communist International Social Democratic Parties. Although social democracy, in serving bourgeois interests within the working class, is entirely in favor of class collaboration and of cooperation with the bourgeoisie, it is at certain times forced to assume the position of an opposition party, and ostensibly to defend the class interests of the proletariat in its industrial struggles. By this trick it gains the confidence of part of the working class and then the more disgracefully betrays the workers' permanent interests, above all when decisive class struggles are being fought. The principal function of social democracy today is to undermine proletarian unity, which is essential for the struggle against imperialism. By splitting and destroying the united front of proletarian struggle against capital, social democracy is becoming the chief pillar of imperialism within the working class. International social democracy of all shades, the Second International, and its trade union branch the Amsterdam International Federation of Trade Unions, have thus become the reserves of bourgeois society, its most reliable mainstays. 3. The capitalist crisis and fascism alongside social democracy, which helps the bourgeoisie to oppress the working class and blunt its proletarian vigilance, stands fascism. In the imperialist epoch the intensification of the class struggle, the expansion of the elements of class war particularly after the imperialist World War led to the bankruptcy of parliamentarism. Hence the new methods and forms of governing, e.g. the system of inner cabinets, the operations of oligarchic groups behind the scenes, the deterioration of representative assemblies and distortion of their function, the restriction and elimination of democratic freedoms, etc. In certain historical conditions this process in which bourgeois imperialist reaction conducts its offensive assumes the form of fascism. The relevant conditions are, instability of capitalist relationships, the presence in large numbers of socially déclassed elements, the impoverishment of broad strata of the urban petty bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia, discontent among the rural petty bourgeoisie, finally the constant threat of proletarian mass action. To secure greater durability, solidity, and stability for their power, the bourgeoisie are to an increasing degree compelled to abandon the parliamentary system in favor of fascist methods of rule, which are independent of party relationships and combinations. Fascism is a method of directly exercising the bourgeois dictatorship, ideologically disguised under ideas of the national community and representation according to occupation, i.e. in fact representation of the various groups of the ruling classes. It is a method which uses its own peculiar brand of social demagogy, anti-Semitism, occasional attacks on usury capital, impatience with the parliamentary talking shop, to exploit the discontent of the petty. September 1, 928 485 bourgeois masses, the intellectuals, etc., and which corrupts by creating a compact and paid hierarchy of fascist fighting squads, a fascist party machine, and a fascist bureaucracy. Fascism also seeks to penetrate the ranks of the working class by winning over its most backward strata by exploiting their discontent, the passivity of social democracy, etc. Fascism's chief function is to annihilate the revolutionary vanguard of the working class, i.e. the communist strata of the proletariat and their leading cadres. The combination of social demagogy, corruption, and active white terror, and the most extreme imperialist aggressiveness in foreign policy are characteristic features of fascism. When the position is particularly critical for the bourgeoisie, fascism resorts to anti-capitalist phraseology, but once it is certain of its power, it is revealed more and more openly as the terroristic dictatorship of large capital, and discards its anti-capitalist lumber. According to changing political circumstances, the bourgeoisie resort either to fascist methods or to coalitions with social democracy, while social democracy itself, particularly at critical moments for capitalism, not infrequently plays a fascist part. In its development, social democracy displays fascist tendencies, which does not, however, prevent it, when the political situation changes, from coming out against the bourgeois government as an opposition party. For normal capitalism, both fascism and coalition with social democracy are extraordinary methods. They indicate the existence of a general capitalist crisis and are used by the bourgeoisie to halt the advance of the revolution. For the contradictions of capitalist stabilization and the inevitability of the revolutionary collapse of capitalism experience since the war shows that the stabilization of capitalism, which was achieved by the defeat of the working class and the systematic depression of its living standards, can only be partial, temporary, and rotten. The rapid and feverish development of technology, verging in some countries on a new technical revolution, the acceleration of capital concentration and centralization, the formation of giant trusts, of national and international monopolies, the merging of the trusts and the state, the growth of capitalist world economy, all this cannot overcome the general crisis of the capitalist system. The breakdown of world economy into a capitalist section and a socialist section, the shrinking of markets, and the anti-imperialist movement in the colonies intensify to the utmost all capitalist contradictions, developing on new, post-war foundations. The reverse side of technical progress and of the rationalization of industry is the closing down and liquidation of a series of enterprises, the restriction of output, the ruthless exploitation of labor power, all leading to vast and unprecedented chronic unemployment. In a number of highly 486 the Communist International developed capitalist countries, the position of the workers has deteriorated absolutely. Greater competition between imperialist states and the constant danger of war, the ever-heightening tension of class conflicts are creating conditions in which the general capitalist crisis and the proletarian world revolution will reach a new and higher stage of development. As a result of the first in the series of imperialist wars, the World War of 1914-18, and the October victory of the workers in the former Tsarist Empire, the world was split into two irreconcilably hostile camps, the camp of the imperialist states and the camp of proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union. The differences in the class structure and class character of the state power, the fundamental difference in the aims of their policy, domestic, external, economic, and cultural, the basically different trend of development, all these bring the capitalist world into acute hostility towards the state of the victorious proletariat. Now two antagonistic systems are in conflict in what was once a single world economy, capitalism and socialism. The class struggle, which previously assumed forms determined by the absence of any state in which the proletariat held power, is now reproduced on an enormous and truly universal scale, for the working class of the whole world now has its own state, the only fatherland of the international proletariat. The existence of the Soviet Union, with its influence on the working and oppressed masses of the entire world, is in itself the clearest expression of the profound crisis of the world capitalist system and an unparalleled extension and heightening of the class struggle. Incapable of overcoming its inherent contradictions, the capitalist world seeks a way out by founding an international association, the League of Nations, whose main purpose it is to put a stop to the irresistible growth of the revolutionary crisis and to strangle the union of proletarian republics by blockade or war. Nevertheless, all the forces of the revolutionary proletariat and the oppressed colonial masses are rallying round the Soviet Union, the unstable world capitalist coalition, rotten at the core but armed to the teeth, is confronted by a united and resolute world coalition of labor. Thus a new basic contradiction emerged from the first round of imperialist wars, epochal in its scope and significance: the contradiction between the Soviet Union and the capitalist world. Moreover, the internal contradictions of the capitalist section of world economy have themselves become more acute. The shifting of the world economic center to the United States and the transformation of the dollar republic into a universal exploiter have heightened the tension between that country and European capitalism, above all English capitalism. The conflict between England, the most powerful of the old conservative imperialist powers, and the United States, the strongest of the younger imperialisms, which has already attained world hegemony, is becoming. September 1928 487 the axis of the worldwide conflict among finance capitalist states. Germany, which has recovered economically from its spoliation under the Versailles Peace Treaty and is once more pursuing an imperialist policy, is becoming a serious competitor in the world market. Contradictions in the Pacific, centering on the conflict between the United States and Japan, are becoming more involved. In addition to these principal contradictions, antagonism is growing between the interests of the shifting and unstable groupings of powers, in which those of the second rank are used as instruments by the imperialist giants and their coalitions. Because the European home markets have shrunk as a result of the war, and the Soviet Union has dropped out of the purely capitalist economic sphere, while the most important sources of raw materials and fuel have been completely monopolized, the increase in the productive capacity of world capitalist industry means that conflicts develop among the capitalist states. The peaceful struggle for oil, rubber, cotton, coal, iron, for the redistribution of markets and of spheres for capital investment, is driving inexorably to a new world war, which will be the more devastating the greater the progress made in the present feverish development of military technology. Contradictions are growing also between the metropolitan and the colonial and semi-colonial countries. Insurrectionary outbreaks have been stimulated by the weakening of European imperialism as a result of the war, by capitalist development in the colonies, the influence of the Russian Revolution, the centrifugal tendencies in the premier maritime and colonial power in the world, the British Empire, Canada, Australia, South Africa. The Great Chinese Revolution, which has stirred up hundreds of millions of the Chinese people, is making a tremendous hole in the entire edifice of imperialism. The continuing revolutionary ferment among the millions of Indian workers and peasants threatens to destroy the domination of England, the citadel of world imperialism. In Latin America, the growth of tendencies hostile to the powerful imperialism of the United States is a force which is undermining the extension of North American capital. Thus the revolutionary process in the colonies, which is drawing the overwhelming majority of the world's population, held in subjection to the finance capitalist oligarchy of a few great powers, into the struggle against imperialism, also reflects the profound general crisis of capitalism. Even in Europe, where imperialism has bent under its oppressive yoke a whole series of small nations, the national question intensifies the internal contradictions of capitalism. Finally, the revolutionary crisis is coming inexorably to a head in the very centers of imperialism. The bourgeois offensive against the working class, against its living standards, its organizations, and its political rights, and the increasing use of white terror are arousing the proletarian masses. 488 The Communist International to greater resistance and sharpening the class struggle between the workers and the trusts. The vast conflicts between capital and labor, the increasing radicalization of the masses, the greater influence of the communist parties and the respect they enjoy, the immense increase in the sympathy of the broadest proletarian masses for the country of proletarian dictatorship, all these are unmistakable symptoms of the approach of a new revolutionary tide in the centers of imperialism. Thus the edifice of world imperialism is being undermined from a number of directions, and the partial stabilization of capitalism shaken, by the contradictions and conflicts among the imperialist powers, the rising of the colonial millions, the struggle of the revolutionary proletariat in the mother countries, and finally, by the leading force of the world revolutionary movement, the proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union. The international revolution is advancing. Against this revolution, imperialism is mobilizing all its forces, expeditions against the colonies, a new world war, and the campaign against the Soviet Union are now on imperialism's order of the day. This is bound to release all the forces of the international revolution, leading inexorably to the downfall of capitalism. 3. The ultimate aim of the Communist International. World communism. The ultimate aim of the Communist International is to replace capitalist world economy by a world communist system. Communist society, towards which the entire course of historical development is leading, is the only hope for mankind, for it alone can eliminate the fundamental contradictions of the capitalist system which threaten mankind with degeneration and ruin. The communist regime will eliminate the division of society into classes, that is to say, by abolishing the anarchy of production it will abolish every kind and form of oppression and of man's exploitation of man. Warring classes will be replaced by a single world commonwealth of labor. For the first time in history, mankind will take its fate into its own hands. Instead of destroying countless lives and untold wealth in class wars and national wars, mankind will use all its energies in the struggle with the forces of nature, in developing and raising its own collective strength. Once having abolished private property in the means of production and made them public property, world communism will replace the spontaneous forces of the world market, the planless sway of competition, the blind operation of social production, by the socially planned regulation of production in accordance with the rapidly growing needs of society. With the anarchy of production and competition abolished, devastating. September 1, 928 489 crises and still more devastating wars will disappear. The immense waste of productive forces, the convulsive development of society will be replaced by the ordered disposition of all material wealth, and the economy will develop without friction through the unrestricted, harmonious, and rapid development of productive forces. The abolition of private property, the withering away of classes will put an end to the exploitation of man by man. To work will no longer mean to work for the class enemy. From being nothing more than making a living, it will become the first necessity of life. Poverty will vanish, economic inequality among men will vanish, along with the poverty of the oppressed classes and the wretchedness of material life in general. The hierarchy established by the division of labor will disappear, and with it the antagonism between mental and manual labor. Lastly, all traces of social inequality between the sexes will disappear. Together with all these, the agencies of class rule will disappear, above all the state. As the embodiment of class rule, it will wither away as classes themselves disappear. Gradually every kind of coercion will die out. The disappearance of classes will do away with every kind of monopoly in education. Culture will become a common good for all, and the class ideologies of the past will be replaced by the scientific materialist world outlook. This will make the domination of man by man, in whatever form, impossible. Undreamed of possibilities of social selection and of the harmonious development of all the capacities dormant in mankind will be opened up. The expansion of productive forces will not be hampered by any social restrictions. In communist society there will be no place for private property in the means of production, no selfish striving for profit. The masses will not be kept in the poverty and artificial ignorance which obstruct technical progress in capitalist society. The enormous unproductive expenditure characteristic of capitalism will cease. The maximum productivity of social labor will be secured, and incalculable human energies set free for a tremendous development of art and science, by the most expedient utilization of natural forces and natural conditions of production in the different parts of the world, by eliminating the contradiction between town and country which results from the backwardness of agriculture and its low technical level, by the most comprehensive collaboration between science and technology and research. The results being applied for the benefit of society, by the planned organization of scientific work, the introduction of the most up-to-date methods for the statistical analysis and planned regulation of the economy, and, finally, by the rapid growth of social needs, which is the most powerful driving force in the whole system. By developing the forces of production, communist world society will. 490 The Communist International make it possible to raise the well-being of all mankind and to cut down to the minimum the amount of time devoted to material production. A golden age of culture unparalleled in history will open. In contrast to capitalism, this new culture, of a humanity united for the first time in history, between whom all state frontiers have fallen, will rest upon clear and transparent human relationships. It will bury forever mysticism and religion, prejudices and superstitions, and so give a powerful impulse to the development of triumphant scientific knowledge. This highest stage of communism, when communist society has already developed on its own foundations, when, together with the all-round development of man, the social forces of production have made a mighty advance, and society has inscribed on its banner, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs, presupposes a lower historical stage of development, the socialist stage. At this stage communist society is only beginning to cast off the capitalist shell. It still bears, economically, morally, and intellectually, the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerged. Under socialism productive forces are not developed far enough to enable the products of labor to be distributed according to need. Distribution proceeds rather in accordance with performance. The division of labor, that is, the allocation of certain labor functions to certain groups of people, has not yet been eliminated. In particular, the contradiction between mental and manual labor still persists. Despite the abolition of classes, traces of the old class division of society still survive, and consequently survivals of proletarian state power, of coercion, of law. Some remnants of inequality therefore still exist. The contradiction between town and country remains. But none of these survivals of the old society is any longer protected and defended by any social force. Since they are linked with a definite stage in the development of productive forces, they will disappear as mankind, liberated from the shackles of the capitalist system, rapidly gains control over the forces of nature, educates itself anew in the spirit of communism, and advances from socialism to complete communism. For the period of transition from capitalism to socialism and the proletarian dictatorship 1. The transition period and the conquest of power by the proletariat between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. To it there corresponds a period of political transition, in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. The transition from the world dictatorship of imperialism to the world dictatorship of the proletariat covers a long period of proletarian struggles, defeats, and victories. September 1928 491 A period of the continuing general crisis of capitalism and the maturing of socialist revolutions, that is, of civil wars of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, a period of national wars and colonial revolts which, while not in themselves socialist movements of the revolutionary proletariat, objectively become a consistent part of the proletarian world revolution to the extent that they shake imperialist rule, a period when capitalist and socialist socio-economic systems exist side by side within world economy, in peaceful relationships as well as in armed conflict, a period of the formation of a union of socialist Soviet states, a period of the wars of imperialist states against them, a period when the union between these states and the colonial peoples becomes closer and closer, etc. Unevenness of economic and political development is an absolute law of capitalism, and is even more marked in the imperialist epoch. Hence the international proletarian revolution cannot be conceived as a single act taking place everywhere simultaneously. The victory of socialism is therefore possible at first only in a few capitalist countries, or even in one, but every such victory enlarges the basis of world revolution and makes the general capitalist crisis still more acute. In this way the capitalist system approaches its final breakdown. The dictatorship of finance capital collapses and yields to the proletarian dictatorship. While bourgeois revolutions signify no more than the political emancipation of a system of production relationships that is already established and economically dominant, and the transfer of power from the hands of one exploiting class to another, the proletarian revolution signifies the violent eruption of the proletariat into the property relations of bourgeois society, the expropriation of the exploiting classes, and the transfer of power into the hands of that class whose mission it is to reshape radically the economic basis of society and to abolish all exploitation of man by man. While bourgeois revolutions took centuries to put an end throughout the world to the political domination of the feudal nobility, which could be destroyed only by a series of separate revolutions, the international proletarian revolution can accomplish its task in a shorter time, because of the closer interdependence of countries, although it is by no means a single event, but extends over an entire epoch. Only with the complete victory of the proletariat throughout the world and the consolidation of its power will the prolonged epoch of the intensive construction of a socialist world economy open. The conquest of power by the proletariat is the necessary prerequisite for the development of socialist forms of economy and the cultural growth of the proletariat, which will reshape its own nature, become mature enough to guide society in all spheres of human activity, draw the other classes into this process of transformation, and thus create the basis for the abolition of classes altogether. 492 The Communist International. In the course of the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship and the subsequent refashioning of society, the basis for that dictatorship is created by the alliance of workers and peasants, under the intellectual and political hegemony of the working class, in opposition to the bloc of landowners and capitalists. The transition period as a whole is characterized by the relentless suppression of the resistance of the exploiters, the organization of socialist construction, the mass retraining of the people in the spirit of socialism, and the gradual elimination of class divisions. Only to the degree in which the society of the transition period fulfills these great historical tasks will it change into communist society. The dictatorship of the world proletariat is thus the most essential and decisive prerequisite for the transition from capitalist to socialist world economy. This dictatorship can, however, be established only by the victory of socialism in individual countries or groups of countries. The newly arisen proletarian republics will ally themselves with those already in existence, and these federations, drawing in the colonies as they throw off the imperialist yoke, will increase steadily in number and will finally become the world union of socialist Soviet republics, uniting the whole of mankind under the hegemony of the international proletariat organized as a state. The conquest of power by the proletariat does not mean the peaceful capture of the ready-made bourgeois state machine by means of a parliamentary majority. The bourgeoisie make use of every kind of force and terror to maintain their stolen property and strengthen their political mastery. Like the feudal nobility before them, the bourgeoisie will not give up their place in history to the new class without the most bitter and desperate struggle. The violence of the bourgeoisie can be broken only by the most resolute use of violence by the proletariat. The conquest of power by the proletariat means the violent annihilation of bourgeois power, the destruction of the capitalist state machine, the bourgeois army, police, civil service hierarchy, courts, parliament, etc., and its replacement by new agencies of proletarian power, which serve primarily as instruments for the suppression of the exploiters. 2. The proletarian dictatorship and its Soviet form. The October Revolution of 1917 and the Hungarian Revolution, which immensely enlarged the experience gained in the Paris Commune of 1871, have shown that the most appropriate form of proletarian state power is a new type of state, the Soviet state, differing in principle from the bourgeois state not only in its class content but in its internal structure. This is precisely the form of state power which, originating directly in the broadest mass movement of the working people, ensures the maximum activity of the masses and so offers the surest pledge of their final victory. September 1928 493. The Soviet state, as the highest form of democracy, the embodiment of proletarian democracy, is the very opposite of bourgeois democracy, which is a masked form of bourgeois dictatorship. The Soviet state is the dictatorship of the proletariat, the rule of a single class. In contrast to bourgeois democracy, the Soviet state openly avows its class character and proclaims its task of suppressing the exploiters in the interests of the overwhelming majority of the population. It deprives its class enemies of political rights and, in certain historical circumstances, may grant to the proletariat, with the object of strengthening its leading position, a number of temporary privileges as against the scattered petty bourgeois peasantry. While disarming and suppressing its class enemies, the proletarian state regards this deprivation of political rights and certain restrictions on liberty as temporary measures dictated by the struggle against the efforts of the exploiters to defend or restore their privileges. It inscribes on its banner the pledge that the proletariat does not hold power in order to perpetuate it, that it does not act in its craft or professional interests, but aims at uniting the backward and scattered masses of the rural proletarians, the semi-proletarians, and the working peasants more and more closely with the advanced strata of the workers, and so gradually and methodically eliminating class divisions altogether. As the all-embracing expression of the unity and organization of the masses under proletarian leadership, the Soviets in fact mobilize the broadest strata of workers, peasants, and laboring people for the struggle and for socialist construction, and draw them into the practical administration of the state. In all their activities they rely on the mass organizations of the working class, put into practice among the working people the most far-reaching democracy, and are infinitely more closely linked with the masses than any other form of state. The right of electing and recalling representatives, the fusion of executive and legislative power, the substitution of elections at the place of work, factory, shop, etc., for territorial elections, all these measures ensure that the working class and the broad masses of the laboring people under its hegemony will take a regular, constant, and active part in all public affairs, economic, political, military, and cultural. This sharply distinguishes the Soviet proletarian dictatorship from bourgeois parliamentary republics. Bourgeois democracy, with its formal equality of citizens before the law, is built on the glaring economic inequality of classes. Bourgeois democracy does not tamper with the monopoly of the capitalist class and the largest landowners in the decisive means of production. On the contrary, it strengthens that monopoly and so converts, for the exploited classes and above all for the proletariat, formal equality before the law, democratic rights and liberties which in any case are in practice systematically curtailed into a legal fiction, a means of deceiving and enslaving the 494 the communist international masses. So-called bourgeois democracy is capitalist democracy, reflecting the political domination of the bourgeoisie. The Soviet state, on the other hand, by depriving the exploiting classes of the means of production, which then become the monopoly of the proletariat, the ruling class, secures for the working class and for working people generally the material basis for exercising their rights by placing at their disposal public buildings, printing presses, means of transport, etc. As regards political rights, the Soviet state, while denying these to the exploiters and enemies of the people, abolishes, for the first time in history, all inequalities of citizenship based, under the rule of the exploiters, on differences of sex, religion, or nationality. In this respect it secures a degree of equality unknown in the bourgeois world. At the same time the proletarian dictatorship creates the material conditions which make this equality real in practice. These include measures for the emancipation of women, the industrialization of former colonies, etc. Thus Soviet democracy is proletarian democracy, the democracy of the laboring masses, democracy directed against the exploiters. The Soviet state completely disarms the bourgeoisie and concentrates all arms in the hands of the proletariat. It is the state of the proletariat in arms. The armed forces, like the proletarian dictatorship as a whole, are built on class principles, which secure to the industrial proletariat the leading role. While maintaining revolutionary discipline, this system ensures close and continuous contact between the warriors of the Red Army and Navy and the working masses, and their participation in the administration of the country and the construction of socialism. 3. The proletarian dictatorship and the expropriation of the expropriators. The victorious proletariat uses the power it has seized as a lever of economic revolution, i.e. for the revolutionary transformation of capitalist property relations into relations of the socialist mode of production. The starting point for this tremendous economic revolution is the expropriation of the large landowners and capitalists, i.e. the conversion of the monopolist property of the bourgeoisie into the property of the proletarian state. In this sphere the Communist International postulates as the most important tasks of the proletarian dictatorship the following. A. Industry, transport, and communications. A. The confiscation, expropriation without compensation, and proletarian nationalization of all large private capitalist industrial undertakings, factories, mines, power stations, and the transfer of all national and municipal undertakings to the Soviets. B. The confiscation and proletarian nationalization of private capitalist transport services by rail, road, water, and air, commercial and passenger. September 1928 495 air services, and the transfer to the Soviets of every kind of state and municipal property in the means of transport. C. The confiscation and proletarian nationalization of private capitalist enterprises in the transmission of communications, telegraph, telephone, and wireless, and the transfer to the Soviets of state and municipal communication services. D. The organization of workers' management of industry, the creation of state management organs with strong trade union participation. Factory councils to be guaranteed their appropriate functions. E. The reorganization of industry to meet the needs of the broadest masses, reorganization of those industries which served the needs of the former ruling classes, luxury trades, etc., strengthening of those industries which promote the development of agriculture, in order to reinforce the ties with peasant farming, ensuring the development of state economic enterprises and accelerating the rate of development of the entire national economy. B. Agriculture. A. The confiscation and proletarian nationalization of all large land holdings in town and country, belonging to individuals, churches, monasteries, etc., and the transfer of all state and municipal property in land, including forests, minerals, waters, etc., to the Soviets, all land to be subsequently nationalized. B. The confiscation of all production equipment on large land holdings, such as buildings, machinery, and other equipment, cattle, installations for processing agricultural products, mills, dairies, kilns, etc. C. The transfer of large farms, particularly model farms and those of considerable economic importance, to the organs of the proletarian dictatorship, to be organized and run as Soviet farms. D. The transfer of part of the confiscated land of the large landowners and other landowners to the peasants, to the poor peasants and partly also to the middle peasants, particularly where these lands were formerly cultivated by tenant farmers and served to hold them in economic bondage. The size of the part to be handed over to the peasants to be determined by economic expediency and by the need to neutralize the peasants and win them over to the proletarian cause. It will therefore vary according to different local conditions. E. Prohibition on the sale and purchase of land, which is to be retained by the peasants and not transferred to capitalists, speculators, etc. Any infraction of this prohibition to be vigorously combated. F. In the fight against usury, all usurious debt agreements and all debts owed by the exploited strata of the peasantry to be annulled, poor peasants to be exempt from taxation, etc. 496 The Communist International, G. Large-scale measures to be initiated by the state to improve agricultural productive forces, such as electrification, manufacture of tractors, production of chemical fertilizers, the raising of good seed and pedigree cattle on Soviet farms, large-scale provision of credits for agricultural improvements. H. The encouragement and financing of agricultural cooperatives and all forms of collective production in the village, producers' cooperatives, communes, etc. Systematic propaganda for cooperative peasant association, cooperative marketing, purchase, and credits, based on the independent activities of the peasant masses themselves, propaganda in favor of large-scale agricultural production, which because of its indisputable technical and economic superiority will be of great and immediate advantage and the most likely method of enabling the broad mass of working peasants to make the transition to socialism. C. Trade and credit. A. The proletarian nationalization of private banks, the entire gold reserve, all securities, deposits, etc., to be transferred to the state, and the transfer of central, municipal, and similar banks to the proletarian state. B. Centralization of the entire banking system, all nationalized large banks to be subordinated to one central state bank. C. Nationalization of wholesale trade and of large retail trade concerns, warehouses, grain elevators, large stores, stocks of goods, etc., and their transfer to organs of the Soviet state. D. Every encouragement to be given to consumers' cooperatives as the most important part of the machinery of distribution, their work to be coordinated and the masses to be ensured independent participation in their establishment. E. Monopoly of foreign trade. F. Cancellation of public debts to capitalists, domestic and foreign. D. Protection of labor, social legislation, etc. A. Reduction of the working day to 7 hours, and to 6 hours in occupations particularly injurious to health. The working day to be still shorter, and a 5-day week to be introduced, in countries with highly developed productive forces. The working day to be determined in accordance with increases in labor productivity. B. Prohibition as a general rule of night work, and of work in occupations particularly injurious to health, for all females, prohibition of child labor, prohibition of overtime. C. The working day for juveniles to be shortened, 6-hour maximum for those under 18. Socialist reorganization of juvenile labor by combining material production with general and political education. September 1, 928 497, D. Social insurance of every kind, health, old age, accident, unemployment, etc., at state expense, at the cost of the private employer where private enterprise still exists, to be administered by the insured persons themselves. E. A comprehensive public health system and the establishment of free medical services, war to be waged on the social diseases, alcoholism, venereal disease, tuberculosis. F. Social equality of the sexes before the law and in social life, with the radical reform of marriage and family law. Recognition of maternity as a social function, protection of mothers and infants, initiation of measures for the care and upbringing of children and juveniles by society, creches, kindergartens, children's homes, etc. Establishment of institutions which will gradually reduce domestic burdens, public kitchens and laundries, planned cultural struggle against the ideologies and traditions of female bondage. E-housing. A. Confiscation of properties of large landlords. B. Transfer of the confiscated houses to the local Soviets. C. Bourgeois districts to be settled by workers. D. Palaces and large public and private buildings to be handed over to workers' organizations. E. Large-scale house building programs to be carried out. F. The national and colonial question. A. Recognition of the right of all nations, regardless of race, to complete self-determination, i.e. going as far as political secession. B. Voluntary union and centralization of the military and economic forces of all peoples liberated from capitalism for the fight against imperialism and the construction of socialist economy. C. Vigorous and resolute struggle against any limitations or restrictions directed against any people, nation, or race. Complete equality of all nations and races. D. The Soviet state secures and promotes the development of the national cultures of the nations liberated from capitalism with all the means at its disposal, consistently seeking to give the content of these cultures a proletarian character. E. Every encouragement to be given to the economic, political, and cultural advance of the formerly oppressed areas, border areas, and colonies with the object of creating a firm foundation for genuine and complete national equality. F. Fight against all survivals of chauvinism, of national hatred, of race prejudice, and other ideological relics of feudal and capitalist barbarism. 498 The Communist International G means for exerting ideological influence, a. Nationalization of printing works. b. Monopoly of newspapers and publishing. c. Nationalization of large cinema and theater concerns. d. Utilization of the nationalized means of producing goods for intellectual purposes for an extensive program of political and general education of the working people and for building a new socialist culture on proletarian class foundations. 4. The cardinal features of the proletarian dictatorship's economic policy. In implementing all these measures, the proletarian dictatorship must be guided by the following principles. 1. The complete abolition of private property in land and the nationalization of all land cannot be accomplished at one stroke in the most highly developed capitalist states, where the principle of private property is deeply rooted among broad strata of the peasantry. In these countries, land nationalization can be undertaken only gradually, in a series of transitional measures. 2. As a rule, the nationalization of production should not extend to small and medium-sized businesses, peasants, artisans, self-employed craftsmen, small and medium traders, small-scale manufacturers, etc., for the following reasons. First, because the proletariat must distinguish clearly between the property resulting from the labor of the small producer, who can and must gradually be drawn into socialist construction, and the property capitalists derive from exploitation, which must be abolished as an essential prerequisite for the construction of socialism. Secondly, because, having achieved power, the proletariat, particularly in the early stages of the dictatorship, will not have at its command enough organizational ability not merely to abolish capitalism, but also to organize immediately on a socialist basis medium-sized and small productive units. These small units, particularly the peasant farms, will be drawn into the general socialist organization of production and distribution only gradually, and with comprehensive and systematic support from the proletarian state for every form of their collectivization. Any attempt to destroy their economic operations by violence, and any compulsory collectivization would only yield negative results. 3. The existence of a substantial number of small production units, primarily farms, artisans, small traders, etc., not only in the colonies, semi-colonies, and economically backward countries, in which the petty bourgeois masses represent the great majority of the population, but also in the centers of capitalist economy, United States, Germany, and to some September 1928 499 extent even England, requires in a greater or less degree, in the early stages of development, the maintenance of market relations, the money system, etc. The multiplicity of these economic forms, from large-scale socialized industry to small peasants and craftsmen, which is necessarily accompanied by a struggle among them, the corresponding multiplicity of classes and class groups with their different economic incentives, the struggle between different economic interests, and finally the prevalence of customs and traditions in every sphere of economic life, the legacy of a bourgeois social order which cannot be eradicated at one stroke. All this requires the proletariat, in its conduct of the economy, to establish the correct combination between large-scale socialist industry and the small concerns of small commodity producers. Such a combination, based on market relations, will secure the leading role of socialist industry and at the same time ensure the most rapid progress for the great mass of peasant farms. Therefore, the greater the specific weight of scattered small peasant labor in the economy of a country, the more widespread are market relations, the smaller the importance of direct planned management, and the more will the general economic plan have to depend on estimates of spontaneous economic relations. The reverse also holds true: the smaller the specific weight of small-scale enterprises, the greater the share of socialized labor, the greater the total of concentrated and socialized means of production in the economy as a whole, the more restricted will be the scope of market relations, the greater the importance of controlled economic development as compared with economic anarchy, the greater and more comprehensive the planned management of production and distribution. The technical and economic superiority of large-scale socialized industry, the concentration of all the decisive economic commanding heights, industry, transport, banking, large-scale agriculture, etc., in the hands of the proletarian state, the planned conduct of the economy, the power of the state machine as a whole, budget, taxation, administrative legislation, and legislation generally, will, provided the proletarian dictatorship has a correct class policy, i.e. correctly estimates class relations, steadily and methodically squeeze out both what remains of private capital and any new seeds of capitalism that take root in town or country, large peasants and kulaks, with the expansion of the economy of small commodity producers in conditions of more or less free trade and market relations. At the same time, the organization of the peasantry in cooperatives, and the expansion of collective forms of economy, will draw the bulk of peasant farms, i.e. the small and medium holdings, into the developing system of socialism. The outwardly capitalist forms and methods of economic activity associated with market relations, price calculations, money, wages, purchase and sale, credit and banks, will serve as levers of 500 the Communist International Socialist change insofar as they encourage to an increasing extent the development of enterprises of a consistently socialist type, i.e. insofar as they serve the socialist sector of the economy. Thus, provided the Soviet state pursues the correct policy, market relations in a proletarian dictatorship carry within themselves the seeds of their own destruction. In helping to squeeze out private capital and transform peasant economy, in contributing to the centralization and concentration of the means of production in the hands of the proletarian state, they promote the process of eliminating market relations altogether. In the likely event of armed capitalist intervention, or of a prolonged counter-revolutionary war against the proletarian dictatorship, those in control of the economy must be guided primarily by the need to defend the proletarian dictatorship. It may become necessary to introduce war communism as the economic policy. This is nothing but the organization of rational consumption in the interests of military defense, combined with a system of reinforced pressure on the capitalist groups, confiscations, requisitions, etc. Free trade and market relations will be more or less liquidated, and the individualist economic incentives of the small producers in large measure destroyed, such action being accompanied by a diminution in the forces of production. A policy of war communism is historically justified because it undermines the material basis of the strata within the country hostile to the working class, secures a rational distribution of supplies, and facilitates the armed struggle of the proletarian dictatorship. Nonetheless, it should not be taken as a normal economic policy for the proletarian dictatorship. 5. The proletarian dictatorship and the classes. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the continuation of its class struggle in new conditions. The proletarian dictatorship is a stubborn struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, educational and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the old society, against the capitalist enemy outside the country and the remnants of the exploiting classes within the country, and against the seeds of a new bourgeoisie taking root in an environment from which commodity production has not been eradicated. After the end of the Civil War, this stubborn class struggle assumes new forms. Prominent among them is the struggle of socialist forms of economy against survivals of the old economic methods and new manifestations of these methods. The forms assumed by this struggle necessarily change at the different stages of socialist development. In certain circumstances, the struggle may become more acute in the first stage. In the initial stage of the proletarian dictatorship, the policy of the September 1, 1928 501 proletariat towards other classes and social groups is determined by the following principles. 1. The big bourgeoisie and large landowners, the section of the officers' corps devoted to their interests, the army staff and the higher ranks of the civil service are consistent enemies of the working class who must be pitilessly crushed. It is, however, possible to use the organizational skills of a certain section of these elements, but as a rule only after the consolidation of the dictatorship and the decisive defeat of all revolts and conspiracies by the exploiters. 2. In regard to the technical intelligentsia, brought up in the bourgeois tradition and closely associated, in its higher ranks, with the commanding apparatus of capital, the proletariat, while vigorously suppressing all counter-revolutionary activities on the part of the hostile strata of the intelligentsia, must bear in mind the need to draw this skilled social force into the work of socialist construction, and to encourage in every way the groups among them that are neutral, and especially the groups that are well disposed towards the workers' revolution. In opening up to view the full panorama of economic, technical, and cultural construction under socialism in all its social significance, the proletariat must systematically bring over to its side the technical intelligentsia, subject it to its ideological influence, and secure its active cooperation in the work of transformation. 3. It is the task of the communist parties, supported by the rural proletariat, to win over to their side all the exploited and laboring strata of the village. The victorious proletariat must distinguish clearly between the various groupings within the peasantry, carefully weigh their relative importance, and support in every way the propertyless, semi-proletarian strata of the peasantry by transferring to them a part of the landowners' estates, helping them in their struggle against the usurers, etc. The medium strata of the peasantry must be neutralized, and all resistance by the rural bourgeoisie allied with the large landowners ruthlessly suppressed. As it strengthens its dictatorship and progresses with the building of socialism, the proletariat must pass from the policy of neutralizing the middle peasants to a policy of a firm alliance with them, without, however, allowing even the idea of sharing power with them to emerge. For the proletarian dictatorship reflects the fact that only the industrial working class is able to lead the entire mass of the working people. But, while being the rule of the proletariat alone, it is also a special form of class alliance between the proletariat as the vanguard of the working people and the numerous non-proletarian strata among them, or the majority of them. It is an alliance for the final overthrow of capital, for completely crushing the resistance of the bourgeoisie and their attempts to restore the old order, for the final establishment and consolidation of socialism. 502 The Communist International 4. The urban petty bourgeoisie, who constantly vacillate between extreme reaction and sympathy with the proletariat, must also be neutralized and as far as possible won over to the proletarian cause. This can be done by leaving them their small property, retaining a certain degree of freedom in trade, eliminating usurious loans, and by the proletariat helping them in every way to fight against every form of capitalist oppression. 6. Mass organizations in the system of proletarian dictatorship. While these tasks of the proletarian dictatorship are being accomplished, radical changes occur in the tasks and functions of mass organizations, particularly labor organizations. Under capitalism, the trade unions, the first mass labor organizations in which the broad proletarian strata united and received their training, are the principal weapons in the industrial and mass struggles against concentrated capital and its state. Under the proletarian dictatorship they become its most powerful lever, a school of communism drawing the great mass of the proletariat into the socialist management of production. The unions become an organization directly linked with all parts of the state apparatus, influencing all branches of its work, safeguarding the long-term as well as the day-to-day interests of the working class and combating bureaucratic distortions in the organs of the Soviet state. Thus the trade unions become the backbone of the economic and political organizations of the proletariat, for they provide from their own ranks the leading cadres for constructive work, draw broad masses of the proletariat into this work, and make it their special task to fight against the bureaucratic excrescences which are bound to develop as a result of the low cultural level of the masses and of the influence of classes hostile to the proletariat. Under capitalism, working-class cooperative organizations are condemned in defiance of reformist utopias to play an extremely modest part. Frequently, because of conditions under capitalism generally, and of the reformist policy of their leaders, they degenerate and turn into appendages of the capitalist system. Under the proletarian dictatorship, the cooperatives can and must become the most important units in the machinery of distribution. Lastly, the peasant agricultural cooperatives, marketing, purchasing, credit, and producers' cooperatives, can and must become one of the basic forms of organization linking the countryside with the town, provided they are under appropriate management and conduct a systematic struggle against capitalist elements, while ensuring the active participation of the broad masses of rural working people who follow the proletariat. Under capitalism, cooperative associations of peasant farmers, insofar as they show any vitality at all, usually turn into capitalist undertakings, for they are completely dependent on capitalist industry, capitalist banks. September 1, 928 503 and the capitalist environment as a whole, and are managed by reformists, by the village bourgeoisie, and often even by the landlords. Under the proletarian dictatorship they develop into a different system with different relationships, and are dependent on proletarian industry, proletarian banks, etc. In this way, and provided that the proletariat pursues a correct class policy, i.e. conducts a systematic class struggle against capitalist elements inside and outside the cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives, under the guidance of socialist industry, become one of the most important levers for the socialist transformation of the countryside, for its collectivization. This, however, does not exclude the possibility that in some countries the consumers' cooperatives, and agricultural cooperatives in particular, will at first, under the leadership of the bourgeoisie and their social democratic agents, serve as counter-revolutionary strongholds and sabotage the economic activities of the workers' revolution. The proletariat wages all these battles and accomplishes its work of construction through a great variety of organizations, which must become the real driving forces of the Soviet state and the links which connect it with the broadest masses of all strata of the working class. It secures unity of will and action through the leading role of the Communist Party in the system of the proletarian dictatorship. The Party of the Proletariat relies directly on the trade unions, and on a series of other organizations covering the working masses and, through them, the peasants, Soviets, cooperatives, Young Communist League, etc., and in this way it guides the Soviet system as a whole. Only the devoted support of all mass organizations for the Soviet government, the unshakable unity of class will, and the leadership of the party enable the proletariat to fulfill its tasks as organizer of the new society. 7. The proletarian dictatorship and the cultural revolution. This role of organizer of a new human society presupposes that the proletariat will become culturally mature, refashion its own nature, and steadily promote from its ranks new proletarian cadres able to assimilate all the achievements of technology, science, and administration, with the object of constructing socialism and the new socialist culture. While the bourgeois revolution against feudalism presupposes that a new class has grown within the womb of the feudal social order, superior to the ruling class in virtue of its greater cultural maturity, and dominant in economic life even under feudalism, the proletarian revolution develops in entirely different conditions. In capitalist society the working class is exploited economically, oppressed politically, and downtrodden culturally, and therefore it is only in the transition period, only after it has seized state power, that it can break the bourgeois monopoly of education, master all knowledge, and transform its own nature in the light of its 504. The Communist International experiences in the tremendous work of construction. Such a transformation, on a mass scale, is essential to the development of a communist consciousness among the masses, to the cause of socialism itself. This can take place only in the course of practical activities, in the revolution. Thus the revolution is necessary not only because there is no other way of overthrowing the ruling class, but because only in revolution can the class which overthrows it cleanse itself of all the filth of the old society and become capable of founding a new society. While destroying capitalist monopoly in the means of production, the working class must also get rid of the bourgeoisie's monopoly of education, i.e. it must take over the entire educational system, up to and including the universities. It is a matter of great urgency for the proletariat to train its own specialists from among the working class, for production, engineers, technicians, organizers, etc., as well as for military affairs, art, and science. Furthermore, it is necessary to raise the general cultural level of the broad proletarian masses, further their political training, improve their knowledge and technical qualifications, familiarize them with the routine of public work and administration, combat the survivals of bourgeois and petty bourgeois prejudices, etc. Only to the extent that the proletariat appoints its own most advanced elements to all key positions in socialist construction and culture, only to the extent that these elements continue to expand steadily by drawing more and more members of the proletarian class into the process of cultural transformation, until at last the division of the proletariat into advanced and backward strata is obliterated, only to that extent will the proletariat ensure the victorious construction of socialism and build a barrier against bureaucratic decay and class degeneration. In the course of the revolution, the proletariat reshapes not only its own nature, but also the nature of the other classes, especially the numerous petty bourgeois strata of town and country, and in particular the laboring strata of the peasantry. The working class gives the broadest masses an opportunity to share in the cultural revolution, draws them into the work of building socialism, organizes them and trains them in the spirit of communism by every available means, and fights vigorously against all anti-proletarian and craft ideologies. The proletariat works methodically and with special emphasis to get rid of the general and cultural backwardness of the village, and so, with the development of collective forms of economy, creates the prerequisites for eliminating class divisions in society. The fight against religion, the opium of the people, occupies a special place among the tasks of the cultural transformation of the broad masses. This fight must be waged stubbornly and systematically. The proletarian government must deprive the Church, as an agency of the former ruling. September 1, 928 505 classes, of all state support, prohibit any interference by the Church in the public educational system, and ruthlessly suppress the counter-revolutionary activities of ecclesiastical organizations. The proletarian government permits freedom of belief, but at the same time uses all the means at its disposal to promote anti-religious propaganda, abolishes the privileged status of the former established church, and refashions the entire educational system on the basis of the philosophy of scientific materialism. 8. The struggle for the world proletarian dictatorship and the principal types of revolution. The international proletarian revolution consists of a series of processes, differing in character and in time, purely proletarian revolutions, revolutions of a bourgeois democratic type which turn into proletarian revolutions, wars of national liberation, or colonial revolutions. It is only when this development reaches its conclusion that the revolutionary process emerges as the world proletarian dictatorship. The unequal development of capitalism, accentuated in the epoch of imperialism, has given rise to a great variety of types of capitalism with differing degrees of maturity in different countries, and to a great variety of conditions of the revolutionary process peculiar to each. It follows with historical inevitability that the proletariat will seize power in a variety of ways and with varying degrees of rapidity, and that in a number of countries it will be necessary to pass through a transitional stage to the proletarian dictatorship. It follows further from this that the construction of socialism will assume different forms in different countries. The varied conditions and roads of the transition to the proletarian dictatorship in different countries may be reduced schematically to the following three types. In highly developed capitalist countries, the United States, Germany, England, etc., with powerful productive forces, a high degree of centralization of production, relatively insignificant small-scale enterprise, and an old and well-established bourgeois democratic political regime, the principal political demand of the program is the direct transition to the proletarian dictatorship. In the economic domain, the essential demands are the expropriation of all large concerns, the establishment of a substantial number of Soviet state farms, the transfer of only a relatively small proportion of the land to the peasants, comparatively small scope for the operation of spontaneous market relationships, rapid socialist development in general and very rapid collectivization of peasant farms. Countries at a medium level of capitalist development, Spain, Portugal, Poland, Hungary, the Balkans, etc., where semi-feudal relationships largely survive in agriculture, although the material prerequisites for the construction of socialism are present in some degree, the bourgeois democratic revolution not having been completed, in some of these. 506 The Communist International countries. It is possible that the bourgeois democratic revolution will develop more or less rapidly into the socialist revolution, while in others there may be types of proletarian revolution which will have many tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution to accomplish. In the first case it is possible that the proletarian dictatorship will be established not immediately, but only in the course of the transition from the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry to the socialist dictatorship of the proletariat, while the second, where the revolution develops as a directly proletarian one, presupposes a broad agrarian and peasant movement led by the proletariat. The agrarian revolution plays a tremendous, sometimes a decisive part. With the expropriation of large estates, a considerable part of the confiscated land is handed over to the peasantry. After the victory of the proletariat, market relations prevail over a large area. The task of organizing the peasantry into cooperatives and into large production units is one of the most important of the many tasks of socialist construction. The rate of that construction is relatively slow. Colonial and semi-colonial countries, China, India, etc., and independent countries, Argentina, Brazil, etc. In some of these countries industry is only rudimentary, in others it is fairly well developed, but for the most part insufficient to provide a basis for independent socialist construction. Both in the economy as in the political superstructure, medieval feudal relationships prevail, or the Asiatic mode of production, the key industries, the dominant trading, banking, and transportation concerns, as well as plantations, etc., are concentrated in the hands of foreign imperialist groups. In these countries the struggle against feudalism, against pre-capitalist forms of exploitation, the consistent pursuit of the peasant agrarian revolution, and the struggle against foreign imperialism and for national independence are of decisive importance. Here the transition to the proletarian dictatorship is as a rule possible only through a series of preparatory stages, only as the outcome of an entire period of transformation of the bourgeois democratic into the socialist revolution. In most of these countries the successful construction of socialism is possible only with the direct help of the countries where the proletarian dictatorship is already established. In still more backward countries, for example in parts of Africa, where there are virtually no industrial wage earners, where the majority of the population live in tribal conditions and traces of the old clan society still survive, where there is practically no national bourgeoisie and foreign imperialism appears primarily as armed conquest and seizure of the land. In these countries the struggle for national liberation is the central task. Here victorious national uprisings may open the road to socialism while bypassing the capitalist stage, if sufficiently powerful help is given by the countries with a proletarian dictatorship. September 1928 507. At a time when, in the advanced capitalist countries, the seizure of power by the proletariat is on the order of the day, while in the Soviet Union the proletarian dictatorship already exists and is a factor of world importance, the liberation movements provoked by the penetration of world capital into the colonial and semi-colonial countries can lead, despite the immaturity of social conditions there, if they are regarded in isolation, to socialist development, provided they receive the help and support of the proletarian dictatorship and the international proletarian movement generally. 9. The struggle for the world proletarian dictatorship and colonial revolutions. The peculiar conditions of the revolutionary struggle in colonial and semi-colonial countries, the inevitability of a prolonged period of struggle for the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry and for its development into a proletarian dictatorship, and the decisive importance of the national factor in this contest impose a number of special tasks on the communist parties of these countries. The general tasks of the proletarian dictatorship cannot be mastered before these special tasks are accomplished. The Communist International considers that the most important among them are the following: 1. The overthrow of foreign imperialism, of feudalism, and of the landlord bureaucracy. 2. Establishment of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry on the basis of Soviets. 3. Complete national independence and political unification. 4. Cancellation of state debts. 5. nationalization of large undertakings, in industry, transport, banking, etc., belonging to the imperialists. 6. Expropriation of large landowners, of church and monastery estates, nationalization of all land. 7. Introduction of the 8-hour day. 8. Establishment of a revolutionary workers' and peasants' army. As the struggle continues to develop and to become more acute, sabotage by the bourgeoisie, confiscation of enterprises belonging to the sabotaging sections of the bourgeoisie, which is bound to develop into the nationalization of large-scale industry, the bourgeois democratic revolution, consistently pursued, will be transformed into the proletarian revolution in those colonies and semi-colonies where the proletariat acts as leader and exercises hegemony over the movement. In colonies without a proletariat, the overthrow of imperialist power must be accompanied by the organization of a popular, peasant, Soviet regime, the confiscation of businesses and land owned by foreigners, and the transfer of this property to the state. 508 The Communist international colonial revolutions and national liberation movements play an extremely important part in the struggle against imperialism and the conquest of power by the working class. In the transition period, colonies and semi-colonies are also important because they represent the village on a world scale vis-a-vis the industrial countries, which represent the town in the context of world economy. Hence the problem of organizing a socialist world economy, of the correct combination of industry and agriculture, resolves itself to a large extent into the question of relations with the former colonies of imperialism. To establish a fraternal militant alliance with the working masses of the colonies is therefore one of the principal tasks of the industrial world proletariat as leader and hegemon in the fight against imperialism. The course of the world revolution drives the workers of the imperialist states into the fight for the proletarian dictatorship, and at the same time rouses hundreds of millions of colonial workers and peasants to the struggle against foreign imperialism. Once centers of socialism exist, in the form of socialist Soviet republics with steadily growing economic power, the colonies which have broken away from imperialism draw nearer, economically, to the industrial centers of world socialism and gradually unite with them. Drawn in this way into the path of socialist construction, and bypassing the stages of development when capitalism is the dominant system, they can make rapid economic and cultural progress. Peasant Soviets in the backward ex-colonies, and workers and peasants Soviets in the more advanced, will gravitate politically towards the centers of proletarian dictatorship and will in this way be drawn into the general system of the ever-expanding Federation of Soviet Republics and the world dictatorship of the proletariat. Socialism, as the new mode of production, will thus develop on a world scale. The proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union and the International Socialist Revolution 1. The construction of socialism in the Soviet Union and the class struggle. The most striking manifestation of the profound crisis of the capitalist system is the division of the world economy into capitalist countries and countries building socialism. Hence the internal consolidation of the proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union, the successes of socialist construction, the growing influence and authority of the Soviet Union among the proletarian masses and the oppressed colonial peoples signify the continuation, the strengthening, and the spread of the international socialist revolution. In their countries, the workers of the Soviet republics have at their September 1, 928 509 disposal the necessary and sufficient material prerequisites both for the overthrow of the large landowners and the bourgeoisie and for the establishment of complete socialism. With the help of the international proletariat, they heroically repelled the attack by the armed forces of the counter-revolution, internal and external. They have reinforced their alliance with the bulk of the peasant masses and achieved great successes in socialist construction. The links established between proletarian socialist industry and small peasant farming, which ensure the development of agricultural productive forces while guaranteeing the leading role of socialist industry, the combination of industry and agriculture which has replaced capitalist production for the satisfaction of the unproductive consumption of parasitic classes, production not for the sake of capitalist profits but to satisfy the rapidly growing needs of the masses, a development which in the long run greatly stimulates the expansion of the entire production process, Finally, the concentration of key economic positions in the hands of the proletarian state, the extension of the sphere of economic planning, resulting in a more economic use and in the most expedient distribution of the forces of production. All this enables the proletariat to advance rapidly along the road of socialist construction. By improving the productive forces of the entire national economy, by steadily pursuing a policy of industrialization the rapid rate of which is dictated by both the international and the domestic situation, the Soviet proletariat, notwithstanding the attempts at financial and economic boycott regularly and deliberately made by the capitalist powers, is increasing the relative share of the socialist sector of the national economy in the means of production, in total output, and in trade turnover. Because the land is nationalized and industrialization is going ahead, socialist state industry, state transport, and banking, operating through state trading and the rapidly growing cooperative system, are coming more and more to serve as guides for small and very small peasant farming. In agriculture, the improvement in productive forces is occurring in conditions which impose limits on the process of differentiation among the peasantry, land nationalization and the prohibition on the sale and purchase of land, steeply progressive taxes, financial aid for cooperatives and producers' associations established by the poor and middle peasants, legal regulation of the employment of hired labor, restrictions on the political and social rights of the large peasants, special organizations for the village poor, etc. But since the productive forces of socialist industry have not yet reached that level of development which would make it possible to reorganize agriculture thoroughly on the basis of new agricultural techniques and so facilitate the rapid concentration of peasant farms into large communes, collective farms, the large peasants are also making 510 the Communist International some progress and uniting with the so-called new bourgeoisie, economically and, in a more gradual way, politically as well. The proletariat of the Soviet Union controls all the decisive key economic positions. It is methodically squeezing out what remains of private capital in the towns, whose share in the total economy declined very steeply in the last phase of the new economic policy. The proletariat is obstructing in every way the expansion of the exploiting strata in the countryside which grow out of the development of a commodity and money economy. It is supporting the existing Soviet farms and promoting the foundation of new ones. It is incorporating the bulk of simple commodity producers among the peasantry into the proletarian system of economy, and so into socialist construction, by means of rapidly developing cooperative organization, which, in a proletarian dictatorship where socialist industry plays the leading part in the economy, is identical with the development of socialism. With the transition from reconstruction to the expanded reproduction of the entire technical basis of the country's production, the proletariat of the Soviet Union faces new tasks, which it has already begun to tackle: the creation of new capital resources, the production of means of production in general, expansion of heavy industry, electrification, and, in addition to the further encouragement of marketing, purchasing, and credit cooperatives, the direct organization of the peasants, on a steadily expanding scale, into collective producers' cooperatives, a task which calls for large-scale material assistance from the proletarian state. Already established as the decisive economic force in the Soviet Union, which puts its stamp on the development of the entire economy, socialism is advancing nearer and nearer to its completion by systematically overcoming the difficulties which arise from the petty bourgeois character of the country and are natural in periods when class contradictions become for a time more acute. The need to re-equip industry and to make large new capital investments gives rise to a number of grave difficulties on the path of socialist development which, in the final analysis, are due to the technical and economic backwardness of the country, and to the destruction caused by the World War and Civil War. Nevertheless, the standard of living of the working class and the broad masses of the working population continues to improve. Pari passu with the continuing socialist rationalization and scientific organization of industry, the 7-hour day is gradually being introduced, opening new prospects for improvements in the working and living conditions of the proletariat. Backed by the growing economic strength of the Soviet Union and by the steady expansion of the socialist sector of the economy, the working class, under the leadership of the Communist Party steeled in revolutionary September 1928 511 battle, is drawing more and more millions of the laboring people into the work of building socialism. In the countryside it relies on the village poor and forges strong links with the middle peasantry, while never halting for a moment its struggle against the large peasants. To accomplish these ends it develops broad mass organizations, the party as the guiding force, the trade unions as the backbone of the entire system of proletarian dictatorship, the Young Communist League, cooperatives of every kind, associations of housewives, working women and peasant women, various other associations, worker and peasant press correspondents, sports organizations, scientific societies, educational and cultural organizations, and encourages the initiative of the masses. It selects and promotes workers to leading posts in all branches of the economy and the administration. The constant attraction of the masses into the work of socialist construction, the steady renovation of the entire machinery of the state, the economy, the trade unions by recruitment from the ranks of the proletariat, the systematic training of fresh socialist cadres from the ranks of the working class, particularly young workers, in high schools and special courses, etc., for all branches of construction these provide the best guarantees against bureaucratic petrifaction and social degeneration of the leading proletarian cadres. To the Soviet Union and its obligations to the international revolution. The proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union overthrew Russian imperialism, liberated all the former colonies and oppressed peoples of the Tsarist Empire, and laid a firm foundation for their cultural and political development by industrializing these territories. It secured the juridical position of the autonomous regions, autonomous republics, and union republics in the Constitution of the Union, and granted full rights of national self-determination, thus ensuring to the various nationalities of the Union not merely formal, but real equality. As the country of proletarian dictatorship and socialist construction, of tremendous working class achievements, of the alliance of proletariat and peasantry, as the country of a new civilization advancing under the banner of Marxism, the Soviet Union was bound to become the base of the international movement of all oppressed classes, the center of the international revolution, the most significant factor in world history. In the Soviet Union, for the first time in history, the proletariat is fighting for its own fatherland. The Soviet Union is the most powerful center of attraction for the colonial peoples fighting for their liberation. Thus the Soviet Union is becoming a significant factor in the general capitalist crisis, not only because it has laid the foundations of a new socialist economic system and so dropped out of the capitalist world system, but also because it has a revolutionary part to play without parallel in 512 the Communist International history, the part of a driving force of the international proletarian revolution spurring the proletariat of all countries onto the conquest of power. It acts as a living example of the fact that the working class is capable not only of destroying capitalism, but also of building socialism as well. As a union of socialist Soviet republics, it serves as a model of fraternal relations between all peoples of the earth, of the economic unity of the working people of all countries in the single world socialist economy which the proletariat of the world must establish after it has captured state power. The existence side by side of two economic systems, socialist in the Soviet Union and capitalist in other countries, imposes on the workers' state the task of warding off the attacks of the capitalist world, boycott, blockade, etc. At the same time it has to maneuver in the economic field and to make use of its economic connections with capitalist countries, with the aid of the foreign trade monopoly, one of the basic prerequisites for successful socialist construction, and by means of credits, loans, concessions, etc. The guiding line to be followed must be that of establishing as wide contacts as possible with foreign countries, but only insofar as they prove useful to the Soviet Union, i.e. help to strengthen Soviet industry by creating a basis for heavy industry, electrification, and finally for a socialist machine-building industry. Only insofar as its economic independence of the capitalist environment is made secure, Can the Soviet Union withstand the danger that its socialist achievements will be destroyed and the country transformed into an appendage of the capitalist world system? Despite the importance of the Soviet market, the capitalist states constantly vacillate between their commercial interests and the fear that the Soviet Union will grow stronger, implying a further development of the world revolution. The dominating tendency in the policy of the imperialist states is, however, the effort to encircle the Soviet Union and instigate a counter-revolutionary war against it, with the object of destroying the Soviet Union and establishing a terrorist bourgeois regime throughout the world. However, neither the persistent imperialist attempts to encircle the Soviet Union politically nor the growing danger of a military attack prevent the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, as that section of the Communist International which stands at the head of the proletarian dictatorship, from fulfilling its international duties and rendering support to all the oppressed, to the labor movement in capitalist countries as well as to the colonial peoples in their struggle against imperialism and against every form of national oppression. 3. The duties of the international proletariat to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is the true fatherland of the proletariat, the strongest pillar of its achievements, and the principal factor in its emancipation. September 1, 928 513 throughout the world. This obliges the international proletariat to forward the success of socialist construction in the Soviet Union and to defend the country of proletarian dictatorship by every means against the attacks of the capitalist powers. The world political situation has now put the proletarian dictatorship on the order of the day, and inevitably all events in world politics concentrate on the one central point: the struggle of the world bourgeoisie against the Russian Soviet Republic, which is bound to rally to itself all Soviet movements among the advanced workers of all countries and all movements for national freedom among the colonies and oppressed peoples. Lenin. In the event of an attack by the imperialist states on the Soviet Union, and of a war against it, the international proletariat must answer by bold and resolute mass action and by fighting to overthrow the imperialist governments, its slogan the proletarian dictatorship and alliance with the Soviet Union. In the colonies, above all the colonies of an imperialist state which is attacking the Soviet Union, the strongest effort must be made to take advantage of the preoccupation elsewhere of the armed forces of imperialism to unleash the anti-imperialist struggle, to organize revolutionary action, and so to overthrow imperialist rule and win complete independence. The advance of socialism in the Soviet Union and the growth of its international influence not only provoked the hatred of the imperialist powers and their social democratic agents, they also aroused the greatest sympathies of broad masses of working people throughout the world, and the readiness of the oppressed classes of all countries to fight in every way for the country of proletarian dictatorship if it is attacked by imperialism. Thus the development of the contradictions within world economy today, the accentuation of the general capitalist crisis, and the armed attack of imperialism on the Soviet Union lead with iron necessity to a tremendous revolutionary explosion. This explosion will bury capitalism under its ruins in a number of so-called civilized countries. In the colonies it will unleash the victorious revolution, immensely expanding the base of the proletarian dictatorship, and so mark a gigantic step forward to the final victory of socialism throughout the world. 6. The strategy and tactics of the Communist International in the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship. 1. Ideologies in the working class hostile to communism. In its fight against capitalism for the proletarian dictatorship, revolutionary communism comes up against numerous tendencies among the working class, some express in greater or less degree ideological subjection. 514. The Communist International to the imperialist bourgeoisie, while others reflect the ideological pressure of the petty bourgeoisie, who from time to time rebel against the chains of finance capital, but are incapable of pursuing in their struggle a consistent and scientific strategy and tactics, and waging this struggle in the organized fashion based on strict discipline which is characteristic of the proletariat. The immense social power of the imperialist state, with all its subsidiary machinery, schools, the press, the theater, the church, is revealed most clearly in the existence of denominational and reformist tendencies within the working class, which represent the greatest obstacle on the road to the socialist revolution of the proletariat. Denominational tendencies, tinged by religion, are shown primarily in the existence of denominational trade unions, most of which are directly connected with corresponding bourgeois political organizations and with an ecclesiastical organization of the ruling class, Catholic unions, Young Men's Christian Association, Zionist organizations, etc. These tendencies most clearly reflect the ideological captivity of many proletarian strata, and most of them have a romantic feudal appearance. Their leaders, who sanctify the infamy of the capitalist regime with holy water and terrorize their flock with the specter of damnation, are the most reactionary detachments of the class enemy in the proletarian camp. Subjection to the ideological influence of the bourgeoisie in a cynically commercial form, secular and imperialist in character, is represented by contemporary socialist reformism. It borrows all its principal theories from the code of imperialist politics and now takes as its model the consciously anti-socialist and openly counter-revolutionary American Federation of Labor. The intellectual dictatorship of the American trade union bosses, those lackeys of the bourgeoisie, merely reflects the intellectual dictatorship of the dollar, assisted by English reformism and His Majesty's socialists in the Labor Party. American reformism has become the chief element in the theory and practice of international social democracy as a whole and of the leaders of the Amsterdam International. The German and Austrian social democratic leaders cover this theory with the surface of Marxist phraseology and so conceal their base betrayal of Marxism. Socialist reformism, the chief enemy of revolutionary communism in the labor movement, with its broad organizational basis in the social democratic parties and, through them, in the reformist trade unions, is a force that, in all its practice and theory, works against the proletarian revolution. As regards foreign policy, the social democratic parties actively encouraged the imperialist war under the banner of defense of the fatherland. They give their wholehearted support to imperialist expansion and colonial policy. The main features of the foreign policy of reformism are a leaning towards the counter-revolutionary Holy Alliance of the September 1928 515 imperialist states, League of Nations, advocacy of ultra-imperialism, mobilization of the masses under pseudo-pacifist slogans while at the same time actively supporting imperialism in its attacks on the Soviet Union and its preparations for war against the Soviet Union. As regards domestic policy, social democracy has set itself the task of giving direct encouragement and support to the capitalist regime. The policy of reformism at home is to give unreserved support to capitalist rationalization and the stabilization of capitalism, to guarantee class peace, industrial peace, to merge the workers' organizations with the organizations of the employers and of the imperialist robber state, to practice so-called economic democracy, which in reality is tantamount to complete subjection to trust capital, to toady to the imperialist state and especially its pseudo-democratic facade, to take an active part in building up the organs of the state police, army, gendarmerie, and its class justice, to defend the state against the attacks of the revolutionary communist proletariat and to act as executioner in times of revolutionary crisis. Ostensibly, reformism wages a trade union struggle against the bourgeoisie, but in this too it considers its chief task to be to conduct this struggle in such a way as to protect the capitalist class from every kind of shock and to preserve intact the foundations of capitalist property. In the theoretical field, social democracy has completely abandoned Marxism. Having traversed the stage of revisionism, it has reached that of bourgeois liberal social reform and overt social imperialism. It has replaced Marx's theory of capitalist contradictions by the bourgeois theory of harmonious capitalist development. His theory of crises and of the impoverishment of the proletariat has been pigeonholed, the formidable, burning theory of the class struggle transformed into the insipid advocacy of class peace. The theory of the intensification of class contradictions has been exchanged for Philistine fairy tales of the democratization of capitalism. To the theory of the inevitability of war under capitalism it has opposed the bourgeois lie of pacifism and the deception of ultra-imperialism. It has exchanged the theory of the revolutionary collapse of capitalism for the counterfeit coinage of a healthy capitalism leading by peaceful paths to socialism. It has substituted evolution for revolution, active collaboration with the bourgeois state for its destruction, the theory of coalition with the bourgeoisie for the theory of proletarian dictatorship. The gospel of defense of the imperialist fatherland for a theory of international proletarian solidarity, idealist philosophy, and an inclination to feed on the religious crumbs falling from the bourgeoisie's table for Marx's dialectical materialism. A number of trends can be distinguished within this social democratic reformism which are particularly characteristic of its bourgeois degeneration. 516 The Communist International Constructive Socialism, MacDonald & Co. The very name of which suggests hostility to the proletarian revolution and a positive attitude to the capitalist order carries on the liberal, philanthropic, anti-revolutionary, bourgeois traditions of the Fabian Society, S&B Webb, Bernard Shaw, Lord Olivier, etc. By rejecting on principle the proletarian dictatorship and the use of force in the struggle against the bourgeoisie, it lends support to the use of violence in the struggle against the proletariat and the colonial peoples. As apologist of the capitalist state, it conceals behind a socialist mask its admiration for state capitalism, and is at one with the most vulgar ideologues of imperialism in both hemispheres in condemning the theory of the class struggle as pre-scientific. As a means to eliminate capitalism, constructive socialism advances a moderate program of nationalization with compensation, the taxation of land rents, inheritance, and profits. As a resolute opponent of the proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union, constructive socialism, in close alliance with the bourgeoisie, is an active enemy of the communist movement of the proletariat and of the colonial revolutions. Cooperativism, or cooperative socialism, is a special variety of constructive socialism, Charles Gide, Toto Mayans, and Co. It too repudiates the class struggle, and advocates consumers' cooperatives as the peaceful method of eliminating capitalism, though in reality it promotes the consolidation of capitalism with all its strength. Cooperative socialism, which has at its command, in the mass organizations of consumers' cooperatives, an extensive propaganda machine for systematically exerting influence on the broad masses, wages a bitter struggle against the revolutionary labor movement. It obstructs the realization of its aims and is one of the most active elements in the camp of reformist counter-revolution. So-called guild socialism, Penty, Orage, Hobson, etc., is an eclectic attempt to combine revolutionary syndicalism with bourgeois liberal Fabianism, anarchist decentralization, national industrial guilds, with state capitalist centralization, the medieval restrictions of craft guilds with modern capitalism. In starting from the demand for the abolition of the wage system as an immoral institution, to be eliminated by workers' control of industry, guild socialism completely ignores the most important question, the question of power. By advocating the organization of workers, intellectuals, and technicians in a federation of national industrial guilds, and the transformation of these guilds by peaceful means, control from within, into organs of industrial administration within the framework of the bourgeois state, guild socialism is in reality defending that state and obscuring its imperialist anti-proletarian class character. It assigns to the state the part of representative of the interests of consumers, standing above classes, vis-a-vis the producers. September 1928 517 organized in the guilds. By preaching functional democracy, i.e. a system of representation for the classes in capitalist society considered as professions, each with its respective function in social production, guild socialism paves the way for the fascist corporate state. The majority of guild socialists reject both parliamentarism and direct action, and so condemn the working class to complete inactivity and to passive subjection to the bourgeoisie. Guild socialism is thus a peculiar form of trade unionist, utopian opportunism, and cannot possibly play anything but an anti-revolutionary part. Finally, there is the Austro-Marxist form of social democratic reformism. As part of the ideological left wing of social democracy, Austro-Marxism engages in a peculiarly subtle deception of the working masses. It prostitutes Marxist terminology while breaking away from the principles of revolutionary Marxism, by following Kant, Mach, etc., in the philosophical field, toys with religion, borrows the theory of functional democracy from the English reformists, and advocates building up the republic, i.e. building up the bourgeois state. Austro-Marxism recommends class collaboration when class forces are at an equilibrium, i.e. precisely when a revolutionary crisis is maturing. This theory is designed to justify coalition with the bourgeoisie to destroy the proletarian revolution on the pretext of defending democracy against the attacks of reaction. Objectively and in practice, the violence which Austro-Marxism considers permissible in the event of a reactionary offensive turns out to be reactionary violence against the proletarian revolution. The functional role of Austro-Marxism is to deceive the workers who are already turning towards communism, hence it is a particularly dangerous enemy of the proletariat, more dangerous than the avowed adherents of predatory social imperialism. All these tendencies, as component parts of socialist reformism, are agencies of the imperialist bourgeoisie in the working class camp, but communism also comes up against a number of petty bourgeois tendencies which reflect the waverings of unstable social strata, the urban petty bourgeoisie suffering disintegration, the lumpen proletariat, déclassed intellectuals and bohemian riffraff, impoverished craftsmen, certain strata of the peasantry, etc. These tendencies are distinguished by their extreme political instability. They frequently coat their right-wing policy with left-wing phrases, or fall prey to adventurism, substituting swaggering political gestures for an objective appraisal of class forces. Their empty revolutionary boasting often turns into profound pessimism, and into complete capitulation to the enemy. In certain circumstances, particularly when the political situation changes sharply, or when it is necessary to make a temporary retreat, these tendencies can most dangerously disorganize the proletarian ranks and obstruct the revolutionary proletarian movement. 518 The Communist International Anarchism, whose most prominent representatives, Kropotkin, Jean Grave, etc., treacherously went over to the imperialist camp of the bourgeoisie in the 1914-18 war, denies the need for comprehensive, centralized, and disciplined proletarian organizations, and so leaves the proletariat defenseless against the powerful capitalist organizations. By advocating individual terrorism, it deflects the proletariat from the methods of mass organization and mass struggle. By rejecting the proletarian dictatorship for the sake of an abstract concept of liberty, anarchism deprives the proletariat of its strongest and sharpest weapon against the bourgeoisie, against their armies and all their agencies of oppression. Far from being a mass movement in the centers of the proletarian struggle, anarchism is more and more becoming a sect which in all its tactics and all its activities, including its opposition to the working class dictatorship in the Soviet Union, is objectively enrolling in the united front of the anti-revolutionary forces. Revolutionary syndicalism, not a few of whose ideologues went over, in the critical period of the war, to the camp of anti-parliamentary counter-revolution of a fascist type, or became peaceful reformists on the social democratic model, obstructs the development of the masses towards a revolutionary position wherever it can exert influence. Like anarchism, it repudiates the political struggle, particularly revolutionary parliamentarism, and the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. It preaches occupational decentralization of the labor movement, and especially of the trade union movement. It rejects the party of the proletariat, denies that insurrection is necessary, and exaggerates the importance of the general strike, folded arm tactics. Its attacks on the Soviet Union, a corollary of its repudiation of the proletarian dictatorship, place it in this respect in one camp with social democracy. All these trends and tendencies are at one with social democracy, the chief enemy of the proletarian revolution in the labor movement, on the basic political issue of their attitude to the proletarian dictatorship. Hence they all take their stand, more or less decisively, together with social democracy against the Soviet Union. Social democracy, which has completely betrayed Marxism, relies to an ever-increasing extent on the ideology of the Fabians, the constructive socialists, and the guild socialists. These trends are becoming the official liberal reformist ideology of the bourgeois socialism of the Second International. In the colonial countries, as among the oppressed peoples and races as a whole, communism comes into collision with the influence of certain peculiar tendencies in the labor movement, which had some positive part to play at a certain stage of development, but have become reactionary in the new stage. Sun Yat-senism in China was the ideology of petty bourgeois national. September 1928 519 Socialism. In the three principles, nationalism, democracy, socialism, the concept of the people obscured the concept of class. Socialism was presented not as a particular mode of production brought into being by a particular class, the proletariat, but as a vague picture of social welfare. The fight against imperialism was not linked to the prospects of the class struggle in China. Hence Sun Yat-senism, which played a great and positive part in the first stage of the Chinese Revolution, became transformed, with the progress of class differentiation in the course of the revolution, from one ideological form of its development into fetters on its development. His successors have exaggerated precisely those features of his ideology which have become objectively reactionary, and have made it the official ideology of the Kuomintang after its transformation into an openly counter-revolutionary force. The ideological development of the Chinese proletarian masses and the working peasantry must therefore be accompanied by a resolute struggle against the treachery of the Kuomintang and the elimination of what has remained of the ideology of Sun Yat-senism. Trends such as Gandhism in India, which, permeated through and through with religious conceptions, idealize the most backward and economically reactionary ways of living, and see salvation not in proletarian socialism but in the return to these backward forms, which preach patience and reject the class struggle, turn in the course of the development of the revolution into openly reactionary forces. More and more, Gandhism is becoming an ideology directed against the revolution of the popular masses. Communism must fight against it relentlessly. Similarly, Garveyism, at one time the ideology of the American Negro petty bourgeoisie and workers, and still with a certain influence over the Negro masses, today impedes the movement of these masses towards a revolutionary position. While at first advocating complete social equality for Negroes, it turned into a kind of Negro Zionism which instead of fighting American imperialism advanced the slogan "Back to Africa." This dangerous ideology, without a single genuinely democratic feature, which toys with the aristocratic attributes of a non-existent Negro kingdom, must be vigorously resisted, for it does not promote but hampers the struggle of the Negro masses for liberation from American imperialism. Opposed to all these tendencies is proletarian communism. As the powerful ideology of the revolutionary working class of the world, it is distinguished from them, and above all from social democracy, in that it wages the revolutionary struggle for the proletarian dictatorship in complete harmony with the tenets of Marx and Engels in theory and practice, and to this end employs all forms of proletarian mass action. To the chief tasks of communist strategy and tactics, the victorious struggle of the Communist International for the 520. The Communist International proletarian dictatorship presupposes the existence in every country of a united, steeled, disciplined, and centralized communist party closely linked with the masses. The party is the vanguard of the working class, composed of the best, most conscious, most active, and bravest among them. It embodies the essential experiences of the entire proletarian struggle. Based on the revolutionary theory of Marxism, and representing day by day the permanent, general interests of the entire class, the party personifies the unity of proletarian principles, proletarian will, and revolutionary proletarian action. It is a revolutionary organization held together by iron discipline and the strictest revolutionary rules of democratic centralism. It achieves this position by the class consciousness of the proletarian vanguard, by its devotion to the revolution, by its capacity to maintain unbroken contact with the proletarian masses, and by the correctness of its political leadership, which is constantly verified and clarified by the experiences of the masses themselves. In order to accomplish its historic mission of bringing about the proletarian dictatorship, the Communist Party must advance and achieve the following strategic aims: to win over to its side the majority of its own class, including proletarian women and young workers. To do this, it is essential for the Communist Party to secure dominant influence in the large proletarian mass organizations, Soviets, trade unions, factory committees, cooperatives, cultural and sports associations, etc. Of the utmost importance in winning the majority of the proletariat is systematic work to capture the trade unions, those comprehensive mass organizations of the proletariat which are so closely linked with its day-by-day struggles. One of the most important tasks of the preparatory period of the revolution is to work in the reactionary unions, to capture them skillfully, to gain the confidence of the broad masses organized in unions, to depose the reformist leaders and squeeze them out of their positions. A further prerequisite for achieving the proletarian dictatorship is the establishment of proletarian hegemony over the broad strata of the laboring masses. To attain this, the Communist Party must bring under its influence the masses of the poor in town and country, the lower strata among the intellectuals and the so-called little men, i.e. the petty bourgeois strata in general. Party influence over the peasantry is a question of particular importance. The Communist Party must secure the wholehearted support of those strata of the rural population which are closest to the proletariat, that is, first of all, agricultural laborers and the village poor. This requires special organizations for agricultural workers, all possible support for them in their struggle against the rural bourgeoisie, and strenuous work among smallholders. As to the middle strata of the September 1928 521 peasantry in developed capitalist countries, the Communist Party should endeavor to neutralize them. The fulfillment of all these tasks by the proletariat, which represents the interests of the entire people and acts as leader of the broadest masses in the struggle to throw off the yoke of finance capital, is an essential preliminary to the triumph of the communist revolution. At the world level, the most important strategic tasks of the Communist International in the proletarian struggle are concerned with the revolutionary battle in the colonies, semi-colonies, and dependent countries. Here the broadest masses of the working class and peasantry must be mobilized around the revolutionary banner, and this can only be done if there is the closest fraternal cooperation between the proletariat of the oppressing countries and the working masses of the oppressed nations. While organizing the revolution against imperialism under the banner of proletarian dictatorship in the so-called civilized states, the Communist International supports every movement against imperialist violence in the colonies, semi-colonies, and dependent countries, e.g. in Latin America. It carries on vigorous propaganda against every kind of chauvinism and imperialist ill-treatment of enslaved peoples and races, large and small, the attitude towards Negroes and workers of the yellow races, anti-Semitism, etc., and supports their struggle against the bourgeoisie of the oppressing nation. The Communist International fights particularly vigorously against chauvinism among the great power nations, which is fostered by the imperialist bourgeoisie and their social democratic agent, the Second International, and contrasts their practice with the practice of the Soviet Union, which has established relations of fraternity and equality among the peoples inhabiting its territory. The communist parties of the imperialist countries must give systematic help to the revolutionary liberation movements of the colonies, and to movements of oppressed nations in general. The duty of giving active support to such movements rests in the first place on the workers of that country on which the oppressed nation is financially, economically, or politically dependent. Communist parties must openly acknowledge the colonies' right to secede, and conduct propaganda to that end, that is, in favor of colonial independence of the imperialist state. They must recognize the right of the colonies to armed defense against imperialism, i.e. the right to rebellion and revolutionary war, conduct propaganda for this defense, and support it with all the means at their disposal. Communist parties must pursue this policy in regard to all oppressed peoples. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries themselves, the communist parties must wage a bold and persistent struggle against foreign imperialism, and untiringly advocate close relations and alliance with the proletariat of the imperialist countries. They must advance the slogan of 522 the Communist International Agrarian Revolution, conduct propaganda for it, and put it into practice, rousing the broad peasant masses to throw off the landlord's yoke, and waging war on the reactionary, medieval influence of the priests, missionaries, etc. In these countries the main task is to organize the workers and peasants independently, in the Communist Class Party of the proletariat, trade unions, peasant leagues, peasant committees, and, when the situation is revolutionary, in Soviets, and emancipate them from the influence of the national bourgeoisie. Temporary compromises with the national bourgeoisie are permissible only if they do not hamper the revolutionary organization of the workers and peasants and if they serve the struggle against imperialism. In determining its tactical line, every communist party must take into its calculations the given internal and external situation, the relation of class forces, the degree of stability and strength among the bourgeoisie, the level of militancy and preparedness among the proletariat, the attitude of the middle strata, etc. The party determines its slogans and methods of struggle in accordance with these conditions, starting from the need to mobilize and organize the masses as widely as possible at the highest possible level of that struggle. When a revolutionary situation is developing, the party advances a series of transitional slogans and partial demands corresponding to the given circumstances. These must be subordinated to the principal revolutionary aim, which is the seizure of power and the overthrow of the bourgeois capitalist order. To neglect the everyday demands and everyday struggles of the proletariat is as mistaken as to restrict the party's activities to them exclusively. The task of the party is to use these everyday needs of the working class as a starting point to lead the workers onto the revolutionary struggle for power. When the revolutionary tide is rising, when the ruling classes are disorganized and the masses in a state of revolutionary ferment, when the middle strata are inclined to turn towards the proletariat and the masses display their readiness for battle and for sacrifice, it is the task of the proletarian party to lead the masses to a frontal assault on the bourgeois state. This can be achieved by propaganda in favor of transitional slogans on a rising scale, workers' councils, workers' control of production, peasant committees for the forcible confiscation of landowners' estates, disarming of the bourgeoisie and arming of the proletariat, etc., and by organizing mass actions, to which all branches of the party's agitation and propaganda must be subordinated, including parliamentary activities. Among such actions are strikes combined with demonstrations, strikes combined with armed demonstrations, and finally the general strike, combined with armed insurrection against the state power of the bourgeoisie. This highest form of struggle follows the rules of the art of war and presupposes: September 1, 928 523 a plan of campaign, offensive fighting operations, and boundless devotion and heroism on the part of the proletariat. An absolutely essential preliminary to actions of this kind is the organization of the broad masses in militant bodies which, by their very form, councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers, etc., must embrace and set in motion the largest possible number of working people, and more intense revolutionary work in the army and navy. When making the transition to new and more radical slogans, the following basic rule of Leninist political tactics must be observed: the party must guide the masses to a revolutionary position in such a way that they are convinced by their own experience of the correctness of the party's policy. If this rule is not observed, the party will inevitably be cut off from the masses and fall into putschism. Communism will degenerate ideologically into left dogmatism, petty bourgeois revolutionary adventurism. Equally ruinous is it if the party fails to act at the height of the revolutionary movement, when a bold and resolute attack on the enemy is called for. To allow such an opportunity to pass without going over to insurrection is to leave the initiative to the enemy and to condemn the revolution to defeat. When the revolutionary tide is not rising, the communist parties, taking as their starting point the workers' daily needs, must put forward partial slogans and demands and link them with the chief aims of the Communist International. They must not advance transitional slogans which presuppose the existence of a revolutionary situation, and which, used at an inappropriate time, might become slogans in favor of merging with the system of capitalist organizations, e.g. the slogan of control of production. Partial demands and slogans are absolutely essential to correct tactics, while a series of transitional demands is inseparably linked with the existence of a revolutionary situation. To reject the use of partial demands and slogans on principle, is, however, equally incompatible with communist principles, for such tactics virtually condemn the party to passivity and isolate it from the masses. Hence United Front tactics, as a method of fighting successfully against capital, of mobilizing the masses on class lines, and of exposing and isolating the reformist leaders, are an essential part of the Communist International's tactics throughout the entire pre-revolutionary period. Systematic and persistent work in the trade unions and in other proletarian mass organizations is essential to the correct use of united front tactics and in general to winning over the masses. Every communist must belong to a trade union, even to an extremely reactionary one if it has a mass character. Leadership of the workers' struggle can be captured, and the working masses organized in unions won for the party, only by steadfast and sustained work in the union and the factory for the untiring end. 524 The Communist International vigorous defense of the workers' interests and by unrelenting struggle against the reformist bureaucracy. In contrast to the reformists' attempts to split the unions, communists stand for the unity of the trade unions in each country and throughout the world, on the basis of the class struggle, and give wholehearted support to the Red International of labor unions. While supporting everywhere the day-to-day demands of the working masses and of all working people generally, using the forum of bourgeois parliaments for purposes of revolutionary propaganda and agitation, and subordinating all partial tasks to the primary goal of the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship, the parties of the Communist International advance partial demands and slogans in the following main spheres, in defense of the workers' interests in the narrower sense, that is, questions connected with the industrial struggle, defense against the attacks of trust capital, questions of hours and wages, compulsory arbitration, unemployment, which turn into political questions, large-scale industrial disputes, trade union law, the right to strike, etc., questions of a directly political character, taxation, price rises, fascism, the persecution of revolutionary parties, white terror, government policy generally, finally. Questions of foreign policy, the attitude to the Soviet Union and to colonial revolutions, the fight for international trade union unity, the fight against imperialism and the war danger, systematic preparation for the struggle against imperialist war. As regards the peasantry, partial demands are concerned with fiscal policy, peasant indebtedness on mortgages, the fight against usury capital, the land requirements of the village poor, rent, sharecropping, etc. Starting from these partial demands, the Communist Party must gradually heighten its slogans until they converge in the slogans of confiscation of large estates and of a workers' and peasants' government, which is synonymous in developed capitalist countries with the proletarian dictatorship, and in backward countries and a number of colonies with the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Systematic work must also be carried on among young workers and peasants, first and foremost by the Young Communist International and its sections, and among proletarian and peasant women. Such work, starting from the special circumstances of the life and struggle of these strata, must link their demands with the general demands and fighting slogans of the proletariat. In the struggle against colonial oppression, the communist parties in the colonies themselves must put forward partial demands in accordance with the circumstances of the country, such as complete equality for all nationalities and races, abolition of all privileges for foreigners, the right of association for workers and peasants, a shorter working day, prohibition. September 1, 928 525 of child labor, cancellation of usurious loan agreements, reduction or abolition of rents, lower taxes, etc. These partial demands must be subordinated to the following basic demands of the Communist Party: complete political independence for the country and the expulsion of the imperialists, a workers' and peasants' government, the land for the people, an 8-hour day, etc. In the imperialist countries, the communist parties must conduct a campaign for the withdrawal of the imperialist troops from the colonies, carry on active propaganda in the army and navy in support of the oppressed people's struggle for independence, mobilize the masses to prevent the shipment of troops and munitions, organize strikes and other forms of mass protest, etc. The Communist International must pay particularly great attention to methodical preparation of the struggle against the danger of imperialist war. Ruthless exposure of social chauvinism, social imperialism, and pacifist verbiage which merely veil the imperialist plans of the bourgeoisie, propaganda for the Communist International's principal slogans, untiring organizational work to accomplish these tasks, for which the combination of legal and illegal methods of work is absolutely essential, systematic work in the army and navy. These must be the Communist Party's activities in connection with the war danger. The principal slogans of the Communist International in the fight against the war danger are, turn the imperialist war into civil war, defeat of one's own imperialist government, defense of the Soviet Union and of the colonies, should imperialist war be made on them, with every possible means. To carry on propaganda for these slogans, to expose socialist sophisms and socialist camouflage of the League of Nations, to keep always in mind the memory of the lessons of the 1914 World War. All this is the imperative duty of every section and every member of the Communist International. In order that revolutionary work and activities may be coordinated and given appropriate guidance, the international proletariat requires international class discipline, for which the most important prerequisite is the strictest discipline in the communist parties. International communist discipline must be expressed in the subordination of local and particular interests to the common and enduring interests of the movement, and in the execution without reservation of all decisions made by the leading bodies of the Communist International. In contrast to the Social Democratic Second International, whose parties submit only to the discipline of their national bourgeoisie and their fatherland, the sections of the Communist International recognize only one discipline, the discipline of the world proletariat, which ensures victory in the struggle of the workers of all countries for the world proletarian dictatorship. In contrast to the Second International, which splits the trade union movement, fights against the colonial peoples, and 526 the Communist International practices unity with the bourgeoisie. The Communist International is an organization that stands guard over the unity of proletarians in all countries, the working people of every nation and race, in the fight to throw off the imperialist yoke. Resolute and unafraid, the Communists are waging this struggle on every sector of the international class front, defying the bloody terror of the bourgeoisie, confident of the inevitable triumph of the proletariat. Communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. They openly declare that their aims can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all the existing social conditions. Let the ruling class tremble at a communist revolution. The proletariat has nothing to lose but its chains. It has a world to win. Proletarians of all countries, unite. Extracts from the Theses on the Revolutionary Movement in Colonial and Semi-Colonial Countries adopted by the 6th Comintern Congress September 1, 1928. Protocol 6, 4, p. 154. The Theses were drafted and introduced by Kyosenin. Colonial work as a whole, he said, was one of the weakest sides of Comintern activity. In most colonial and semi-colonial countries they did not have real communist parties. The ECCI and the West European parties were largely to blame for this. Vassiliev echoed the same complaint. The communist parties in the countries which had sent troops to intervene in China had done nothing to establish contact with the troops. The ECCI had had to undertake this work in China itself, which was extremely difficult. Most of the communist parties in colonial countries were leaders with no rank and file behind them. They had no trade union fractions and were ideologically very weak. If the Indian CP were properly organized, it would have its fractions in the 4 provincial workers' and peasants' parties, which were about to amalgamate, and gain control of the United Party. Sikandar S. Usmani, an Indian delegate, said that the numerous communist groups in India had still to be brought together into a single disciplined party. A plea for more help from the Comintern and CPGB to organize the Indian CP was also made by another Indian delegate, Razur. Katayama criticized the CPGB for its criminal neglect of Ireland and India, and the Dutch and American parties for their neglect of Indonesia, the Philippines, and the Negroes. The ECCI report praised the French CP campaign against the war in Morocco. It was the first time that members of the armed forces had been drawn into a mass movement. In the discussion it emerged that there was a good deal of tension between the communist parties of the metropolitan countries and those in the colonies. The CPGB, Kyosenan said, must advise and train the Indian party, but the two should not be one, as this would arouse Indian mistrust. It was wrong for the September 1, 928 527 Tunisian and Algerian parties to be sections of the French party. They had to be completely independent. This would eliminate any ground for suspicion and mistrust. One of the first tasks of the new ECCI would be to build up the parties in the colonies. The report on Indochina was given by a delegate appearing as an Indochina had a strong and concentrated proletariat, and a revolutionary mass organization would have to be created to take the lead. The Comintern must give its attention to founding a CP and trade unions in Indochina, as well as peasant organizations. Padianaman, for Indonesia, asked for greater activity from the Dutch party. During the rebellion it had done what it could, whereas the Comintern and other parties had done nothing. This was a sad experience. On Latin America, Vasiliev said that there was great sympathy there for communism and the Soviet Union, even though most of these sympathizers had no clear idea of what communism meant and what the Soviet Union was like. These feelings had to be given an organizational frame. There was no need for workers' and peasants' parties in South America. The Comintern must give all possible help in establishing communist parties. Sharji, Persia, objected to the passage in the Theses on Persia. Reza Shah represented reaction, not nationalism, and progress. Cato reported that the Japanese party had been handicapped by legalism, liquidationism, and ultra-left sectarianism, but it had now become the rallying center for the revolutionary masses. In the Far East, Korea occupied roughly the same place as Poland in Europe. The fractional struggle there had prevented the emergence of a real party. A Korean Communist Party had been founded in 1925 and admitted provisionally to the Comintern by the Presidium in March 1926. In the debate, China received comparatively little attention. The chief point in dispute was whether the colonies were being decolonized, i.e. whether the metropolitan country was promoting or retarding the industrialization of its colonies. India served as the focus of this discussion. With the exception of Murphy, the members of the British delegation believed that Britain was industrializing India, to take advantage of cheap labor there. Bukharin in his opening speech came out against the decolonization theory. The Indians themselves, none of whom, strictly speaking, was a delegate, were divided. Roy, in Berlin, had pleaded ill health and did not attend the Congress, but had written that decolonization was proceeding, and contained the seeds of the dissolution of the British Empire. He is said to have advanced the decolonization theory at the end of 1927. The bourgeoisie were not only withdrawing from the national revolution, but were moving towards an agreement with the imperialists to crush it. S. Tagore, appearing at the Congress as Narayan, claims that when, in April 1927, he went as a representative of the Bengal Workers' and Peasants' Party to Moscow, he and Bukharin agreed that some kind of decolonization was proceeding in India. If it were true, Kyosenan said, that British imperialism had really turned to the industrialization of India, we should have to revise our entire conception of the nature of imperialist colonial policy. Usmani agreed with Kyosenan and added that this nonsensical theory could only have been thought up by those who had lost direct contact with India. Investment was not. 528 The Communist International Industrialization. Britain, he said, had learned from the Russian Revolution and was determined to destroy industry in India and thrust the proletariat back into the villages. It had found its agent in Gandhi. The Comintern should work up an anti-British movement in Persia and Afghanistan. Bennett, Petrovsky, the ECCI representative in Britain, said the word decolonization was used merely to emphasize the progress of industrialization, and Rothstein, CPGB, argued that the theses tended to underestimate the degree of industrialization, while at the same time speaking of the proletariat acting independently. If the theses were correct, the proletariat in India would be getting weaker. The draft referred to deviations in imperialist policy to meet the needs of finance capital, but finance capital was part of imperialism, and to explain its operations as a deviation from imperialism was nonsensical. Murphy attacked Bennett and Rothstein. The logical conclusion of their theory would take them into the Second International. Martynov, CPSU, argued that while capital export developed the colonies, imperialism as such hampered their development. The process was dialectical. Romelli said those who believed in decolonization were revising Lenin, and Wolff, USA, said that both tendencies were in operation, but decolonization was the weaker of the two. The contradiction was a feature of imperialism. Arnott, CPGB, denied that the British delegation upheld the decolonization theory, but the theory embodied in the draft theses was wrong. It led to a misleading selection of data and hence to a false interpretation. Imperialism by its own contradictions fostered in the colonies the industry that was going to compete with it, thus transferring domestic contradictions to the world scene. Rothstein, in a statement on behalf of the British delegation majority, took the same line. It was fundamentally erroneous to describe as rural continents and agrarian hinterlands countries where large numbers of industrial workers organized strikes. All the charges made against us, which unfortunately are becoming more and more a kind of automatic reaction against those who dare to criticize any theses put forward in the name of the ECCI that we are social democrats, Amsterdammers, have no effect on us. The charge that the British delegation, which had submitted alternative theses, had advanced the theory of decolonization was an attempt to conceal the un-Leninist character of the theory of agrarianization. If these polemical methods were retained, they would stifle healthy discussion. Communists should be encouraged to give their opinions openly and fearlessly. Sticking labels on them would merely crush independent thought, and Comintern discussions would lose their value. Lozovsky, who contended that changes in the form of exploitation did not imply changes in the imperialist-colonial relationship, said that if decolonization followed automatically on industrial development there would be no basis for the national revolutionary movement. He thought the attempt to classify colonies in categories was misleading, and the delegate from Ecuador pointed out that the classification in the theses did not correspond with that adopted in the program. He thought the theses overemphasized the agrarian character of Latin America. On China, Kyosenan defended Comintern policy towards the Kuomintang. Although the inevitable break should have been foreseen earlier, ECCI directives had been correct, but badly executed. The Chinese party had 100,000. September 1928 529 members, of whom 80% were peasants. Lomanids rejected the libel-louse Trotskyist charge that the Canton Revolt was a putsch organized by the Comintern. But he, Lomanids, had at the time mistaken this rearguard action in the closing stage of the revolutionary wave that had reached its highest point in mid-1927 for the onset of a new revolutionary wave. At the present time the slogan of armed revolt was purely propagandist except in the case of spontaneous peasant movements, where the communists should take the lead. Strykhov, who gave a long account of events in China, admitted that it was a mistake, after March 1926, to continue the common struggle with the nationalist bourgeoisie at the cost of weakening the peasant movement and industrial strikes. Mistakes had also been made in policy towards Wuhan. Only a correct policy towards the peasants could now save the situation and eliminate unorganized putschism. The agrarian revolution could triumph only against the national bourgeoisie. After Canton, said Strykhov, the banner of the Chinese Revolution could only be the banner of the Soviets. They already had 131 rural Soviets where the gentry had been expelled and their land confiscated. There was a tendency in the party which would identify the revolution completely with peasant demands. Others underestimated the role of the peasantry. He agreed that the proportion of peasants in the CCP was too high. The remedy was not to stop admitting peasants, but to recruit more industrial workers. A number of other Chinese speakers insisted on the inadequacy of a purely peasant movement to accomplish the revolution. This had to be organized and led by the working class. Vassiliev said that the ECCI had asked the Chinese CP whether the industrial workers were leaving that party because of government persecution, or because of its mistakes, and had been told that the loss was due primarily to the mistakes of the CCP and to its organizational and political weakness. On the other hand, a great many peasants had joined, sometimes entire villages, rich and poor, and there was occasionally a class struggle within the CP on questions of agrarian policy. Newman urged the Indians to learn the lesson of China: the national bourgeoisie will betray you even at the beginning of the revolutionary movement. In replying to the discussion, Kyosenan remarked that the guiding thread of their policy must be the leading role of the proletariat in colonial revolutionary movements. Imperialism could not be overthrown unless the bourgeois democratic revolution passed over into the socialist revolution. This was not an automatic process but needed the intervention of the working class organized in communist parties. Participation of the national bourgeoisie in the revolutionary movement was unlikely, but not impossible. It would occur when the class situation did not threaten them, or when they could use the masses to get concessions from imperialism. The political implications of the decolonization theory raised the question whether the communist parties could make alliances with the national bourgeoisie. The Swaraj Party in India, he said, was not an ordinary counter-revolutionary party, and a real Indian Communist Party could have exploited the mass movement stirred up by the Swaraj Party, which, he added, was affiliated to the League Against Imperialism. Whether the colonial revolution was an adjunct to, or a part of, the world socialist revolution was a theoretical question. The important practical thing was that it was an ally. 530 The Communist International Kyosenan rejected the decolonization theory. The theses were accepted against 12 British votes and 1 abstention. The 6th Congress of the Chinese GP was held in Moscow at the same time as the Comintern Congress. It was attended, among others, by Zhou Enlai and Li Lisan. The Congress agreed that after Canton the CCP should have turned from insurrection to organization. A circular letter from the CC dated November 8, 1928 said that trade union organizations had shrunk to almost nothing, and the party organizations in the cities were scattered and shattered. In the whole country there is not one healthy nucleus of industrial workers. The CCP, wrote Chan Fuyun, a delegate to the Congress, had called for strikes and risings too often. This had weakened the party and isolated it from the masses. The Congress endorsed the resolutions of the 7th, 8th, and 9th ECCI plenums on China, and called attention to the incorrect use of the phrase permanent revolution in the Chinese Central Committee's resolution of November 1927, which might have led to incorrect tactics. Chu Chu Pai, who had succeeded Chen, condemned for opportunism, as secretary, was condemned as a putschist left deviationist, and was succeeded by Shang Chungfa. Mao Zedong, whose independent policy towards the peasants had led to his demotion in 1927, was elected to the Central Committee. He was not present at the Congress. The program adopted called for an extension of the Soviet areas, for the formation of a regular Red Army, for coordination of the work among peasants with the urban workers' movement. The CCP was to work for the overthrow of the Kuomintang government. A cautious and moderate program was outlined for communist policy in the Soviet areas. The delegates to the 6th Comintern Congress were instructed to emphasize the inadequacy of the help given by fraternal parties. The CCP was to work with the Japanese CP on questions connected with Japanese troops in China, and permanent connections were to be established with the CP in Indonesia and Indochina. Introduction 1. The 6th Congress of the Communist International declares that the theses on the national and colonial question drawn up by Lenin and adopted at the 2nd Congress still have full validity, and should serve as a guiding line for the further work of the communist parties. Since the time of the 2nd Congress, the significance of the colonies and semi-colonies, as factors of crisis in the imperialist world system, has become much more topical. 2. The insurrection in Shanghai in April 1927 raised the question of the hegemony of the proletariat in the national revolutionary movement, and finally pushed the native bourgeoisie into the camp of reaction, provoking the counter-revolutionary coup d'état of Chiang Kai-shek. The independent activity of the workers in the struggle for power, and above all the growth of the peasant movement into agrarian revolution, also impelled the Wuhan government, which had been established under the leadership of the petty bourgeois wing of the Kuomintang, to go over. September 1928 5:31 to the camp of counter-revolution. The revolutionary wave, however, was already beginning to ebb. Its last powerful onslaught was the insurrection of the heroic Canton proletariat, which under the slogan of Soviets attempted to link up the agrarian revolution with the overthrow of the Kuomintang and the establishment of the dictatorship of the workers and peasants. 3. In India, the policy of British imperialism, which retarded the development of native industry, evoked great dissatisfaction among the Indian bourgeoisie. Their class consolidation, replacing the former division into religious sects and castes, confronted British imperialism with a national united front. Fear of the revolutionary movement during the war compelled British imperialism to make concessions to the native bourgeoisie, as shown, in the economic sphere, in higher duties on imported goods, and, in the political sphere, in insignificant parliamentary reforms introduced in 1919. Nevertheless, a strong ferment, expressed in a series of revolutionary outbreaks against British imperialism, was produced among the Indian masses as a result of the ruinous consequences of the imperialist war, famine and epidemics. 1918, the catastrophic deterioration of the position of wide sections of the working population, the influence of the Russian October Revolution and of a series of insurrections in other colonial countries, as for example the struggle of the Turkish people for independence. This first great anti-imperialist movement in India, 1919-22, ended with the betrayal by the Indian bourgeoisie of the cause of national revolution. The chief reason for this was the fear of the growing wave of peasant risings, and of the strikes against native employers. The collapse of the national revolutionary movement and the gradual decline of bourgeois nationalism enabled British imperialism once more to revert to its policy of hindering India's industrial development. Recent British measures in India show that the objective contradictions between British colonial monopoly and the tendencies towards independent Indian economic development are becoming more accentuated from year to year and are leading to a new deep revolutionary crisis. 5. In North Africa in 1925 there began a series of rebellions of the Riv Kabyle tribes against French and Spanish imperialism, followed by the rebellion of the Druze tribes in the mandated territory of Syria against French imperialism. In Morocco, the imperialists only succeeded in dealing with these rebellions after a prolonged war. The greater penetration of foreign capital into these countries is already calling into life new social forces. The rise and growth of the urban proletariat is manifested in a wave of mass strikes which is sweeping for the first time over Palestine, Syria, Tunis, and Algeria. Gradually, but very slowly, the peasantry in these countries is also being drawn into the struggle. 532 The Communist International 6. The growing economic and military expansion of North American imperialism in the countries of Latin America is transforming this continent into one of the most important focal points of antagonism within the colonial system. The influence of Great Britain, which before the war was decisive in these countries, and reduced many of them to the position of semi-colonies, is, since the war, being replaced by their still closer dependence on the United States. By increased capital exports, North American imperialism is capturing the commanding positions in the economy of these countries, subordinating their governments to its own financial control, and, at the same time, inciting one against the other. 7. In the majority of cases imperialism has up to now succeeded in suppressing the revolutionary movement in the colonial countries. But all the fundamental questions raised by these movements remain unsolved. The objective contradiction between the colonial policy of world imperialism and the independent development of the colonial peoples has not been eliminated, either in China, or in India, or in any other of the colonial and semi-colonial countries. On the contrary, the contradiction is becoming more acute. It can be overcome only by the victorious revolutionary struggle of the colonial laboring masses. Until then it will continue to operate in every colony and semi-colony as one of the most powerful objective factors making for revolution. At the same time, The colonial policy of the imperialist powers acts as a powerful stimulant to antagonisms and wars between these powers. These antagonisms are becoming more acute, especially in the semi-colonies, where in spite of the alliances frequently established between the imperialists, they play an important part. Of greatest significance, however, for the development of the revolutionary movement in the colonies, is the contradiction between the imperialist world on the one hand and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and the revolutionary labor movement in the capitalist countries on the other. 8. The establishment of a fighting front between the active forces of the socialist world revolution, the Soviet Union and the revolutionary labor movement in the capitalist countries, on the one side, and between the forces of imperialism on the other, is of decisive importance in the present epoch of world history. The laboring masses of the colonies, struggling against imperialist slavery, represent a most powerful auxiliary force of the socialist world revolution. The colonial countries are the most dangerous sector of the imperialist front. The revolutionary liberation movements of the colonies and semi-colonies are rallying to the banner of the Soviet Union, convinced by bitter experience that there is no salvation for them except in alliance with the revolutionary proletariat. The proletariat of the USSR and the workers' movement in the capitalist countries, headed by the Communist International, are in their turn. September 1928 533 supporting and will more and more effectively support in action the liberation struggle of all colonial and other dependent peoples. They are the only sure bulwark of the colonial peoples in their struggle for freedom from the imperialist yoke. Furthermore, alliance with the USSR and the revolutionary proletariat opens for the masses of China, India, and all other colonial and semi-colonial countries the prospect of independent economic and cultural development, avoiding the stage of capitalist domination, perhaps even the development of capitalist relations in general. There is thus an objective possibility of a non-capitalist path of development for the backward colonies, the possibility that the bourgeois democratic revolution in the more advanced colonies will be transformed, with the aid of the victorious proletarian dictatorship in other countries, into the proletarian socialist revolution. In favorable objective conditions, this possibility will be converted into a reality, and the path of development determined by struggle and by struggle alone. Consequently, the theoretical and practical advocacy of this path and the most self-sacrificing struggle for it are the duty of all communists. Thus, all the basic questions of the revolutionary movement in the colonies and semi-colonies are most closely connected with the great epoch-making struggle between the capitalist and socialist systems, a struggle now being conducted on a world scale by imperialism against the USSR, and within each capitalist country between capitalist class rule and the communist movement. 2. The characteristic features of colonial economy and of imperialist colonial policy. 9. The recent history of the colonies can only be understood if it is looked upon as an organic part of the development of capitalist world economy as a whole. Where the ruling imperialism is in need of a social support in the colonies, it first allies itself with the ruling strata of the previous social structure, the feudal lords and the trading and money-lending bourgeoisie, against the majority of the people. Everywhere imperialism attempts to preserve and to perpetuate all those pre-capitalist forms of exploitation, especially in the villages, which serve as the basis for the existence of its reactionary allies. The growth of famines and epidemics, particularly among the pauperized peasantry, the mass expropriation of the land of the native population, the inhuman conditions of labor, on the plantations and mines of the white capitalists, and so on, which at times are worse than open slavery, all this exerts its devastating effect on the colonial population and not infrequently leads to the dying out of whole nationalities. The 534 The Communist International civilizing mission of the imperialist states in the colonies is in reality that of an executioner. 10. It is necessary to distinguish between those colonies which have served the capitalist countries as colonizing regions for their surplus population, and which in this way have become extensions of the capitalist system, Australia, Canada, etc., and those which are exploited by the imperialists primarily as markets for their commodities, as sources of raw material, and as spheres for capital investment. Colonies of the first type became dominions, that is, members of the given imperialist system with equal or nearly equal rights. 11. In its function as colonial exploiter, the ruling imperialism is related to the colonial country primarily as a parasite, sucking the blood from its economic organisms. The fact that this parasite, in comparison to its victim, represents a highly developed civilization makes it a so much more powerful and dangerous exploiter, but this does not alter the parasitic character of its functions. Capitalist exploitation in every imperialist country has proceeded by developing productive forces. The specific colonial forms of capitalist exploitation, however, whether operated by the British, French, or any other bourgeoisie, in the final analysis hinder the development of the productive forces of the colonies. The only construction undertaken, railways, harbors, etc., is what is indispensable for military control of the country, for guaranteeing the uninterrupted operation of the taxation machine, and for the commercial needs of the imperialist country. 12. Since, however, colonial exploitation presupposes some encouragement of colonial production, this is directed on such lines and promoted only in such a degree as correspond to the interests of the metropolis, and, in particular, to the interests of the preservation of its colonial monopoly. Part of the peasantry, for example, may be encouraged to turn from grain cultivation to the production of cotton, sugar, or rubber, Sudan, Cuba, Java, Egypt, but this is done in such a way that it not only does not promote the independent economic development of the colonial country, but, on the contrary, reinforces its dependence on the imperialist metropolis. Real industrialization of the colonial country, in particular the building up of a flourishing engineering industry which would promote the independent development of its productive forces, is not encouraged but, on the contrary, is hindered by the metropolis. This is the essence of its function of colonial enslavement. The colonial country is compelled to sacrifice the interests of its independent development and to play the part of an economic, agrarian raw material, appendage to foreign capitalism. 13. Since the overwhelming mass of the colonial population is connected with the land and lives in the countryside, the plundering character of the September 1928 535 exploitation of the peasantry by imperialism and its allies, the class of landowners, merchants, and money lenders, acquires special significance. Because of imperialist intervention, imposition of taxes, import of industrial products from the metropolis, etc., the drawing of the village into a money and commodity economy is accompanied by the pauperization of the peasantry, the destruction of village handicraft industry, etc., and proceeds much more rapidly than was the case in the leading capitalist countries. On the other hand, the retarded industrial development puts narrow limits to the process of proletarianization. This enormous disproportion between the rapid rate of destruction of the old forms of economy and the slow development of the new has given rise in China, India, Indonesia, Egypt, etc., to an extreme land hunger, to agrarian overpopulation, rack renting, and extreme fragmentation of the land cultivated by the peasantry. The pitiful attempts to introduce agrarian reforms without damaging the colonial regime are intended to facilitate the gradual conversion of the semi-feudal landowner into a capitalist landlord, and in certain cases to create a thin stratum of kulak peasants. In practice, this only leads to greater pauperization of the overwhelming majority of the peasants, which in its turn paralyzes the development of the home market. It is on the basis of these contradictory economic processes that the most important social forces of the colonial movements are developing. 14. In the period of imperialism, the part played by finance capital in gaining an economic and political monopoly in the colonies is particularly prominent. This is shown most clearly in the economic results of the export of capital to the colonies. The capital is used primarily in trade. It functions mainly as usurious loan capital and is directed to the task of preserving and strengthening the imperialist machinery of suppression in the colonial country, by means of state loans, etc., or of gaining full control over the allegedly independent state organs of the native bourgeoisie in semi-colonial countries. The export of capital to the colonies accelerates the development of capitalist relations there. The part which is invested in production does to some extent accelerate industrial development, but this is not done in ways which promote independence. The intention is rather to strengthen the dependence of the colonial economy on the finance capital of the imperialist country. The favorite form of investment in agriculture is in large plantations, with the object of producing cheap food and monopolizing vast sources of raw material. The transference to the metropolis of the greater part of the surplus value extorted from the cheap labor power of the colonial slaves retards the growth of the colonial economy and the development of its productive forces, and is an obstacle to its economic and political emancipation. 536 The Communist International 15. The entire economic policy of imperialism towards the colonies is determined by its anxiety to preserve and increase their dependence, to intensify their exploitation and, as far as possible, to impede their independent development. Only under the pressure of special circumstances may the bourgeoisie of the imperialist states find themselves compelled to encourage the development of large-scale industry in the colonies. All the twaddle of the imperialists and their lackeys about the policy of decolonization being pursued by the imperialist powers, about encouraging the free development of the colonies, is nothing but an imperialist lie. It is of the utmost importance for communists in the imperialist and the colonial countries to expose these lies. 3. On communist strategy and tactics in China, India, and similar colonial countries. 16. As in all colonies and semi-colonies, so also in China and India the development of productive forces and the socialization of labor stand at a comparatively low level. This circumstance, together with foreign domination and the presence of strong survivals of feudalism and pre-capitalist relations, determine the character of the next stage of the revolution in these countries. The revolutionary movement there is at the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution, i.e. the stage when the prerequisites for proletarian dictatorship and socialist revolution are being prepared. Corresponding to this, the general basic tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution in the colonies and semi-colonies may be laid down as follows: a shifting in the relationship of forces in favor of the proletariat, emancipation of the country from the yoke of imperialism, nationalization of foreign concessions, railways, banks, etc., and the establishment of national unity where this has not yet been attained, overthrow of the power of the exploiting classes at whose back imperialism stands, organization of Soviets of workers and peasants and of a Red Army, establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, consolidation of the hegemony of the proletariat, b. the carrying through of the agrarian revolution, freeing the peasants from all pre-capitalist and colonial forms of exploitation and bondage, nationalization of the land. Radical measures for alleviating the position of the peasantry with the object of establishing the closest possible economic and political union between town and country, c. parallel with the further development of industry, transport, etc., and with the corresponding growth of the proletariat, the extension of trade unions, strengthening of the Communist Party and its conquest of a solid leading position among the working masses, the 8-hour working day. September 1928 537. How far the bourgeois democratic revolution will be able in practice to accomplish all its basic tasks, and how far these tasks will be achieved only by the socialist revolution, will depend on the course of the revolutionary movement of the workers and peasants, its successes or defeats in the struggle against the imperialists, feudal lords, and the bourgeoisie. In particular, colonial emancipation from the imperialist yoke will be facilitated by the development of the socialist revolution in the capitalist world and can only be completely guaranteed by the victory of the proletariat in the leading capitalist countries. The transition of the revolution to the socialist phase demands the presence of certain minimum prerequisites, as, for example, a certain level of industrial development, of trade union organization, and a strong communist party. The most important is the development of a strong communist party with mass influence. This would be an extremely slow and difficult process were it not accelerated by the bourgeois democratic revolution, which is already developing as a result of the objective conditions in these countries. 17. The bourgeois democratic revolution in the colonies is distinguished from the bourgeois democratic revolution in an independent country chiefly in that it is organically linked with the national liberation struggle against imperialist domination. The national factor exerts considerable influence on the revolutionary process in all colonies, as well as in those semi-colonies where imperialist enslavement already appears in its naked form and drives the masses to revolt. On the one hand, national oppression hastens the ripening of the revolutionary crisis, intensifies the dissatisfaction of the masses of workers and peasants, facilitates their mobilization, and endows their revolutionary outbursts with the elemental character of a genuine popular revolution. On the other hand, the national factor not only influences the movement of the working class and peasantry, but can also modify the attitude of all other classes in the course of the revolution. Above all, the poor urban petty bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeois intelligentsia are during the early stages brought largely under the influence of the active revolutionary forces. Secondly, the position of the colonial bourgeoisie in the bourgeois democratic revolution is for the most part ambiguous, and their vacillations, corresponding to the course of the revolution, are even greater than in an independent country. Together with the national liberation struggle, the agrarian revolution constitutes the axis of the bourgeois democratic revolution in the more advanced colonial countries. That is why communists must follow with the greatest attention the development of the agrarian crisis and the intensification of class contradictions on the land. They must from the outset give a consciously revolutionary direction to the discontent of 538 the Communist International, the workers, and to the incipient peasant movement, turning it against imperialist exploitation and bondage and against the yoke of the various pre-capitalist, feudal and semi-feudal, conditions under which peasant economy is suffering, declining, and perishing. 18. The national bourgeoisie in these colonial countries do not adopt a uniform attitude to imperialism. One part, more especially the commercial bourgeoisie, directly serves the interests of imperialist capital, the so-called compradori bourgeoisie. In general, they maintain, more or less consistently, an anti-national, imperialist point of view, directed against the whole nationalist movement, as do the feudal allies of imperialism and the more highly paid native officials. The other parts of the native bourgeoisie, especially those representing the interests of native industry, support the national movement. This tendency, vacillating and inclined to compromise, may be called national reformism. In order to strengthen its position in relation to imperialism, bourgeois nationalism in these colonies tries to win the support of the petty bourgeoisie, of the peasantry, and in part also of the working class. Since it has little prospect of success among the workers, once they have become politically awake, it becomes the more important for it to obtain support from the peasantry. Here precisely is the weakest point of the colonial bourgeoisie. The unbearable exploitation of the colonial peasantry can only be ended by the agrarian revolution. The bourgeoisie of China, India, and Egypt are by their immediate interests so closely bound up with landlordism, usury capital, and the exploitation of the peasant masses in general, that they oppose not only the agrarian revolution but also every decisive agrarian reform. They fear, and not without reason, that even the open formulation of the agrarian question will stimulate and accelerate the revolutionary ferment in the peasant masses. Thus, the reformist bourgeoisie cannot bring themselves to approach practically this urgent question. In every conflict with imperialism they attempt, on the one hand, to make a great show of their nationalist firmness of principle, and, on the other, to spread illusions about the possibility of a peaceful compromise with imperialism. In both respects the masses are doomed to disappointment, and in this way they gradually outlive their reformist illusions. 19. An incorrect appraisal of the national reformist tendency of the bourgeoisie in these colonial countries may give rise to serious errors in the strategy and tactics of the communist parties concerned. 20. The petty bourgeoisie in the colonial and semi-colonial countries play a very important role. They consist of various strata, which in different stages of the national revolutionary movement play very diverse roles. The petty bourgeois intelligentsia, the students, and others are very September 1928 539 Frequently the most determined representatives not only of the specific interests of the petty bourgeoisie, but also of the general objective interests of the entire national bourgeoisie. In the early stages of the national movement they often appear as spokesmen of the nationalist struggle. Their role on the surface of the movement is comparatively important. In general, they cannot represent peasant interests, for the social strata from which they come are connected with landlordism. The advance of the revolutionary wave may drive them into the labor movement, into which they carry their hesitating and irresolute petty bourgeois ideology. Only a few of them in the course of the struggle are able to break with their own class and rise to an understanding of the tasks of the class struggle of the proletariat, and to become active defenders of proletarian interests. Frequently the petty bourgeois intellectuals give to their ideology a socialist or even communist color. In the struggle against imperialism they have played, and in such countries as India and Egypt still play, a revolutionary role. The mass movement may draw them in, but may also push them into the camp of extreme reaction, or encourage the spread of utopian reactionary tendencies in their ranks. The peasantry, as well as the proletariat and as its ally, is a driving force of the revolution. The immense many-millioned peasant mass constitutes the overwhelming majority of the population even in the most developed colonies, in many it is 90% of the population. The peasantry can only achieve its emancipation under the leadership of the proletariat, while the proletariat can only lead the bourgeois democratic revolution to victory in union with the peasantry. The process of class differentiation among the peasants in the colonies and semi-colonies where feudal and pre-capitalist survivals are widespread proceeds at a comparatively slow rate. Nevertheless, market relationships in these countries have developed to such a degree that the peasants are no longer a homogeneous mass as to their class. In the villages of China and India, particularly in certain parts of these countries, it is already possible to find exploiting elements, originally peasants, who exploit the peasants and village laborers through usury, trade, employment of hired labor, the sale or leasing of land, the lending of cattle or agricultural implements, etc., etc. In general it is possible that, in the early stages of the peasantry's fight against the landlords, the proletariat may be able to win leadership of the entire peasantry. But, as the struggle develops, some of the upper strata of the peasantry may pass into the camp of counter-revolution. The proletariat can win leadership of the peasantry only if it fights for its partial demands, for the complete carrying through of the agrarian revolution, only if it takes the lead in the struggle of the peasant masses for a revolutionary solution of the agrarian question. 540 The Communist International 21. The working class in the colonies and semi-colonies has characteristic features which are important in the formation of an independent working class movement and proletarian class ideology in these countries. The greater part of the colonial proletariat comes from the pauperized village, with which the worker retains his connection even when engaged in industry. In the majority of colonies, with the exception of some large industrial towns such as Shanghai, Bombay, Calcutta, etc., we find, as a general rule, only the first generation of a proletariat engaged in large-scale production. The rest is made up of ruined artisans driven from the decaying handicrafts, which are widespread even in the most advanced colonies. The ruined artisan, the small property owner, carries with him into the working class the narrow craft sentiments and ideology through which national reformist influence can penetrate the colonial labor movement. 22. At first the interests of the struggle for their class rule compel the most important bourgeois parties in India and Egypt, Swarajists, Wafdists, to demonstrate their opposition to the ruling imperialist feudal bloc. Although this opposition is not revolutionary, but reformist and opportunist, this does not mean that it has no special significance. The national bourgeoisie are not significant as a force in the struggle against imperialism. Nevertheless, this bourgeois reformist opposition has a real and specific significance for the development of the revolutionary movement, and this in both a negative and a positive sense insofar as it has any mass influence at all. What is important about it is that it obstructs and retards the development of the revolutionary movement, insofar as it secures a following among the working masses and holds them back from the revolutionary struggle. On the other hand, bourgeois opposition to the ruling imperialist feudal bloc, even if it does not go very far, can accelerate the political awakening of the broad working masses. Open conflicts between the national reformist bourgeoisie and imperialism, although of little significance in themselves, may, under certain conditions, indirectly serve as the starting point of great revolutionary mass actions. It is true the reformist bourgeoisie try to check any such outcome to their oppositional activities, and in one way or another to prevent it in advance. But wherever the objective conditions exist for a deep political crisis, the activities of the national reformist opposition, even their insignificant conflicts with imperialism which have virtually no connection with revolution, may acquire serious importance. Communists must learn how to utilize each and every conflict, to expand such conflicts and to broaden their significance, to link them with the agitation for revolutionary slogans, to spread the news of these conflicts among the masses, to arouse these masses to independent, open manifestations in support of their own demands, etc. September 1, 928 541-23. The correct tactics in the struggle against such parties as the Swarajists and Wafdists during this stage consist in the successful exposure of their real national reformist character. These parties have more than once betrayed the national liberation struggle, but they have not yet finally passed over, like the Kuomintang, to the counter-revolutionary camp. There is no doubt that they will do this later on, but at present they are particularly dangerous precisely because their real physiognomy has not yet been exposed in the eyes of the masses. If the communists do not succeed at this stage in shaking the faith of the masses in the bourgeois national reformist leadership of the national movement, then in the next advance of the revolutionary wave this leadership will represent an enormous danger for the revolution. It is necessary to expose the half-heartedness and vacillation of these leaders in the national struggle, their bargainings and attempts to reach a compromise with British imperialism, their previous capitulations and counter-revolutionary advances, their reactionary resistance to the class demands of the proletariat and peasantry, their empty nationalist phraseology, their dissemination of harmful illusions about the peaceful decolonization of the country and their sabotage of the application of revolutionary methods in the national struggle for liberation. The formation of any kind of bloc between the Communist Party and the national reformist opposition must be rejected. This does not exclude temporary agreements and the coordination of activities in particular anti-imperialist actions, provided that the activities of the bourgeois opposition can be utilized to develop the mass movement, and that these agreements do not in any way restrict communist freedom of agitation among the masses and their organizations. Of course, in this work the communists must at the same time carry on the most relentless ideological and political struggle against bourgeois nationalism and against the slightest signs of its influence inside the labor movement. 24. An incorrect understanding of the basic character of the party of the big national bourgeoisie gives rise to the danger of an incorrect appraisal of the character and role of the petty bourgeois parties. The development of these parties, as a general rule, follows a course from the national revolutionary to the national reformist position. Even such movements as Sun Yat-senism in China, Gundaism in India, Sarkat Islam in Indonesia, were originally in their ideology radical petty bourgeois movements which, however, were later converted by service to the big bourgeoisie into bourgeois national reformist movements. Since then, in India, Egypt, and Indonesia, a radical wing has again arisen among the petty bourgeois groups, e.g. the Republican Party, Watanists, Sarkat Rakyat, which stand for a more or less consistent national revolutionary point of view. In such a country as India, the rise of some such radical petty bourgeois parties and groups is possible. 542 The Communist International. It is absolutely essential that the communist parties in these countries should from the very outset demarcate themselves in the most clear-cut fashion, both politically and organizationally, from all petty bourgeois groups and parties. Insofar as the needs of the revolutionary struggle demand it, temporary cooperation is permissible, and in certain circumstances even a temporary alliance between the Communist Party and the National Revolutionary Movement, provided that the latter is a genuine revolutionary movement, that it genuinely struggles against the ruling power, and that its representatives do not hamper the communists in their work of revolutionary education among the peasants and the working masses. In all such cooperation, however, it is essential to take the most careful precautions against its degenerating into a fusion of the communist movement with the petty bourgeois revolutionary movement. For the immediate tasks of the Communists 28. The building up and development of the communist parties in the colonies and semi-colonies, the elimination of the excessive discrepancy between the objective revolutionary situation and the weakness of the subjective factor, is one of the most important and urgent tasks of the Communist International. In this task it encounters a whole host of objective difficulties, determined by the historical development and social structure of these countries. The communist parties in the colonial and semi-colonial countries must make every effort to create a cadre of party functionaries from the ranks of the working class itself, utilizing intellectuals in the party as directors and lecturers for propagandist circles and legal and illegal party schools, to train the advanced workers as agitators, propagandists, organizers, and leaders permeated by the spirit of Leninism. The communist parties in the colonial countries must also become genuinely communist parties in their social composition. While drawing into their ranks the best elements of the revolutionary intelligentsia, becoming steeled in the daily struggle and in great revolutionary battles, the communist parties must give their chief attention to strengthening the party organization in the factories and mines, among transport workers, and among the semi-slaves in the plantations. 29. Together with developing the Communist Party itself, the most important of the immediate general tasks in the colonies and semi-colonies is that of work in the trade unions. Communists must conduct revolutionary propaganda in reactionary trade unions with mass working class membership. In those countries where circumstances dictate the need to establish separate revolutionary trade unions, because the reactionary trade union leadership hinders the organization of the unorganized workers, acts in opposition to the most. September 1928 543 elementary demands of trade union democracy, and converts the trade unions into strike-breaking organizations, the leadership of the RILU must be consulted. Special attention needs to be given to the intrigues of the Amsterdam International in the colonial countries, China, India, North Africa, and to the exposure of its reactionary character before the masses. It is obligatory for the Communist Party in the metropolis concerned to afford active help to the revolutionary trade union movement of the colony by advice and by the dispatch of permanent instructors. Up to now too little has been done in this connection. 30. Wherever peasant organizations exist regardless of their character, as long as they are real mass organizations, the Communist Party must take steps to penetrate into these organizations. One of the most urgent tasks of the party is to present the agrarian question correctly to the working class, explaining the importance and decisive role of the agrarian revolution, and making members of the party familiar with methods of agitation, propaganda, and organizational work among the peasantry. Communists must everywhere attempt to give a revolutionary character to the existing peasant movement. They must also organize new revolutionary peasant unions and peasant committees, and maintain regular contact with them. Both in the peasant masses and in the ranks of the proletariat, it is essential to carry on energetic propaganda in favor of a fighting bloc of the proletariat and peasantry. Special workers and peasants' parties, however revolutionary their character may be at particular periods, may all too easily change into ordinary petty bourgeois parties, hence it is not advisable to organize such parties. The Communist Party should never build its organization on the basis of a fusion of two classes, as little should it make use of this basis, characteristic of petty bourgeois groups, in its task of organizing other parties. 33. In China, the rising wave of the revolution will once more confront the party with the immediate practical task of preparing for and carrying through armed insurrection as the only way to complete the bourgeois democratic revolution and overthrow the power of the imperialists, landlords, and national bourgeoisie, the power of the Kuomintang. In existing circumstances, characterized primarily by the absence of a revolutionary impulse among the broad masses of the Chinese people, the party's chief task is the struggle for the masses. At the same time, the party must explain to the masses the impossibility of a radical improvement in their position, the impossibility of the overthrow of imperialist rule and of accomplishing the tasks of the agrarian revolution, unless the power of the Kuomintang and militarists is destroyed and a Soviet regime established. The party must utilize every conflict, however insignificant, between 544 the Communist International, the workers and the capitalists in the factories, between the peasants and landlords in the villages, between the soldiers and officers in the army, deepening and sharpening these class clashes in order to mobilize the broadest masses of workers and peasants and to win them to its side. The party must utilize every act of violence by international imperialism against the Chinese people, which at present takes the form of the military conquest of different regions, as well as all the bloody exploits of infuriated reaction, to widen the popular protest of the masses against the ruling classes. Within the party, attention must be concentrated on restoring the cells and local party committees destroyed by the reaction, on improving the social composition of the party, and establishing cells in the most important industries, the largest factories and railway workshops. The most serious attention must be given by the CCP to the social composition of village party organizations, to ensure that they consist of the proletarian, semi-proletarian, and poor rural strata. 34. The basic tasks of the Indian Communists consist in the struggle against British imperialism for the emancipation of the country, the destruction of all survivals of feudalism, the agrarian revolution, and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry in the form of a Soviet republic. These tasks can be successfully carried out only if a powerful communist party is created, able to place itself at the head of the broad masses of the working class, the peasantry, and all the toilers, and to lead them in armed insurrection against the feudal imperialist bloc. The union of all communist groups and individual communists scattered throughout the country into a single, illegal, independent, and centralized party is the first task of Indian communists. While rejecting the principle of building the party on a two-class basis, communists must utilize the connections of the existing workers' and peasants' parties with the laboring masses to strengthen their own party, bearing in mind that the hegemony of the proletariat cannot be realized without the existence of a consolidated steadfast communist party, armed with the theory of Marxism. The communists must unmask the national reformism of the Indian National Congress and, in opposition to all the talk of the Swarajists, Gandhists, etc., about passive resistance, advance the irreconcilable slogan of armed struggle for the emancipation of the country and the expulsion of the imperialists. In relation to the peasantry and peasant organizations, the Indian Communists are faced first and foremost with the task of informing the peasant masses about the general demands of the party on the agrarian question, for which purpose the party must work out an agrarian program of action. Through workers connected with the village, as well as September 1928 545 directly, the Communists must stimulate the struggle of the peasantry for partial demands, and in the process of the struggle organize peasant unions. It is essential to make sure that the newly created peasant organizations do not fall under the influence of exploiting strata in the village. It must be remembered that in no circumstances can communists relinquish their right to open criticism of the opportunist and reformist tactics of the leadership of those mass organizations in which they work. 35. In Indonesia, the suppression of the Rising of 1926, the arrest and exile of thousands of members of the Communist Party, seriously disorganized its ranks. The need to rebuild the destroyed party organizations demands from the party new methods of work, corresponding to the illegal conditions created by the police regime of Dutch imperialism. The concentration of party activities on the places where the town and village proletariat is concentrated, the factories and plantations, restoration of the dissolved trade unions and the struggle for their legalization, special attention to the practical partial demands of the peasantry, development and strengthening of peasant organizational work within all the mass nationalist organizations, in which the Communist Party must establish fractions and rally to itself the national revolutionary elements, resolute struggle against the Dutch Social Democrats who, supported by the government, are attempting to secure a foothold for themselves among the native proletariat, winning over the numerous Chinese workers for the class struggle and national revolutionary struggle, and the establishment of connections with the communist movement in China and India. These are some of the most important tasks of the Indonesian Communist Party. 37. In Egypt, the Communist Party will be able to play an important part in the national movement only if it is based on the organized proletariat. The organization of trade unions among the Egyptian workers, the intensification of the class struggle, and leadership in that struggle are, consequently, the first and most important tasks of the Communist Party. The greatest danger to the trade union movement in Egypt at the present time lies in the bourgeois nationalists getting control of the unions. Without a decisive struggle against their influence, a genuine class organization of the workers is impossible. One of the most marked failings of the Egyptian communists in the past has been their exclusive concentration on the urban workers. The correct formulation of the agrarian question, the gradual drawing into the revolutionary struggle of the broad masses of agricultural workers and peasants, and the organization of these masses are some of the most important tasks for the party. Special attention should be devoted to the building up of the party itself, which is still very weak. 38. In the French colonies of North Africa, the communists must work in all existing national revolutionary mass organizations in order to bring 546 the Communist International together, the genuinely revolutionary elements, on a consistent and clear platform, into a fighting bloc of workers and peasants. As far as the organization Étoile Nord-Africaine is concerned, the communists must work to ensure its development, not into a party, but into a fighting bloc of the different revolutionary organizations, to which the trade unions of industrial and agricultural workers, peasant unions, etc. are collectively affiliated. The leading part must be secured for the revolutionary proletariat, and for this purpose it is necessary, above all, to develop the trade union movement as the most important organizational channel for communist influence over the masses. It must be our constant task to establish ever closer cooperation between the revolutionary sections of the white proletariat and the native working class. The communist organizations in each individual country must attract into their ranks in the first place the native workers, fighting against any negligent attitude towards them. The communist parties, genuinely based on the native proletariat, must formally and in fact become independent sections of the Communist International. 39. In connection with the colonial question, the Sixth Congress draws the special attention of the communist parties to the Negro question. The position of the Negroes varies in different countries, and accordingly requires concrete investigation and analysis. The territories in which compact Negro masses are to be found can be divided into the following groups: 1. The United States and some South American countries, in which the compact Negro masses constitute a minority in relation to the white population. 2. The Union of South Africa, where the Negroes are the majority in relation to the white colonists. 3. The Negro states which are actually colonies or semi-colonies of imperialism: Liberia, Haiti, Santo Domingo, the whole of Central Africa. Divided into the colonies and mandated territories of various imperialist powers, Great Britain, France, Portugal, etc. The tasks of the communist parties have to be defined according to the concrete situation. In the Union of South Africa, the Negro masses, who constitute the majority of the population and whose land is being expropriated by the white colonists and by the state, are deprived of political rights and of freedom of movement, are exposed to the worst kinds of racial and class oppression, and suffer simultaneously from pre-capitalist and capitalist methods of exploitation and oppression. The Communist Party, which has already had some successes among the Negro proletariat, has the duty of continuing still more energetically the struggle for complete equality of rights for the Negroes, for the abolition of all special regulations and laws directed against Negroes, and for confiscation of the estates of the landlords. In drawing into its ranks Negro workers, organizing them in trade unions, fighting for their admission into September 1928 547 the trade unions of white workers, the Communist Party is obliged to struggle by every means against racial prejudice among white workers and to eradicate such prejudices entirely from its own ranks. The party must vigorously and consistently advance the slogan of the creation of an independent native republic, with guarantees for the rights of the white minority, and translate this fight into action. 41. The tasks of the communist parties of the imperialist countries in the colonial question bear a threefold character. First, the establishment of lively connections between the communist parties and the revolutionary trade union organizations of the metropolitan countries and the corresponding organizations of the colonies. The connections hitherto established cannot, with a few exceptions, be regarded as adequate. This fact can only in part be explained by objective difficulties. It must be admitted that, up to now, not all the parties in the Communist International have fully grasped the decisive importance which the establishment of close, regular, and unbroken relations with the revolutionary movements in the colonies has in affording these movements active and direct practical help. Only in so far as the communist parties of the imperialist countries really support the revolutionary movement in the colonies, in so far as their help actually widens the struggle of the colonial countries against imperialism, can their position on the colonial question be recognized as a genuinely Bolshevik one. This is the criterion for their revolutionary activity in general. The second category of tasks consists in practical support of the struggle of the colonial peoples against imperialism through the organization of effective mass actions by the proletariat. In this respect, too, the activity of the communist parties of the big capitalist countries has been insufficient. The preparation and organization of such demonstrations of solidarity must without fail become one of the basic elements of communist agitation among the working masses of the capitalist countries. A special task in this category is the struggle against missionary organizations, which act as one of the most effective levers of imperialist expansion and of the enslavement of the colonial peoples. While striving for the immediate recall of the armed forces of imperialism from the oppressed countries, the communist parties must work unceasingly to organize mass actions to prevent the transport of troops and munitions to the colonies. Systematic agitational and organizational work among the troops for fraternization with the rebellious masses in the colonies must serve as preparation for the desertion of the occupation armies to the side of the workers and peasants and their armed forces. The struggle against the colonial policy of social democracy must be looked upon by the Communist Party as an organic part of its struggle against imperialism. The Second International, by the position it adopted. 548 The Communist International on the Colonial Question at its last Congress in Brussels, has finally sanctioned what the practical activity of the different socialist parties of the imperialist countries during the post-war years had already made quite clear. The colonial policy of social democracy is a policy of active support of imperialism in the exploitation and oppression of the colonial peoples. It has officially adopted the point of view which lies at the basis of the League of Nations, according to which the ruling classes of the developed capitalist countries have the right to rule over the majority of the peoples of the globe and to subject these peoples to a frightful regime of exploitation and enslavement. In order to deceive a part of the working class and to secure its cooperation in maintaining the robber colonial regime, social democracy defends the most shameful and repulsive exploits of imperialism in the colonies. It conceals the real nature of the capitalist colonial system. It keeps silent about the connection between colonial policy and the danger of a new imperialist war which is threatening the proletariat and laboring masses of the whole world. Wherever the indignation of the colonial peoples finds an outlet in the struggle against imperialism, social democracy, for all its lying phrases, in fact always stands on the side of the imperialist executioners of the revolution. Resolution of the 6th Comintern Congress on the appeal of Trotsky, Sapronov, and others September 1, 1928 Protocol, 6, 4, p. 210 Kolarov reported for the Appeals Commission, the resolutions on Trotsky, Sapronov, and others, on Maslow and Ruth Fisher, and 2 further resolutions on similar lines relating to Suzanne Giraud and her group in France, and Wichenkoop in Holland were passed unanimously without discussion. From the chair Thulman announced that a number of delegations had put their views before the Congress in written statements. On behalf of the German, Czech, Polish, Austrian, and a number of other parties, he moved a resolution completely approving the political and organizational line of the CPSU and its Leninist Central Committee, and all the decisions of the ECCI since the Fifth Congress on this question. Other delegations, in groups, put in the same resolution, which was carried unanimously without discussion. At the end of the proceedings, Bukharin, in moving the Congress manifesto, expressed the hope that they had said the last word on that page of our internal history which may be described as the Trotskyist crisis within the Communist International. If the international workers' movement and the revolution in the colonial countries find their most powerful bulwark here in the USSR, it is completely understandable that cracks and tremors here should shake the entire structure of our movement, shake and unsettle the entire international communist army. Our party has come through this crisis not without internal. September 1928 549 convulsions, not without pain or friction. The healthy working class instinct for unity had dealt a crushing blow at the Trotskyist opposition, and in all other parties its pitiful fragments had crumbled away. The Congress has drawn the last line on this page. We have lost a whole series of our former comrades. And the vote taken here on this question signifies their political death. Having examined the petitions from Trotsky, Sapronov, and other oppositionists expelled from the CPSU to be readmitted to the party, the Sixth World Congress of the CI resolves, 1. The World Congress fully approves the decision of the 15th Congress of the CPSU and the resolution of the 9th ECCI plenum on the incompatibility of membership of the Trotskyist opposition and propaganda of its views with membership of the Bolshevik Party. In its programmatic, political, and organizational views, the Trotskyist group has fallen to the level of Menshevism, and objectively has become an organ of struggle against the Soviet regime. Its expulsion from the CPSU was therefore correct and unavoidable. 2. The petition of those excluded to the World Congress is a further proof that Trotsky and the small handful of his adherents who have not submitted to the conditions put forward by the 15th Congress, as the great majority of the former opposition have done, are continuing their struggle, their splitting work, their campaign of calumny against the CPSU and against the proletarian dictatorship. The Congress considers it unnecessary to debate with the enemies of the CI the counter-revolutionary political content of the Trotskyist platform, since the entire membership of all communist parties have more than once most decisively rejected the views of the opposition. 3. The Sixth World Congress ratifies the decision of the 15th Congress of the CPSU on the expulsion of Trotskyists, and recognizes that the measures subsequently taken against the opposition leaders arose entirely from revolutionary necessity. It rejects the request of Trotsky, Radek, Sapronov, and the others expelled for readmission to the party. Resolution of the Sixth Comintern Congress on the appeal of Maslow and Ruth Fischer I September 1928 Protocol, 6, 4, p. 211. Having examined the letter of August 23, 1928 from Maslow and Ruth Fischer, the Sixth World Congress resolves, 1. The World Congress ratifies all the decisions against the Trotskyist Maslow-Fischer group taken by the plenary sessions of the ECCI and the Presidium and by the KPD. 2. The entire counter-revolutionary splitting activity of the leaders of 550 the Communist International. This group makes it impossible to place any confidence in the sincerity of their statements, and shows that they are neither able nor willing to become Bolshevik fighters in the ranks of the KPD. 3. The World Congress therefore resolves to reject their request for readmission and to proceed with the next item on the agenda. 4. At the same time the World Congress approves the statement of the CC of the KPD that the way back to the KPD is open to all those workers expelled for adherence to the Trotskyist group who break with Maslow, Ruth Fischer, and the other renegades from communism, and obey without reservation all decisions of the Communist International. Extracts from a decision of the ECCI Presidium on the circumstances connected with the embezzlement of party funds in Hamburg October 6, 1928 in Preker, 8, 115, p. 2263, October 9, 1928. The right wing and moderates, who feared the sharp left turn in the Comintern, seized on the Witterf case in the hope that it would help them to change the composition of the KPD Zentrale. Witterf, Thülmann's brother-in-law, had misappropriated his district party funds to the extent of 1,850 marks, and Thülmann had tried to hush the scandal up. The deficit was discovered, and at the meeting of the CC of the KPD on 25 to 26 September the centrist group, known as Conciliators, carried a resolution sharply condemning as a political error Thülmann's attempt to keep the matter a secret from his colleagues on the Central Committee. At Thülmann's request, the question was referred to the ECCI. The ECCI Presidium rehabilitated Thülmann. In a letter to Coto Villa in Buenos Aires, Humbert Draws wrote of the mechanical discipline being applied in the KPD by the Thülmann-Ramelli-Neumann leadership. The right wing was being excluded without discussion or serious ideological analysis. On the resolution about Thülmann he wrote that it amounted to a revision of the 6th Congress decision on the KPD, discredited the KPD Zentrale in the eyes of the masses for the questionable advantage of re-establishing Thülmann's personal authority, and would make the internal regime of the KPD worse. 1. The CC of the KPD acted correctly in proceeding vigorously against the embezzlement of party funds by Witterf and expelling him from the party for this crime. 2. Comrade Thülmann, who is unreservedly in favor of the strong measures taken by the CC in the Hamburg organization, made a serious mistake in not immediately informing the CC of this theft by Witterf as soon as he learned of it. The Presidium observes, however, that this omission on Thülmann's part did not originate in a desire to protect Witterf, but October 1928 551 arose solely from the wish to choose such a time and manner for disciplining Witterf that the public settlement of the entire affair would do as little harm as possible to the party, and not be exploited by the bourgeoisie and the social democracy to make it more difficult for the party and the Comintern to carry out their most important campaign against the class enemies of the proletariat. 3. Unfortunately, the ECCI Presidium must at the same time observe that the CC of the KPD published the resolution condemning Comrade Thülmann at a moment when the party's political position was extremely difficult, for it was in the middle of a campaign against armored cruiser social democracy, without any attempt beforehand to bring it to the notice of the ECCI and the active party functionaries, and without any thought for the reaction of the party membership to such a step. The ECCI Presidium believes that the CC of the KPD made a mistake that was extremely dangerous for the party, giving the class enemies of the proletariat an opportunity to undermine by a filthy campaign against Comrade Thülmann, the KPD, and the Comintern the party's campaign against social democracy in connection with the building of armored cruisers, and to weaken the proletariat's position in its fight against imperialism. Such a crass mistake was possible only because the majority of the members, who were not fully informed, allowed themselves to be misled by political opponents within the CC. Instead of acting in the spirit of the Sixth World Congress decisions and concentrating on the fight against the right danger and against the tendency towards conciliation in regard to right deviations, these comrades proceeded to exploit the Witterf affair in their fractional group interests against Comrade Thülmann as one of the chief representatives of the Sixth World Congress line. This was an attempt to change the party leadership and so to obstruct the execution of the political line adopted by the Sixth World Congress. The ECCI Presidium proposes that the CC of the KPD shall take steps to liquidate all fractional groups in the party, and draw into responsible party work the best party forces which stand by the decisions of the Comintern and the Essen Congress, make certain changes in the composition of the leading CC bodies, Politburo, Secretariat, Rotfani Editorial Board. The ECCI Presidium observes that the CC of the KPD with Comrade Thülmann at the head pursued a correct political and organizational line both before and after the Essen Congress, as, inter alia, the May elections showed. The Presidium is convinced that the CC of the KPD will continue to carry out this correct Leninist policy. The Presidium expresses its complete political confidence in Comrade Thülmann, and believes that it is his duty to continue to discharge all. 552 The Communist International the functions in the party and the ECCI imposed on him by the Essen Party Congress and the 6th Comintern Congress. Extracts from an ECCI resolution on the Negro question. October 26, 1928 The Negro Question, p. 56. At the 6th Comintern Congress Ford, USA, reported that the struggle within the American Party had handicapped work among Negroes very severely. They had no more than 50 Negro members, and had not organized a single Negro union. The few Negroes in the party who raised these questions were driven out. There were strong traces of white chauvinism in the party. Of the 19 resolutions and documents sent by the ECCI in recent years to the PUSA, none had been discussed or acted upon. Later in the proceedings, Jones, another Negro delegate, also referred to the party's inactivity, chauvinism, and race prejudice. The Negro Commission of the Congress had discussed the slogan of a Negro Republic in America. At present the Negroes were a national but non-territorial minority. Bunting, South Africa, said the majority of the South African delegation were opposed to the proposal made in the Commission for an independent South African Native Republic, because it would arouse the intense hostility of the white workers, urban and rural. Pepper defined the Negroes as a colony within the USA, and hence falling within the Comintern policy of national self-determination for oppressed colonial peoples. The Negro nation could be developed out of the compact mass of farmers on a contiguous territory. He advocated the slogan of a Negro Soviet Republic. The Negro question was a national and not a racial one. Negro delegates to the 6th Congress held a conference on July 31, 1928 with representatives of the RILU, the CGTU, and the Trade Union Unity League, USA, on organizing the Negro proletariat. A committee was set up, to bring the Negro workers of the world together, organize them in unions, and get them admitted to existing unions. After the debate on the colonial theses, a subcommittee on the Negro question was set up. It drafted a resolution endorsed by the Political Secretariat and published on October 26, 1928. On October 19, 1928, the Political Secretariat of the ECCI discussed the attitude of the South African CP, in which the majority of the CC objected to the slogan of an independent South African Native Republic. It came to the conclusion that the weakness of the CP in South Africa, despite objectively favorable conditions, might be explained by this attitude. The party must lead the national agrarian revolutionary movement of the native masses. Opposition to a native republic betrayed a defective understanding of the party's tasks. The resolution adopted stated that the united front of the British and South African white bourgeoisie against the toiling Negro population, backed by the white and Negro reformists, creates for the CP in South Africa an exceptionally complicated but favorable position of being the only political party in the country which unites the white and black proletariat and the landless black peasantry. Unfortunately, the CP of South Africa did not give evidence of October 1928 553 sufficient understanding of the revolutionary importance of the mass movements of the native workers and peasants. The CP of South Africa found itself in stubborn opposition to the correct slogan proposed by the Comintern calling for an independent native South African Republic. The CP was advised to participate in such bodies as the African National Congress with the object of transforming them into revolutionary organizations, and to organize the Negroes in trade unions and peasant unions. It was stated that the membership of the CP in South Africa numbered 1,750, predominantly black in composition. The Comintern's decisions on propaganda among Negroes marked a departure from its earlier policy. In the American Party platform adopted in 1925, the Negro question had been treated on orthodox capitalist labor lines, the Negro bourgeoisie being placed in the same category as white capitalists. After the 6th Congress, Negroes were redefined as an oppressed nation. American CP propaganda treated the Black Belt as a nation requiring its own national revolutionary movement. Negro leaders were to be trained for work not only in the United States, but in colonies with Negro populations elsewhere, and a number of them were sent to Moscow for training. Some members of the American CP objected to the application of the national and colonial theses to Negroes and Jews, but met with little support as the earlier policy had been markedly unsuccessful in winning Negro recruits. 1. The industrialization of the South. The concentration of a new Negro working class population in the big cities of the East and North and the entrance of the Negroes into the basic industries on a mass scale, create the possibility for the Negro workers, under the leadership of the Communist Party, to assume the hegemony of all Negro liberation movements, and to increase their importance and role in the revolutionary struggle of the American proletariat. The Negro working class has reached a stage of development which enables it, if properly organized and well led, to fulfill successfully its double historical mission, a. to play a considerable role in the class struggle against American imperialism as an important part of the American working class, and b. to lead the movement of the oppressed masses of the Negro population. 2. The bulk of the Negro population, 86%, live in the southern states. Of this number, 74% live in the rural districts and are dependent almost exclusively upon agriculture for a livelihood. Approximately one-half of these rural dwellers live in the so-called Black Belt, in which area they constitute more than 50% of the entire population. The great mass of the Negro agrarian population are subject to the most ruthless exploitation and persecution of a semi-slave character. In addition to the ordinary forms of capitalist exploitation, American imperialism utilizes every possible form of slave exploitation, peonage, sharecropping, landlord supervision of crops and marketing, etc., for the purpose of extracting super profits. On the basis of these slave remnants, 554 the Communist International, there has grown up a superstructure of social and political inequality that expresses itself in lynching, segregation, Jim Crowism, etc. Necessary conditions for National Revolutionary Movement 3. The various forms of oppression of the Negro masses, who are concentrated mainly in the so-called Black Belt, provide the necessary conditions for a national revolutionary movement among the Negroes. The Negro agricultural laborers and the tenant farmers feel the pressure of white persecution and exploitation. Thus, the agrarian problem lies at the root of the Negro national movement. The great majority of Negroes in the rural districts of the South are not reserves of capitalist reaction, but potential allies of the revolutionary proletariat. Their objective position facilitates their transformation into a revolutionary force, which, under the leadership of the proletariat, will be able to participate in the joint struggle with all other workers against capitalist exploitation. 4. It is the duty of the Negro workers to organize through the mobilization of the broad masses of the Negro population the struggle of the agricultural laborers and tenant farmers against all forms of semi-feudal oppression. On the other hand, it is the duty of the Communist Party of the USA to mobilize and rally the broad masses of the white workers for active participation in this struggle. For that reason, the party must consider the beginning of systematic work in the South as one of its main tasks. For complete emancipation of oppressed Negro race. 5. To accomplish this task, the Communist Party must come out as the champion of the right of the oppressed Negro race for full emancipation. While continuing and intensifying the struggle under the slogan of full social and political equality for the Negroes, which must remain the central slogan of our party for work among the masses, the party must come out openly and unreservedly for the right of Negroes to national self-determination in the southern states, where the Negroes form a majority of the population. The struggle for equal rights and the propaganda for the slogan of self-determination must be linked up with the economic demands of the Negro masses, especially those directed against the slave remnants and all forms of national and racial oppression. Special stress must be laid upon organizing active resistance against lynching, Jim Crowism, segregation and all other forms of oppression of the Negro population. 6. The existence of a Negro industrial proletariat of almost 2 million workers makes it imperative that the main emphasis should be placed on these new proletarian forces. The Negro workers must be organized under the leadership of the Communist Party, and thrown into joint struggle together with the white workers. The party must learn to October 1928 555 combine all demands of the Negroes with the economic and political struggle of the workers and the poor farmers. American Negro Question, part of World Problem 7. The Negro question in the United States must be treated in its relation to the Negro questions and struggles in other parts of the world. The Negro race everywhere is an oppressed race. Whether it is a minority, USA, etc., majority, South Africa, or inhabits a so-called independent state, Liberia, etc., the Negroes are oppressed by imperialism. Thus, a common tie of interest is established for the revolutionary struggle of race and national liberation from imperialist domination of the Negroes in various parts of the world. A strong Negro revolutionary movement in the USA will be able to influence and direct the revolutionary movement in all those parts of the world where the Negroes are oppressed by imperialism. 8. The proletarianization of the Negro masses makes the trade unions the principal form of mass organization. It is the primary task of the party to play an active part and lead in the work of organizing the Negro workers and agricultural laborers in trade unions. Owing to the refusal of the majority of the white unions in the USA, led by the reactionary leaders, to admit Negroes to membership, steps must be immediately taken to set up special unions for those Negro workers who are not allowed to join the white unions. At the same time, however, the struggles for the inclusion of Negro workers in the existing unions must be intensified and concentrated upon. Special attention must be given to those unions in which the statutes and rules set up special limitations against the admission of Negro workers. The primary duty of the Communist Party in this connection is to wage a merciless struggle against the AFL bureaucracy, which prevents the Negro workers from joining the white workers' unions. Every effort must be made to see that all the new unions organized by the left wing and the Communist Party should embrace the workers of all nationalities and of all races. The principle of one union for all workers in each industry, white and black, should cease to be a mere slogan of propaganda, and must become a slogan of action. Party trade union work among Negroes. 9. While organizing the Negroes into unions and conducting an aggressive struggle against the anti-Negro trade union policy of the AFL, the party must pay more attention than it has hitherto done to the work in the Negro workers' organizations, such as the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, Chicago Asphalt Workers Union, and so on. The existence of 2 million Negro workers and the further industrialization of the Negroes demand a radical change in the work of the party among the Negroes. 556 The Communist International. The creation of working class organizations and the extension of our influence in the existing working class Negro organizations, are of much greater importance than the work in bourgeois and petty bourgeois organizations, such as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Pan-African Congress, etc. 10. The American Negro Labor Congress continues to exist only nominally. Every effort should be made to strengthen this organization as a medium through which we can extend the work of the party among the Negro masses and mobilize the Negro workers under our leadership. 11. The importance of trade union work imposes special tasks upon the Trade Union Unity League. The TUUL has completely neglected the work among the Negro workers, notwithstanding the fact that these workers are objectively in a position to play a very great part in carrying through the program of organizing the unorganized. White chauvinism evidenced in the American Party. The CEC of the American Communist Party itself stated in its resolution of April 30, 1928, that the party as a whole has not sufficiently realized the significance of work among the Negroes. Such an attitude toward the party work among the Negroes is, however, not satisfactory. The time is ripe to begin within the party a courageous campaign of self-criticism concerning the work among the Negroes. Penetrating self-criticism is the necessary preliminary condition for directing the Negro work along new lines. 13. The party must bear in mind that white chauvinism, which is the expression of the ideological influence of American imperialism among the workers, not only prevails among the different strata of the white workers in the USA, but is even reflected in various forms in the party itself. White chauvinism has manifested itself even in open antagonism of some comrades to the Negro comrades. In some instances where communists were called upon to champion and lead in the most vigorous manner the fight against white chauvinism, they instead yielded to it. In Gary, white members of the Workers' Party protested against Negroes eating in the restaurant controlled by the party. In Detroit, party members, yielding to pressure, drove the Negro Comrades from a social given in aid of the miners' strike. 16. The party must seriously take up the task of training a cadre of Negro Comrades as leaders, bring them into the party schools in the USA and abroad, and make every effort to draw Negro proletarians into active and leading work in the party, not confining the activities of the Negro Comrades exclusively to the work among Negroes. Simultaneously, white workers must specially be trained for work among the Negroes. 22. In the work among the Negroes, special attention should be paid. October 1928 557 to the role played by the churches and preachers who are acting on behalf of American imperialism. The party must conduct a continuous and carefully worked out campaign among the Negro masses, sharpened primarily against the preachers and the churchmen, who are the agents of the oppressors of the Negro race. Party work among Negro proletariat and peasantry. 23. The party must apply united front tactics for specific demands to the existing Negro petty bourgeois organizations. The purpose of these united front tactics should be the mobilizing of the Negro masses under the leadership of the party, and to expose the treacherous petty bourgeois leadership of those organizations. 25. In order to reach the bulk of the Negro masses, special attention should be paid to the work among the Negroes in the South. For that purpose, the party should establish a district organization in the most suitable locality in the South. Whilst continuing trade union work among the Negro workers and the agricultural laborers, special organizations of tenant farmers must be set up. Special efforts must also be made to secure the support of the sharecroppers in the creation of such organizations. The party must undertake the task of working out a definite program of immediate demands, directed against all slave remnants, which will serve as the rallying slogans for the formation of such peasant organizations. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI to the All India Conference of Workers and Peasants Parties December 2, 1928 Meerut Trial, Exhibit P 334. Until 1929 the communist movement in India consisted of scattered groups rather than an organized party. An official Comintern handbook lists the Indian CP as founded in 1926, though not recognized as a CI section. It has been suggested that Roy, who was unpopular with a number of his Indian colleagues, one of whom later charged him with misapplication of Comintern funds, was sent to China at the end of 1926 by the ECCI in order to leave the CPGB a free hand to organize a party in India. Communist propaganda, printed in Britain and Germany, was directed mainly to the trade unions. The Prof in turn assiduously courted the All India Trade Union Congress, acting on many occasions through its Pan-Pacific Trade Union Secretariat in Shanghai, and providing propaganda material, pamphlets, etc. through the British minority movement. The League Against Imperialism also interested itself in the unions, and sent a representative by the name of J. W. Johnstone to India to promote its work among them. Ryan, an Australian member of the Pan-Pacific Secretariat, attended the 1928 meeting of the All India TUC, at which it was decided to affiliate to the League Against Imperialism. In a letter to the Secretary of the All India Trade Union Congress of Bengal Trade Union Secretary 558 the Communist International wrote, "I have now begun to realize why there is such a strong feeling of hostility created against the so-called communists everywhere. Right or wrong they try to dictate their terms to other trade unionists, who in most cases have to yield to them because they have no solidarity but are rent asunder." The fifth plenum of the ECCI in March 1925 recommended Indian communists to work in the Indian National Congress and its Swaraj, Home Rule, organizations. In July 1925 the CPGB arranged a conference in Amsterdam. Roy was not allowed entry into England, attended by Roy representing the ECCI and Upadhyaya, and presided over by Sneevleet. Glading, CPGB, who had just returned from India, said he had found no communists there. It is clear from the report on this conference that there was a good deal of ill feeling and mistrust between the CPGB and its Indian associates, and rivalry for control over the work done in India and among Indians abroad. In November 1925 a Labour Swaraj Party was formed within the Indian National Congress, and in the following year merged with the Bengal Workers' and Peasants' Party, which had been established in Calcutta in February 1926. The second conference of the WPP held at the end of the year was attended by Sayklatvala, the London Communist MP. Its membership at the beginning of 1928 is given as 125, with an affiliated membership of 10,000. Two of its members were on the Executive Committee of the Indian TUC, and 3 on the Committee of the Indian National Congress. At the meeting of the Indian National Congress in Madras in December 1927, the communists present met and adopted a constitution, and decided to affiliate to the CI. Nothing seems to have come of this attempt. The meeting was attended by B. Bradley and P. Spratt, sent from the CPGB as organizers. Spratt had arrived at the end of 1926, Bradley shortly afterwards, with instructions to form a Workers' and Peasants' Party in which the Communists would exercise control. The Bombay WPP was set up in February 1927, and in May a number of Indian Communists met in that city to elect an executive committee. It made no formal request to Moscow for affiliation, but stated that it looked to the Comintern for guidance. It is clear from the speeches at the 6th CI Congress in the following year that this attempt to form an Indian Communist Party also petered out. In a letter to Indian Communists at the end of 1927, Roy wrote that the WPP was too openly identified with the Communists. It is publicly known that practically all the members of the CC of the CP are the leaders of the WPP. Of course, it should in fact be so, but the cat has been unnecessarily let out of the bag by publishing the list of the CC of the CP at the 6th Comintern Congress. The Soviet delegation were in favor of withdrawing support from the WPP, the British delegation in favor of continuing support, and the Indian delegation divided. The British, like Roy, were in favor of a mass legal party controlled by an illegal CP. It was decided that support should be withdrawn, but the Indian Communists did in fact continue with their preparations for an all-India conference of workers' and peasants' parties, of which there were 4, which was held in Calcutta on 21 to 23 December 1928. It is suggested that the decisions arrived at in Moscow reached India too late for a change to be made, and the local communists were linked more directly with the CPGB than with the CI. Bradley attended the conference. December 1928, 559 as representative of the CPGB. Invitations had also been sent to the Comintern, Profintern, and Krestintern, the League Against Imperialism, the Pan-Pacific Trade Union Secretariat, the Minority Movement, Labour Research Department, and Indian Seamen's Union, London, which existed only on paper. The political resolution adopted by the conference was drafted by Spratt. The conference voted for collaboration with the Independence League, the more radical section of the Indian National Congress, although it was said to have a fundamentally bourgeois, even fascist, and ultimately counter-revolutionary character. After the conference, the communist leaders of the WPP reconstituted themselves as the Communist Party of India, elected a central committee, and applied for admission to the Comintern. The present ECCI letter was accompanied by a long extract from the colonial theses of the 6th Comintern Congress. After the conference, Roy wrote that the Communists, who were its driving force, hoped to make the WPP the center for all revolutionary national forces. The WPP would have fractions in other organizations, but not accept office in them. Shubin, who at the 10th ECCI plenum made a vigorous attack on Roy for his attitude to the Independence League and questioned whether he had any support among Indian communists, wrote that Roy's articles were spreading the illusion that real progress could be made through Congress. At the end of 1930, R.P. Dutt wrote that there was still no Communist Party in India. The Communist International, supporting everywhere the revolutionary movement of the toilers and the oppressed, through your organization, albeit not part of our international body, sends its greetings to the workers and peasants of India now waging a heroic struggle against imperialist oppression and feudal reaction upon one of the most important sections of the world front. The victorious progress of this struggle demands, in our opinion, above all, the creation of an independent class party of the proletariat, the uniting and raising of the isolated actions of the peasants to the highest political level, and the formation of a real revolutionary bloc of workers and peasants, under the leadership of the proletariat, not in the form of a united workers and peasants party, but on the basis of cooperation in deeds between the mass organizations of the proletariat on the one hand, and peasant leagues and committees on the other, for the overthrow of the imperialists and the destruction of the political and economic basis of colonial exploitation and slavery. The growing influence of the workers' and peasants' parties, and particularly the attendance of thousands of peasants at your provincial conferences, proved that the understanding of the necessity for this militant bloc is penetrating among ever larger masses of toilers. Your conference is taking place at a moment which may become the turning point in the history of the national revolution. The furious preparations of the British bourgeoisie for a new imperialistic slaughter, and the intensification of all forms of colonial plunder and terror, place the peoples of India in a position from which there is no other way out, but open and 560. The Communist International determined fight for the overthrow of the alien yoke. The revolutionary crisis in the country is maturing. In the strike movements, various detachments of the working class, particularly the textile workers of Bombay, begin to come out as an independent force, conscious of the irreconcilability of its interests with imperialism and the chaffering bourgeoisie, and of its historic role as the champion of the national revolution. More painfully, and slowly, but with equal certainty, the oppressed, ruined and disunited peasantry is entering the path of organized struggle. Growing unemployment, ruin and hopelessness stir also the town petty bourgeoisie to revolutionary activity. The pent-up discontent of the masses, the despair and the sublime hatred for the oppressors, is already breaking forth to transform these isolated and defensive actions into an aggressive fight against British imperialism and its native allies. That is the fundamental task before your conference. The main obstacle to the victorious organized struggle against British imperialism and its feudal allies in the period of increasing terrorism and bloody repression is the influence of opportunist bourgeois nationalism. Each day brings and will bring fresh proof of the treachery of the bourgeoisie, of its cringing before imperialism, of its intention to bargain and to come to terms with the latter behind the backs of the toilers of India and at their expense. Lately this treachery has assumed the character of the most cynical toying with the slogan of independence which the Swarajists now throw out to deceive the masses, now tuck away in their pocket, the Motilal Nehru report, in order to penetrate into the Simon Commission through the back stairs, and now raise again in a distorted shape, simultaneously with the Dominion status slogan. However crude and downright dishonest this game may be, the penal regime and bloody repression of any exposing criticism, particularly communist criticism, create a state of things under which the fraud of bourgeois nationalism still keeps its hold on a considerable section of the toilers. The struggle against this fraud compels you not only to determined and relentless exposure of the bourgeois treachery, but also through systematic everyday activity to bring home this exposure, to the masses of the workers and peasants. The experience of the last movement in Bardoli showed how great the danger is still that not only the bourgeoisie, but even the usurers who buy out the peasants' lands, find themselves able to subordinate the movement of the peasants and to utilize it for their own ends. No declarations of readiness to combat opportunism have any revolutionary worth if there is no practical and actual proof of the waging of this struggle among the masses, and of the overcoming of the bourgeois influence in persistent everyday work. The greatest danger to the organization of the masses, to the creation of a revolutionary bloc of the proletariat and the peasantry and to the proletarian leadership in this bloc, consists not only in bourgeois nationalism. December 1928 561 as such, but comes from the organizations and groups of prominent petty bourgeois intellectuals actually influenced by the former Independence League. The wavering and oscillating petty bourgeois intellectuals of India are either tied up with the system of landlordism and usury and preach a return to obsolete forms of pre-capitalist exploitation idealized by them, or they reflect the interest of capitalist exploitation being the agents of the bourgeoisie within the national movement. In either case they deny the importance of the class struggle, and whilst claiming to be at the head of the workers' and peasants' movement, they are fit in reality only to be headed. The better elements alone of the petty bourgeoisie intellectuals with a revolutionary frame of mind may rise to the proletarian class viewpoint, and become a positive factor in the national revolutionary struggle. The Independence League, at least in its present shape, in fact assists official Swaragism in its nefarious play with the slogans of independence and dominion status. Duly appreciating the very fact of the organization of this league as proof that at the present time one cannot approach the masses without demanding independence and the overthrow of imperialism, your conference at the same time cannot fail to disassociate itself from the confusion and twaddle which characterizes the advertised league platform with its lavish promises. The masses must realize that all the talk of the organizers of the league in their platform about nationalization and socialization is an empty sound if in the same breath they recommend for the present impartial board for arbitration with a view to making strikes and lockouts unnecessary, platform of the Bengal Independence League. The masses want from the political leaders of the petty bourgeoisie not words but revolutionary deeds. The more determined and outspoken your criticism, the sooner the League will either expose itself as the left wing of bourgeois nationalism, or having shaken off the politicians at the head, will join, for a certain period and within certain limits, the national revolutionary camp, retaining, however, even in this case their incorrigible half-heartedness, chronic wavering, and inevitable confusion in the whole of their politics and tactics. The experience of all revolutions shows that the peasantry is inevitably deceived and defeated if it acts without the alliance and the leadership of the proletariat. In explaining to the peasantry the need for the workers' and peasants' bloc, it is not difficult at the same time to explain to them, upon the grounds of the severe experience of the Indian Revolution, the need for the leadership of the proletariat in this bloc. The Indian proletariat has demonstrated to all the toilers that it represents the most revolutionary force in the country. It has shown that it will stop at nothing in this struggle, neither in the town nor in the village, that it marches and will. 562 The Communist International March, in the front rank of the fight against British imperialism, feudalism, and the reformist bourgeoisie. The proletariat is helping and will help the peasantry, which has been thrust by imperialism into a singular condition of humiliation, disunion and barbaric exploitation, shrouded in the falsehoods of religion, caste, and nationalism, to organize its force and to break the shackles of slavery, bondage, land hunger, and imperialist and feudal oppression. The leadership of the proletariat, as the more concentrated, united, enlightened, and hardened section of the toilers in this struggle, will secure the victory to the workers' and peasants' bloc. It is extremely important to demonstrate to the peasants in deeds and practice the significance of a fighting alliance with the proletariat in their everyday struggle, already now. The organization of the workers' and peasants' bloc is based upon the common interest of the workers, peasants, and the town poor, in the fight against imperialism and feudal reaction. Nevertheless, it does not eliminate the class differences, and therefore, it does not imply by any means the fusion of the workers and peasants into one party. In the Great October Revolution, the proletariat gained the following of the peasantry of all the nations which inhabited the former Tsarist Russia just because it was organized into the independent Bolshevik Party, into a party armed with the Marxian-Leninist theory, irreconcilable to petty bourgeois waverings, disciplined, self-sacrificing, capable of screening itself underground from the blows of the Tsarist terror, at the same time never ceasing to take advantage of all the legal possibilities. The Indian proletariat, we feel sure, will follow this path. The Indian proletariat will be the champion of the national revolutionary fight and lead to victory the peasantry, the town poor, and all the toilers, if it organizes and consolidates its vanguard, the Communist Party, which will educate the working masses in the spirit of a clear and unmistakable class policy, in the realization of the need for tremendous sacrifices in order to overthrow imperialism and bourgeoisie. The existing, only on paper, Communist Party of India, since it does not show any signs of revolutionary life, has no grounds to consider and even call itself communist, although there are individual communists among its members. Under the conditions of imperialist terror, by the feeble organization of the Indian workers and the bullying of the reformist trade union bureaucrats, The task of building a genuine communist party will be considerably facilitated if at the same time broad revolutionary organizations of the workers are formed with the active participation of communists, or a broad left wing created in the trade union movement upon the platform of consistent class struggle. In the work among the peasants, the task is to pass from general slogans and to draw in the peasants to the real revolutionary struggle in the December 1928 563 defense of the everyday interests of the masses. Your organizations cannot afford to wave aside even seemingly backward manifestations of the anger of the peasantry. You must endeavor in every manifestation of this kind to discover its revolutionary substance and to transfer it to a higher level of class consciousness. In view of the tremendous variety of forms of land tenure in India, and the multitude of forms of pre-capitalist and semi-feudal bondage, the best way to embrace the peasant movement in the various districts and localities is to organize from below peasant leagues led wherever possible by agricultural laborers and poor peasantry proved in the fight. It is necessary, not only in words, but in deeds, to endeavor to raise the isolated actions of the peasants to the level of an agrarian revolution. Under the slogans of abolition of every form and vestige of feudalism and semi-feudalism, of confiscation of the land of zemindars, usurers, priests, and its transfer to the use of the toiling peasantry while securing in the first place the interest of the poor peasants, the agrarian revolution has been and remains the pivot of the national revolutionary struggle in India. Concerning organizational forms, your conference will have to discuss the question of separating the workers' organizations from the peasants' organizations, so that the former be ensured a clear-cut and consistent class development, and the latter the full embracing of the struggling peasantry. Provincial workers' and peasants' parties, after an appropriate distribution of their branches and members upon this class basis, are bound to develop in the future into revolutionary mass organizations of the workers on the one hand, into peasants' leagues and committees on the other, which in turn will strive to gain the leadership inside existing peasant bodies or will build new peasants' organizations. The periodical conferences and meetings of these mass organizations, called from time to time, should constitute one of the forms expressing the militant bloc of the worker and peasant masses. If your conference accepts this point of view, it will put before itself the question of forming a committee for the coordination of the activities of the local workers and peasants' organizations, having in mind chiefly their independent revolutionary development upon the class basis. The Indian toilers, in their hard struggle, are nearing the fulfillment of their great historic task. The proletariat now organizing its forces can rely on the support of the peasantry, of the poor of the towns, and of all the oppressed and exploited of India for whom there is no salvation except as the result of the triumphant revolution. It can rely upon the support of the proletarians of all lands and of the oppressed peoples throughout all the world. We appeal to your conference to wage a determined fight against waverings and backslidings, to criticize grave opportunistic blunders, to work out the revolutionary tactics for the forthcoming fights. 564 The Communist International to pass to such forms of organization which, as international revolutionary experience has proved, open the possibility for winning the masses to the cause of the revolution. Extracts from an open letter from the ECCI Presidium to the German Communist Party on the right-wing danger in that party December 19, 1928 in Preker, 8, 142, p. 2829, December 21, 1928 The new Comintern line of fighting à outrance against the socialist parties met with a good deal of opposition in the KPD. Those who disagreed were attacked as liquidators. They were accused of organizing a fractional struggle, failing to grasp that the class struggle in Germany was becoming more acute, adopting a passive and pessimistic attitude. Supporting them was a group of conciliators, who did not want the KPD to take up the fight against the right danger as such, but only against errors committed by the right. They also objected to disciplinary action against the right, urging that methods of persuasion only should be used. Their crowning offense was the proposal that Brandler and Thalheimer should be put forward as Reichstag candidates. After the 9th plenum of the ECCI in February 1928, the CPSU and KPD delegations had considered and rejected the proposal put forward by the conciliator group in the KPD that Brandler and Thalheimer should be readmitted without qualification to the KPD. A letter from Lozovsky to Humbert Draws dated February 16, 1928 suggested that the Brandler question would not be settled in a hurry. Brandler wished to go to Germany, but for the time being that was out of the question. He would probably have to wait a year or two. If the CPSU delegation at the ECCI refused permission for him to return, Lozovsky would apply for him to work in the Profintern. At the 6th CI Congress in August, Bukharin said the Comintern would give no support to those members of the KPD who wanted to change its leaders. This would lead to another struggle within the party and make a bad impression on the working class. The ECCI supported the Thulmannsentral. Thulman said the Trotskyist renegades of the KPD had been thoroughly routed, but there were serious dangers from the right. Ewert spoke of the February discussion, when those who advocated tolerance and patience were threatened with expulsion. Stalin had said that if Ewert continued on his present line, he would become the rallying point for all the discontented and right-wing elements in the KPD. This, said Ewert, meant that the normal differences which were inevitable in any party could be exploited in a fight for power within the party. Even a CC majority could degenerate into a faction. Ulbricht and Lomnitz joined in the attack on Ewert and the conciliators who were, they said, trying to get the views of the right adopted. At a meeting of the KPD Central Committee on October 19, 1928, the CC candidate members Hausen and Galen opened their attack with the explanation that the revolution comes before the party. They demanded a radical reform. December 1928, 565 of the KPD and the CI, the decisions of the 6th Congress, which meant the abandonment of United Front tactics, were a new and worse edition of the disastrous Fischer-Maslow policy, and the attack on the right wing would have catastrophic results for the KPD. Ulbricht replied that unless they fought against the right, they would find themselves drawing nearer the Social Democrats, and that would be the end of the KPD. Between the Central Committee meeting, and the National Conference of KPD officials which met on 3 to 4 November 28, district party committees had discussed the dispute, and 2 had shown a majority against the Central Committee. At the November conference, a resolution endorsing the decisions of the 6th Congress, which had been passed by 30 votes to 9 at the meeting of the Central Committee on November 2, was carried by 221 votes against 4. The 19 conciliators voted for the resolution with reservations. A resolution asking the Central Committee of the CPSU to take action against Brandler for breach of discipline, he had returned to Germany from Russia without permission, was carried against 19 votes and 2 abstentions. He was accused of having slipped from liquidationism into renegacy. The CC of the KPD referred the Hausen-Galen case to the ECCI. Their attitude was tantamount to an appeal for an organized struggle against the CI and the KPD. They had distributed copies of Brandler's program, which had already been rejected. The collection of signatures in its support was the first step in the registration of members for an anti-party organization. The ECCI commission set up to deal with the question held 4 meetings. Hausen, a member of the KPD since 1919 who had served a 2-year prison sentence, said the group was formed after the Essen Congress of the KPD. It had views but no discipline of its own. The reply of the KPD Politburo to Brandler's proposals for the KPD program of action violated the Essen Congress decision on party concentration, created artificial differences within the party, and split it. Their opinions had been reinforced by the 9th plenum agreement between the CPSU and the KPD, and they had made this clear at the time. They thought the emphasis in KPD policy should be on the united front in the factories, not on the fight against the Social Democrats, and that the KPD paid relatively too much attention to the unorganized workers in comparison with the organized. He personally had agreed with the ECCI resolution of January 1924 on the October retreat, but not with the resolution of the 5th Comintern Congress which had altered the analysis of the October defeat under the influence of Fischer and Maslow. He had approved and defended the action taken by the CPSU against Trotsky. In reply to Kyosinen's question whether he thought the measures against Trotsky right and just, Hausen replied, "It is not good that Trotsky is in exile, but I think it is politically necessary." The CG of the KPD on December 14, having decided that the activities of Brandler and Thalheimer were incompatible with membership of a Comintern section, asked the CC of the CPSU, of which party the two were members, to take action. There was no point in expelling the right-wingers in the KPD unless Brandler and Thalheimer were also expelled. They had developed their false conceptions into a platform and must be fought against as an opportunist group. 566 The Communist International. Two commissions were set up by the Presidium, one to draft the open letter, the other to draft a confidential communication to the German Central Committee. Gesafe, CPSU, reported Brandler as saying that the party had become a barracks. Kyosinen's opinion was that Brandler and Thalheimer had always been Social Democrats, and objectively were already outside the party. He, Ulbricht, Molotov, and Stalin made vigorous attacks on Humbert Droz and Serra, an Italian representative in the political secretariat, for their support of the right wing. They were supporters of Bukharin. Molotov, for the CPSU delegation, said Brandler and Thalheimer had already taken up positions of irreconcilable struggle against the party, its policy, and its discipline. Clara Zetkin wanted the decision to be postponed, as the question was so serious. Stalin concluded his speech, which distinguished between the right wing in the KPD, who were already an anti-party faction, and the right wing in the CPSU, who had not yet crystallized, by saying that the presence of such people as Brandler and Thalheimer in the Comintern could no longer be tolerated. An article published in the Comintern press immediately after the open letter, concluded with the words, "Brandler, Thalheimer, and the other leaders of the right fraction will play their part, subjectively as well as objectively, outside the communist ranks, hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder with all the renegades who begin by attacking the Comintern and end with an insane hatred for the USSR." On December 21 the Politburo of the KPD accepted the open letter without reservation. On 24–25 January 1929 the Central Committee of the KPD also gave its unconditional approval. The right wing were, not only objectively but subjectively, agents of reformism. No KPD member was to attend any meeting of the liquidators, who had held a conference on December 30, or to work with them in any capacity. The Central Committee approved the expulsion from the KPD of Paul Froelich, J. Walcher, Botcher, and 7 others who had all refused to accept the conditions laid down in the open letter, and welcomed the expulsion by the ECCI of Hausen and Galen, and by the CC of the CPSU of Brandler and Thalheimer. More than 100 members were expelled by subsidiary committees of the KPD. One of the charges against the conciliators was that they underestimated the importance of the reparations question as a means of obtaining German help for intervention against the USSR, another that they made a false and opportunist distinction between the bourgeois democratic state and dictatorial fascist rule. In a letter to Trotsky, in the Trotsky archives, in November 1928 Andrei Snin wrote from Moscow, "Here, in the Comintern, there is complete disarray. Nothing at all is done. Everybody is awaiting the outcome of the fight between Stalin and the right. Demoralization is complete. The majority of the Presidium is, of course, with Stalin, because it's certain that he will come out on top. Only Tosca and Humbert Droz are unconditionally with Bukharin. Tosca has the support of the CC of his Italian party. Humbert Droz is quite alone, because he has no contact with his Swiss party. Piatnitsky is hesitating. In fact he is asking himself what the Comintern will come to if, after having removed Trotsky, Radek, Zinoviev, and so many others, Bukharin too is removed. Who will then guide the Comintern, he wonders. Manuelsky and Newman. The December 1928 567 members of the right with whom he had spoken were prepared to give battle but had little confidence in Bukharin's decisions. In Germany the situation was catastrophic. The almost certain expulsion of Brandler and Thalheimer would split the party. The situation in France made him weep. In the United States the fractional war had gone to extraordinary lengths. Divergences among the opposition groups made it impossible for them to take advantage of the situation. At the same time Humbert Draws wrote to Couto Villa in Buenos Aires that he wanted to go to South America to help the young parties there and at last to be directly useful instead of mouldering away into a bureaucrat in a machine. Since the German Revolution of 1923 the openly opportunist right-wing elements in the German Communist Party, particularly the adherents of Brandler, have never entirely ceased their fractional activities. Brandler's false policy takes the form of a tendency to capitulate to the bourgeoisie and to form a bloc with the Social Democrats. The right wing have never given up the hope of again assuming the leadership of the party and changing its policy. Their fractional activity has at times been relaxed, at other times it has been very intense. In its resolution on the fractional activity of Radek, Brandler, and Thalheimer, the Fifth ECCI plenum observed that an organized fraction exists in the KPD, to which a few groups within the party as well as a group of members of the CPSU, Brandler, Thalheimer, Radek, and others, belong, and which carries on fractional work on the basis of a political platform formulated in a series of articles and documents. The plenum severely reprimanded Brandler, Thalheimer, Radek, and others, and stated that if they continue their fraction work they will inevitably place themselves outside the ranks of the party. Before the Essen Party Congress in 1927 the fractional activities of Brandler's adherents revived again. At the Congress they tried to push through Brandler's ideas, which he had set out in an article on the Action Program written before the Congress but published only early in 1928. The opportunist interpretation of the slogan of production control advanced by the right wing was rejected by the Congress. It also condemned the Brandler group's opportunist errors on the question of the workers' government, which made this a transitional form between bourgeois democracy and proletarian dictatorship, and on United Front tactics, which they interpreted as a bloc with social democracy. This might have led to impermissible obligations towards the left Social Democrats and to the renunciation of an independent communist policy. The next stage of the right-wing fraction's work was connected with the 9th Plenum and the 4th RILU Congress. The right-wing elements in the KPD, including Brandler's adherents, declared open war on the decisions of the 4th RILU Congress and on this basis drew together more closely than before. They began to expand their fractional work. 568 The Communist International attacked the entire policy of the CC of the KPD, and started to work out their own political platform, the first drafts being embodied in various fractional documents. The Wittorf case provided them with the desired opportunity to attempt to put their fractional designs into effect and seize leadership of the party in order to change its political line as laid down by the 6th Comintern Congress. To the ECCI Presidium's resolution of October 6 the right wing replied with sharp fractional attacks. According to them this decision threatened ruin not only to the German party but to the Comintern. This was the starting point of their quite open steps to organize their fraction. The principal leaders of the fraction are Brandler and Thalheimer, formerly members of the KPD and now members of the CPSU. Brandler and Thalheimer, as is known, committed a number of grave errors in 1923. After the events of 1923 the indignation of the KPD masses was so great that Brandler and Thalheimer were very near to expulsion from the party. But the ECCI and the CC of the CPSU, assuming that they would overcome their opportunist tendencies, gave them a last chance to improve and admitted them to the CPSU. As the latest events in the KPD show, Brandler and Thalheimer have proved themselves to be politically incorrigible. Throughout 1926-7 they systematically refused to admit unreservedly their chief mistakes, and quite recently publicly reiterated their refusal. Their adherent, the CC candidate Galen, turned the Volksrecht, a party organ appearing in Offenbach, into a fraction newspaper. Another adherent, the CC candidate Hausen, published an open letter to the members of the Breslau District Party consisting entirely of fractional attacks on the CC and the Comintern. Shortly thereafter the same Hausen began to publish, as responsible editor, the fraction's paper Gegen den Strom, information bulletin of the opposition. This paper, as well as other material put out by the fraction, was sent to all party organizations and publicly distributed. In the commission set up by the ECCI Presidium to deal with this matter, Hausen, on November 27, 1928, frankly admitted the existence of a right-wing fraction in the KPD. He admitted that it has its own political platform, not yet formulated in a single document, stated that recently, and particularly before CC meetings, he had conversations with Thalheimer, and that before leaving for Moscow he met Brandler to discuss with him the need for a definitive formulation of the fraction's political platform for the forthcoming party congress. At the same commission Galen tried to deny the existence of a right-wing fraction and his participation in its work. But he could not deny, firstly, the fractional character of the work in the Offenbach party organization, of which he is leader, where at Galen's invitation Brandler made to December 1928 569 fractional speeches, or, secondly, the fractional character of the paper which he edits, Das Volksrecht, which published Brandler's speeches and statements and waged a fractional struggle against the KPD. It is therefore indisputably proven that there exists in the German Communist Party a regular right-wing fraction which has a central leadership and a political platform and applies discipline within the fraction. According to Hausen, its platform is given in Brandler's action program, and in articles in the first issue of Gegen den Strom, and in Das Volksrecht. The natural consequence which the members of the right-wing fraction draw from the basic theses of their platform is non-recognition of the decisions of the 4th RILU Congress and the 6th Comintern Congress, and the fight against these decisions. This road leads to an open and outright break with the RILU and the Comintern. On the other hand, it becomes clearer every day that the right-wing fraction's political platform is drawing closer to that of the Social Democrats. Thus Brandler, Thalheimer, and other leaders of the right-wing fraction, both in their platform and in their fractional work, have turned out to be genuine left social democratic politicians. Objectively, they are becoming instruments of the reformists, agents of reformism in the Communist Party. Not only do they reject the decisions of the 4th RILU Congress and the 6th Comintern Congress, not only do they refuse to obey these decisions, they are beginning to work actively against their practical execution, attempting to sabotage and counteract the political actions of the party taken to put these decisions into effect. During the armored cruiser campaign they did the greatest damage by using the Wittorf case to intensify their fractional struggle against the CC of the KPD. The right wing's political platform, as well as their actions, show the direction in which they are moving. The formation of a new opportunist party within the Communist Party, the splitting of the Communist Party, the alliance of this right wing with the left Social Democrats, and a bloc between this opportunist concentration and the Social Democratic Party. These are the three main stages on the road from the Comintern to the Second International, a road which has now been reached by the straying leaders of the right-wing fraction. Such a deep gulf has opened between the right-wing fraction and the party that there can no longer be any talk of conciliation between them. There is no longer any place in the KPD for the conciliators. The time has come when a choice must be made between the party and the right fraction, either the party or the fraction. At the present moment, a conciliatory attitude towards the right implies not only abandonment of the struggle against the right wing and their splitting work, but actual support for the right against the party. 570 The Communist International. In the last 2 months the conciliators have shown ever greater patience towards the right, and ever greater impatience towards the party. There is no concrete criticism of the ideas and actions of the right fraction, while the attacks on the party have grown sharper, and approximate more and more to the criticisms made by the right itself. Typical in this connection is the political platform submitted by the conciliators to the Politburo of the KPD, signed by Ewert, Dietrich, Schumann, and others, in which the 6th Comintern Congress slogan, "Fight on two fronts, against the right and the left," is replaced by a new slogan, "Fight on two fronts, both against the right and against the inner party line of the CC of the KPD." For the line proclaimed by the Sixth Congress of Concentration against both right and left deviations from Leninism, the conciliators thus substitute concentration against the right, in words, and against the Leninist KPD, in deeds. It is clear that the KPD can no longer tolerate the splitting activities of the right wing, and that it must demand of the conciliators a complete break with the right as well as consistent struggle against them, under the leadership of the CC of the KPD. Proceeding from these considerations, the ECCI Presidium endorses the decision of the CC of the KPD of December 14 on the conditions to be put to the right, namely, a. That, without reservation or limitation, they recognize and adhere to party discipline as laid down in the theses and statutes of the Comintern and the KPD, b. That they declare their unreserved agreement with the program of the Communist International, in all its parts. c. That they recognize as binding all decisions of the 6th Comintern Congress and the 4th RILU Congress, as well as those of the CC and the district committees of the KPD, and undertake to carry them through without reservation, d. That they condemn their activities, their formation of a fraction, their convening of special meetings and conferences, their speeches against the 6th Congress decisions as injurious and disruptive, incompatible with discipline and the principles of the Comintern, and that they explicitly declare their intention to refrain in future from such and similar actions, e. That they admit that the publication of their own papers and bulletins, and the distribution of leaflets and writings abusing the party and the Comintern, by the fraction and by some comrades linked with the fraction, are incompatible with party discipline, and that they therefore explicitly declare that they will immediately cease to do so. The rejection of these conditions will be followed by the immediate expulsion from the Comintern of all the leading members of the right. The ECCI Presidium entrusts the CC of the KPD with the practical execution of all measures necessary for the fulfillment of these decisions. December 1928 571. Brandler and Thalheimer, who are members of the CPSU, will be invited to appear before its Central Control Commission. It is obvious that if these comrades refuse to appear on the given date before the CCC of the CPSU, they will be immediately expelled from the CPSU. At the meeting of the Commission of the ECCI Presidium on December 8, 1928, Hausen and Galen, candidate members of the CC of the KPD, were asked to cease their fraction work, to stop publishing Gegen den Strom and Das Volksrecht, to stop distributing the fraction's documents, and no longer to defend the right wing's political platform. Both Hausen and Galen evaded a direct answer, and in fact refused to meet these demands by saying no to the question whether they would cease publishing the two papers mentioned. To the further question whether they were ready to obey unconditionally the decisions to be taken in their presence by the ECCI Presidium, they again answered no. Consequently, the ECCI Presidium decided to expel Hausen and Galen from the German Communist Party and from the Communist International. The ECCI Presidium is firmly convinced that those workers who are still under the influence of the right-wing leaders will not allow themselves to be led out of the Communist Party into social democracy, and that they will decide to break with the leaders of the right-wing fraction.